Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain. BNHA. Spiritual Aura Part 3139 Chapter 61. All Might. In a private room of an elegant and minimalist-looking cafe, two incredibly beautiful women were gathered. One with long, silky golden hair and deep blue eyes, and the other with short brown hair and coffee-colored eyes. Both wore hero suits consisting of a skirt, top, and boots, the first in blue and the second in red. Do you have any idea what Nighteye wants? Pixie Bob asked while sipping from her cup of coffee, to which Mandalay responded by doing something similar. Honestly, no, he didn't tell me anything, he just asked for a meeting to exchange information about a case. Could it be that he's courting you? Hee, Pixie Bob inquired with a mischievous smile on her face, causing Mandalay to roll her eyes. Please, there's not the slightest chance of that. Foo, what will you do if it turns out he's super in love with you and desperate to win you over? While covering her amused smile with her cat glove, Pixie Bob commented teasingly, making her somehow resemble a playful cat. Well, nothing would happen. I'd simply walk out that door the moment something like that was mentioned. Mandalay replied while enjoying her coffee, not giving much importance to the remark, which only heightened Ryuko's mischief. She quickly commented knowingly. Of course, you already have more than enough with my Kai, foo. Now, what would you do if what he wants is for me to help him get closer to you? Not wanting to delve into the tricky subject, Mandalay quickly tossed the ball back into her friend's court, who promptly responded with pride and amusement. Of course I'd reject him. I already have my future husband Kai, the most handsome, strong, intelligent, and loving. I don't need anyone else. Hearing Pixie Bob's words, a complex expression appeared on Mandalay's face. She not only felt guilty about her conversation with Namori, but also because keeping it secret from her lifelong friend and teammate could cause her to waste her youth hoping for something that might not happen. Are you serious, Ryuko? Hearing her friend's serious tone, Ryuko couldn't help but look at her for a moment, quickly noticing her complicated expression. After a moment of consideration, a look of realization appeared on her face, and she briefly explained in a calmer and more serious tone. Well, the truth is that, Pixie Bob's words were cut off by a knock on the door. After briefly exchanging glances, almost as if agreeing to finish the conversation another time, the beautiful woman in the red hero suit spoke aloud. Come in. At Mandalay's words, two men entered the private room. A muscular giant over 2 meters tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, along with a man about 20 centimeters shorter with green hair streaked with gold, who wore an elegant white business suit. I am here, All Might. Announcing his entrance, All Might exclaimed his iconic phrase loudly, causing the pair of beautiful heroines to jump from their seats in surprise. Meanwhile, Nighteye approached and extended his hand toward Mandalay. Sorry for the interruption. In response to Nightaye's greeting, Mandalay replied almost on autopilot and shook the extended hand cordially, while returning her gaze to Nighteye, who looked directly into her eyes. She then commented with a somewhat ironic smile on her face. I didn't know All Might would be coming. Ha. Well, I was in the middle of a little chat with my old partner and decided to accompany him. I hope you don't mind. All Might commented with a hearty laugh, to which Pixie Bob responded while shaking Nighteye's hand. Of course not, we're just a bit surprised, we didn't expect it at all. After sitting in their respective seats, Nighteye looked intently at the pair of heroines in front of him, trying to glean as much information as possible from their body language. Unfortunately, they just seemed a bit surprised by All Might's appearance, but not much else. So he immediately spoke after a waiter placed his cup of coffee on the table, who soon left the room and closed the door behind him. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank you for agreeing to meet with us when you're such busy people. Therefore, I'd like to get straight to the point and ask if you have any information regarding the vigilante with healing abilities that you mentioned in the report you submitted on the capture of the Class A villain, Muscular. After speaking, Nighteye sipped his cup of coffee while discreetly focusing his gaze on the heroines in front of him, especially Mandalay. But to his disappointment, neither of them showed any apparent change and remained as relaxed as ever, while the heroine in the red suit asked in a calm tone. Of course, Nighteye, what do you want to know? I'll try to give you all the information I can. In any other situation, that would have been the correct response, a calm and relaxed attitude without the slightest intention of hiding anything, something that would puzzle anyone, but not Nighteye. Perhaps due to his extensive experience as an investigator or his particular interest in the information, but to him, that attitude was nothing more than an obvious sign that the women in front of him were not willing to cooperate. But he had already prepared for such a situation, and had even met the requirements to activate his future vision on Mandalay just moments ago. So he quickly tried to see her future to find the information he needed, but the moment the image began to form in his mind, it quickly shattered like a pile of glass. Returning his gaze to the situation in the room, Nighteye couldn't help but notice that Mandalay was holding a beautiful gladius sword with intricate carvings on its blade that seemed to be a mix between an electronic circuit and tribal runes, while she looked at him with an irate expression, as if ready to attack at any moment. What is the meaning of this? Mandalay, seeing the weapon in Mandalay's hand, which had materialized out of nowhere and almost instantaneously even to his perception, All Might asked in a serious tone while looking directly into the eyes of the beautiful heroine, who asked in a dark and evidently offended tone. That's exactly what I'd like to ask the two of you. Why did Nighteye try to look into my future without my authorization? What do you mean? All Might quickly asked, trying to hide his discomfort, as he had noticed his companion's dark expression, which basically told him that he had indeed done it. Mandalay showed the sword in her hand while commenting in an evidently annoyed tone. I have ways to block clairvoyance against me, and just now Nighteye tried to spy on my future. So you came prepared against me. While analyzing the sword in Mandalay's hand, Nighteye couldn't help but comment in a grave tone, while his mind began to wander about the possibilities that the sword in her hand was the key to changing his predictions. Not at all, just a method of self-protection. But more importantly, what are your intentions with all this? Am I suspected of something? As she and Pixie Bob analyzed All Might and his former partner, Mandalay asked in a solemn tone. After all, the situation warranted it, since, although she hadn't committed any crime, in front of the number one hero, that was irrelevant. If they accused them of something, possibly only Kai could save them, something they didn't want to resort to, as that would only translate into a world of trouble for the man she loved. I see. Nighteye couldn't help but comment in a contemplative tone, but seeing that the heroine's expressions visibly worsened with each passing second, he quickly continued speaking. First of all, I'd like to apologize for my rudeness in trying to look into your future without consent, but I really need to save someone's life, and I know that the former hero duo Waterhorse had a miraculous recovery from the brink of death, so I'm in a constant state of anxiety and acted hastily. Upon hearing Night-Eye's words, Mandalay and Pixie Bob's expressions visibly relaxed, while the sword in the hands of the heroine in red dematerialized, which couldn't help but draw the hero's attention. So that's why. Mandalay commented before discreetly letting out a small sigh of relief before continuing. But I must apologize. I don't think I can be of much help. Please, Mandalay, I know you know something. Although I still don't know why you covered up the event. I know you must have information about the incident that saved the Waterhorse couple from death. Something like that hasn't happened again since then, and the person I want to save is not only important to me but to all of Japan. Night-Eye spoke quickly with an evidently agitated tone, but at that moment, All Might's powerful voice resonated in the room. The one who needs healing is me, All Might. Upon hearing All Might's words, everyone present exclaimed aloud and then looked at him with expressions full of disbelief. At that moment, the muscular form of the number one hero burst into a cloud of smoke, soon revealing a thin, haggard man with a sickly appearance. How is this possible? All Might is in such a grave state. Pixie Bob exclaimed loudly, absolutely shocked, followed closely by Mandalay, who added aloud. But there hasn't been any information about this. We are keeping it a secret to avoid panic, but yes, I was gravely injured in combat. As he spoke with a much softer and weaker voice than the heroines present could have ever imagined, All Might lifted his white shirt, which now hung large and loose on him, revealing a horrible scar that almost covered his entire left torso. This is the wound I received from an enemy attack 4 years ago. Half of my respiratory system was destroyed, and I lost my entire stomach. I became like this due to repeated surgeries and aftereffects, so I can only do my hero work for about 3 hours a day. Upon witnessing the wound shown by All Might and his explanation of the injuries he received, Mandalay and Pixie Bob were absolutely stunned, almost refusing to believe what they were seeing. After all, it was almost inconceivable that the symbol of peace, the invincible number one hero, could be in such a miserable state. Something that inevitably appeared on their faces, which, besides surprise and shock, revealed a hint of fear. For his part, Night-Eye looked at All Might with undisguised surprise on his face. After all, the decision he made to tell them the truth was too great a risk, especially when they didn't even know if they had information about that vigilante, or if they even intended to help them. But at that moment, Pixie Bob and Mandalay looked at each other with solemn expressions, almost as if they were having a wordless conversation. Mandalay, I'll make a call, Pixie Bob said after a moment in a serious tone to her companion, who quickly nodded. All right, it seems they've decided to help us. Thank you very much, All Might commented with a small smile on his emaciated face, to which Mandalay replied after shaking her head. Don't thank me just yet. For now, and seeing your sincerity, I'm willing to admit that I know who healed my cousin and her husband, but that doesn't guarantee that this person is willing to do it for you. But I'd like to know, why did you decide to risk letting me know something as delicate as this? Upon hearing Mandalay's question, All Might prepared to speak, but at that moment he coughed up a mouthful of blood, which immediately alarmed the female hero in front of him, who quickly asked, startled. Are you okay, All Might? Yes, I'm fine. Just one of the effects of my current condition, don't worry, All Might replied with a dark expression, then explained while looking at Mandalay, who was sitting back down. Back to the topic, there are several reasons. First, the Wild Pussycats hero group has been operating for several years with an impeccable reputation and countless cases solved, so at the very least, I can tell that you are responsible heroes. But mainly it was because of the sword that appeared in your hand, which, even to my perception, appeared instantaneously. The creator of that sword must possess a very powerful quirk, so it's most likely that the person who healed that woman is the same individual. You must be quite important to him or her to be willing to give you that sword and to heal your cousin when there hasn't been any public appearance from this person. But mainly because that's how desperate I am. My time is running out, and the world still needs a symbol of peace. I understand, All Might. You're sharp. Mandalay replied while looking at the symbol of peace in front of her with a complicated expression. He responded with a smile that looked more like a grimace in that skinny form. Well, over time I learned a couple of things. Well, we should wait for Pixie Bob then, she shouldn't take long to return. 139 Chapter 62. So there's no chance? After a while, Pixie Bob entered the private room of the cafe, now accompanied by a handsome young man taller than her, with black hair and blue eyes. Upon entering the room, he greeted everyone with a smile. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Saito Kai. As Kai sat between Shino and Ryuko, all Might and Nighteye couldn't help but look at the boy with surprise and confusion. They didn't quite understand what the young man was doing in front of them, somewhat refusing to believe that someone so young could be the person they were seeking. Mandalay? Who is this young man? Who is this young man? Confused, Nighteye tried to ask as he looked at the beautiful red-clad heroine, only to be surprised when the young man repeated his words at the same time, almost like a chorus member. He just looked at him with a slight smile on his face, which led All Might to comment with a more serious expression. I suppose you're the vigilante. And I suppose you're All Might. You've changed quite a bit since the last time I saw you, Kai commented with a smile while analyzing All Might's voice, immediately noticing something strange. His voice is really odd, it feels weak but at the same time powerful. What a strange feeling. So you're already aware of everything, Nighteye commented while looking somewhat warily at the young man in front of him. All Might then asked with a sudden realization on his face. Kai Shonen, by any chance, are you Iron Palm's son? Oh, so you still remember me, it's truly an honor. As Kai responded cheerfully, Nighteye couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. He remembered the former number 5 hero and, above all, his tragic end. Not to mention the rumors about the mental stability of the sole survivor of the attack, his only son, which circulated for quite some time until the topic cooled down. How could I forget you? It's not every day a 5-year-old asks to see all my power. All Might commented in a much calmer and happier tone, to which Kai smiled amusingly before replying calmly. Hee, well, I needed a reference for the strongest. Hee, you've grown a lot. I didn't recognize you for a moment. All Might smiled with some nostalgia as he recalled that curious moment and the expression the boy had. Well, that's a strange habit we youngsters have, Kai responded calmly. But at that moment, All Might coughed up a mouthful of blood, which led Kai to comment a bit more seriously. I see you're quite ill. Well, yes, I suppose you've already heard about it, All Might explained while wiping the blood from his lips. Kai added as he stood up from his seat. Actually, no, they only told me that you were in bad shape and needed my help. May I examine you? Upon reaching All Might, Kai extended his hand as he asked, causing Nighteye to narrow his eyes. But the scrawny blue-eyed man nodded quickly. Then I'll be under your care. With a mental command, Kai summoned Sage in mode, making her invisible to everyone. He then examined All Might, quickly obtaining an invisible hologram in front of him that showed all his physical data, which greatly surprised him. Sage, are you sure this information is correct? Through his mental connection, Kai quickly asked Sage for confirmation. Although he didn't remember very well the injuries mentioned in the original work, since he only heard about it once and didn't pay much attention, if what he was reading was correct, it was practically a miracle that All Might was still alive. I'm certain, Master. This person has no stomach, and his respiratory system is a disaster. Additionally, his liver and kidneys are in terrible condition. Furthermore, his muscles and bones suffer from significant deterioration, and there are signs of various problems like hypertension, cardiovascular stress, and deficiencies in his immune system, etc. It's truly a mystery how he's still alive. With a serious expression, Sage explained through their mental connection, causing Kai to nod with a complex look. After all, healing him wasn't going to be easy, so he needed to get all the benefit he could from this project. You're literally at the brink of death. With a solemn expression, Kai commented while looking directly into All Might's eyes, surprising the others present. Despite already knowing the severity of the injuries, the blue-eyed young man's demeanor made them quite nervous. So there's no chance? All Might asked in a somewhat resigned tone. Kai shook his head and then replied seriously. It's not that there aren't any chances, it's just that it will be quite complicated, especially reversing all the changes that were made to your body so you could survive. Plus, there's a certain risk involved. Is it really possible? Nighteye asked hastily while staring intently at Kai, who nodded as he took a seat. Yes, it's possible to heal him, but as I mentioned, it will be complicated. Moreover, to do it, I first need to reverse all the changes that were made to his body, so you can imagine the risk involved. How can we trust your words? Nighteye asked seriously. Kai simply shrugged and responded casually. Well, it's difficult, but I suppose you'll have to take the risk. You're the ones who sought me out, not the other way around. Though I can give you a small demonstration of my abilities. What kind of demonstration? Nighteye asked curiously, silently accepting the young man's words. Kai quickly approached and extended his hand while asking. May I examine you? Sure. With Night-Eye's consent, Kai quickly touched him while Sage examined him. He then looked at the information on the hologram, noting that the man was in fairly good health except for a slight discomfort in his left shoulder. Well, you have a minor injury in your left shoulder, let me treat it. As his right hand glowed with a faint sky blue light, Kai looked at Nighteye, who nodded gently. He then placed his hand on the green-haired man's shoulder, removing it shortly after while speaking. All done. How does it feel? Quite good, my shoulder feels like new, Nighteye responded while rotating his shoulder in small circles, secretly feeling incredibly excited about the possibility of healing the symbol of peace. How high is the risk? Looking directly at Kai, All Might asked in a solemn tone. The blue-eyed boy replied after Sage showed him a hologram with information, which to the others seemed as if he were deep in thought. Well, I need to run more detailed simulations, but I'd say there's a 3% chance of death and a 20% chance that I won't be able to heal him and can only improve his condition slightly. His state is really complex, and the modifications to his body were too aggressive. It'll be quite difficult. Though great excitement welled up in all Might and Nighteye upon hearing Kai's words, after all, it was the most hopeful prognosis they had ever heard, the green-haired man quickly composed himself and asked in a serious tone, while scrutinizing the young man in front of him for any signs of inconsistency. How certain are you of those percentages? Quite certain. Although with more detailed simulations they might vary a bit, they shouldn't be far off. They might even decrease, Kai replied seriously, meeting Night-Eye's gaze. Night-Eye quickly commented while adjusting his glasses. But from what I know, you literally brought the waterhorse couple back from the brink of death. Well, that's because I healed them while they were still wounded. Honestly, if I had treated All Might before anyone else, the risk of not being able to heal him would be significantly lower. Most of the risk comes from the changes I have to reverse even before I can start healing him. Finding the young man's explanation reasonable, Night-Eye nodded in understanding, then asked while taking out his phone to check his schedule. How long would the entire procedure take? It would be best to do it in several sessions, so in total it would take about 15 days, Kai replied after thinking a bit, to which Night-Eye nodded while noting it in his phone. I see. We'll have to choose the timing carefully to avoid alerting the public. Kai Shonen, can you really heal me? Suddenly, All Might asked while looking intently at Kai, who returned the gaze firmly while replying. Yes, I can. Although there are risks involved, healing you is within my capabilities. Then I'll trust you, Kai Shonen. Although the risk is a bit high, my situation is truly too critical, and my activities as the symbol of peace have been severely affected and are starting to be noticed, All Might commented in a serious tone, somehow displaying his imposing presence as the #1 hero in his scrawny form. But at that moment, Kai commented with a smile. Well, since you agree, I think it's a good time to talk about my fees. Kai? At Kai's words, two female voices called out softly from both sides, simultaneously discreetly tugging at his shirt, something the blue-eyed young man casually ignored while looking directly at All Might, who nodded while asking. You're right, Kai Shonen. You need payment for your efforts. What amount are we talking about? Oh, I don't want money. I really don't need it. What I want is something else. I want a one-on-one duel with you if I manage to heal you and maintain confidentiality about my quirk. Kai spoke with a smile on his face, causing two female voices to exclaim loudly. What are you talking about, Kai? Shino asked, evidently shocked, to which Ryuko quickly added while tightly hugging one of Kai's arms. Don't joke about that. All Might is in a league of his own. Exactly. All Might is in a league of his own, so I want to measure myself against him to see how far I am from the top. Kai commented with a defiant smile on his face as he looked at All Might, to which Night-Eye asked in surprise. Are you serious, kid? Very serious, and that's my price. What do you say, All Might? I'm already capable of delivering a punch similar to the one you showed me that time, and I ask for a duel at full strength if I heal you. You really haven't changed at all, Kai Shonen, All Might commented, feeling quite surprised inside, to which Kai responded with a smile. Well, my goals haven't changed since then. Then I agree, Kai Shonen. I'll have a duel with you if you manage to heal me. All Might replied in a serious tone, which greatly pleased Kai, who quickly stood up from his chair to extend his hand to the scrawny man in front of him. Then it's a deal, and don't forget to keep my quirk confidential as well. It's a deal, All Might responded while shaking Kai's hand. Then they began a conversation about schedules, which ended up determining the date when the procedure would begin. I didn't know you had met the boy before, Night-Eye commented while looking at All Might after Kai, Shino, and Ryuko left the room. All Might replied while recalling the events of that year. Yes, it was several years ago when, unfortunately, his parents died. I felt very guilty about it since Iron Palm was a good friend, so I wanted to meet him to apologize. But when I told him he could count on me for anything, do you know what he asked me? To see one of your punches? Night-Eye asked in understanding, to which All Might nodded. Exactly. His quirk is almost miraculous in healing, and it must also give him considerable combat power if he wants to have a duel with you. So he must be quite arrogant with his power and wants to compare himself to you, believing that what you showed him was your best punch. Night-Eye commented in a critical tone, to which All Might could only smile a bit uncomfortably while commenting. Well, if what he says is true, then he wouldn't be that far from reality. He told me he wanted to see the minimum necessary to be the strongest, so I got a bit excited and ended up unleashing a punch at 80%. 80%? And he thinks he can replicate it? If what he says is true, that kid is a monster. Night-Eye exclaimed with eyes completely wide in astonishment, to which All Might commented thoughtfully. He certainly is. 139 Chapter 63. Make the most of those 15 days. Upon leaving the cafe, Shino and Ryuko clung to Kai's arms as they walked toward a less crowded alley, displaying various expressions on their faces ranging from concern to slight annoyance. What was that all about earlier, Kai? Shino asked in a slightly annoyed tone, to which Kai could only chuckle mischievously. He. Don't play dumb, start talking. Why do you suddenly want to duel with All Might? Tightening her grip on Kai's arm, Shino questioned more sternly, to which the blue-eyed young man casually replied. Well, actually, I've been thinking for a while about how to test my current strength, and this opportunity fell into my lap, so I couldn't waste it. You see, even though I know I'm very strong, I don't know how strong exactly, and that's kind of dangerous, you know. Seriously, sometimes I don't understand your train of thought, Kai, Shino commented after letting out an exasperated sigh, to which Ryuko quickly added while nodding her head. Yeah, Kai, sometimes you come up with some really crazy ideas. He. Well, strength is vital for survival. Besides, didn't you notice? The fact that All Might is in such a critical state can only mean one thing. There are beings equal to or even stronger than All Might. That's why things are serious, and there's only one symbol of peace. The second place doesn't even come close to him. Moreover, did All Might really win that fight at the cost of his injuries? Or did he lose and barely manage to escape by the skin of his teeth? If it's the first one, that's fine, but if it's the second one, we practically have the sword of Damocles hanging over us. And even if it was really the first one, this event only shows that the symbol of peace is not invincible. That's why I need to improve as soon as possible, and the first step is to experience firsthand the true power of All Might, to get an idea of what I'm lacking. Also, that way, I could more clearly estimate the threat that could come knocking at our door. With a slightly more serious tone, Kaya explained as he stopped in a place without cameras or onlookers, which visibly darkened Shino and Ryuko's expressions. After all, they had thought about it too, although they tried not to dwell on the idea too much, since it was too terrifying that there could be a villain stronger than All Might who could attack at any moment. Did you also want to heal him to have an extra layer of defense against that possible villain? After a moment, Ryuko asked as she clung to Kai's arm, almost as if seeking security. Well, that too. Seeing Kai's smile, Shino couldn't help but squeeze his arm tighter, while asking with a sharp look and an accusatory tone. You didn't even think about that, did you? He. Well, heroes always arrive late, it's better to rely on oneself. Kai commented with an amused smile as the accompany card appeared in his hand, to which Ryuko remarked somewhat dissatisfied. I've always wondered where you got that saying from. We heroes continuously patrol our areas and prevent many crimes and tragedies before they happen, you know? Blame my mother, she always said, heroes always arrive late, so it's better not to expose oneself unnecessarily, Kai commented while remembering his mother, adding to himself. That was an iconic phrase from my mother, although in my past life she replaced heroes with police. The essence is the same. So it was Elisa-san. That makes sense then, she always told others somewhat harsh truths, Shino commented after letting out a small sigh, to which Kai could only look away with a slight grin. Sorry, it's okay, we're human too, and we can't always arrive on time, so Elisa-san's advice isn't wrong. It's better to avoid putting oneself in danger deliberately, Ryuko said while watching Kai lift the accompany card. By the way, Kai, how much of what you said at the meeting was true? Before Kai activated the card, Shino asked while looking at his profile, to which the blue-eyed boy casually replied. Most of it, although I exaggerated the percentages a bit. Actually, it would be difficult for him to die at my hands, and the chances that I can't heal him are around 10%, but it was better to give myself some leeway. I see. As Shino muttered softly, Kai activated a company and then flew off to the Pussycat's base, where he left Ryuko and Shino. He then went to find the others so they could all have a small family chat about what had happened. In the end, Kai had to endure scolding from Nomori, Keiko, and Yumiko, who didn't agree at all with his idea of the duel. Meanwhile, Tomoko, Momo, and Nijire looked at him like an idol, while he simply remained silent, having a conversation with Sage through their mental connection. Sage, we need to prepare the plan very well and make the most of those 15 days I got to acquire all possible information about All Might's quirk. Understood, Master. I've already prepared all the servers for that purpose, and I've also expanded the order for new clusters with the new chips. They should arrive in a few days. At her master's question, Sage answered while sitting on his shoulder. Perfect. We'll need as much computational power as possible to maximize the information we gather, Kai replied, pleased, which inevitably led Sage to ask somewhat confused. But Master, is it really necessary to risk revealing your powers to the government just to obtain information about his quirk, not to mention the duel you requested? Well, although it's certainly a risk, the truth is that the gains far outweigh it. Even though I don't remember the details of his quirk very well, I do recall two very important aspects. First, it can be passed on to others at will, and second, it becomes stronger over time by accumulating energy. If we manage to replicate those two characteristics with aura, not only could I massively increase my raw power, but I could also give aura to the girls. So it's extremely important to do, and it's worth the risk on its own. As for the duel, the reality is that it's really important to measure myself against All Might. Also, if they were able to find out that I healed Shino's cousin, Others might be able to as well. So it's important to set a precedent that it's not a good idea to mess with me, and facing All Might head-on is a good way to do it." In response to her master's words, Sage nodded in understanding, then added through their mental connection in a thoughtful tone. "I understand, Master. I'll make sure to structure the corresponding research projects, and I'll also start fine-tuning your abilities for the confrontation with All Might." "I trust you then," Kai replied with a satisfied smile on his face, which sent the wrong message to the women around him. "What are you laughing at, Kai? Do you think it's funny to face All Might?" Nomori exclaimed angrily in front of him, to which Keiko added with her hands on her hips. "This isn't a game, Kai. You could really get hurt in that duel." "Yes, Kai-chan, I understand that it's important to heal All Might, but you can't face him. It's very dangerous," Yumiko scolded with a worried expression while crossing her arms under her voluptuous chest. Kai commented in a calm tone. "Relax, All Might is the symbol of peace, so I won't die. It's a great opportunity to test my limits. I've never been able to use all my strength before, and not knowing my limits can be dangerous. Besides, it's important for my goals." Upon hearing Kai's words, a complicated expression appeared on everyone's faces, leaving them in a silence that was broken when Keiko sat next to the blue-eyed young man, commenting in a worried voice. "That may be true, but we can't help worrying. All Might is an unbeatable force, and an accident could happen in a confrontation." "Yes, Kai, I can't help feeling that this is an unnecessary risk you're taking," Nomori added, equally concerned, while sitting on the other side of Kai, who responded with a slight smile. "As I told Shino and Ryuko earlier, the fact that All Might is in such a critical state is a very important warning sign that we can't ignore, so it's important to prepare ourselves." Kai's words couldn't help but deepen the worried expressions on their faces, but at that moment, Nejire energetically jumped up and cheerfully asked. "But it's really impressive that you can heal All Might, Kai. When are you going to heal him?" "We agreed to start next month since we have to prepare the facilities and ensure confidentiality," Kai replied casually as the jealous Salem jumped up and settled on his head. Momo then added with evident pride on her face. He, you're going to be the hero of the #1 hero, Kai, you're the best." "More like his doctor, but whatever makes you happier," Kai commented amusedly while looking at Momo's cheerful expression. He then turned to Nejire and asked. "By the way, did you finally decide to enter Wood this year, Nejire?" Fu, actually, the recommended student's exam is next week," Nejire replied cheerfully, which immediately caught Momo's attention. She asked with sparkling eyes. "Really, Nejire Oni-chan? You're entering UA? Yes, I'll be a great heroine, fu. Then I suppose I'll prepare a couple of gifts for when you get in," Kai commented with a smile, which made Nejire's eyes light up brightly. She quickly asked excitedly. Really? What are you going to give me? A sentinel?" It'll be a surprise," Kai replied with a mischievous smile on his face, which made Nejire pout in annoyance as she exclaimed. "You're stingy. Yes, Kai, you're stingy, and I also want something when I get into UA." Momo quickly joined Nejire's protest, demanding, with a smile on her face. Kai commented with a grin. "Yes, there will be something for you too, fu. Evidently happy, Momo smiled excitedly, then pulled Nejire aside to ask her everything she could think of about entering UA. Meanwhile, the adults gathered around Kai to talk about all the details of the mission to heal All Might in the subsequent duel. After the excitement settled down, they all ordered a sumptuous meal, during which everyone ate happily while chatting about random topics. Afterwards, they watched a movie together in the small theater that had been set up at the Pussycat's base, spending a pleasant and peaceful time together as a family. 139 Chapter 64. It's time to start. A month later, in a secluded location fully equipped with the best medical technology available, the entire gang was gathered along with all Might and Nighteye, as well as a couple of very short elderly people dressed in what appeared to be hero suits. The old woman wore what looked like an orange-brown nurse's outfit with a white line down the center, along with a lab coat and a huge syringe she used as a cane. The old man, on the other hand, wore a more classic suit with a white base, yellow boots, belt, and cape, as well as a wooden cane. "Are you sure you can heal Toshinori, boy?" the old man in the hero suit asked in a serious tone, looking Kai directly in the eyes. Kai couldn't help but ask in confusion. "Is it just me, or have you shrunk since the last time I saw you, old man? Do we know each other?" Upon hearing Kai's question, the semi-retired legend Gran Torino could only ask, looking incredibly surprised. This caused Nighteye to cover his face, while All Might, in his scrawny form, briefly explained with an expression somewhere between scared and uncomfortable. "Sensei, this is Saito Kai, son of Saito Jiro, Iron Palm." "Oh, so you're Iron Palm's kid," Gran Torino exclaimed loudly with a look of realization on his face, eyeing Kai differently. "Well, yes, that's me. And as for whether I can heal All Might, I'm quite sure. I've been running simulations during this time, and at the very least, I can tell you it will be hard for him to die, and I'll at least improve his condition if I can't heal him." Kai responded, feeling somewhat amused by the antics of the curious old man. After hearing him, Gran Torino shifted to a serious expression, making his previous actions seem like mere acting, and then commented in a deep, grave voice. "I hope you're aware of the responsibility that entails, boy. Quite aware, and don't worry, I won't let the symbol of peace die. Things would get rather troublesome if that happened. But let me be clear. This is a one-time deal because it's All Might. After this, I won't heal anyone else. As he stared intently at the old man, Kai spoke in a serious tone, causing various expressions among those present, especially the heroes, who could only remain silent. Shortly after, Nighteye adjusted his glasses and spoke in a serious tone. We understand, but I think it's time to begin. Certainly. Kai nodded in agreement toward Nighteye, then looked at All Might and commented seriously. It's time to start. Let's go. I trust you, Kai Shonen, All Might said seriously, to which Kai could only roll his eyes casually. No emotional blackmail, please. Upon hearing Kai, All Might and his associates exchanged wry smiles, then bid farewell and watched the number 1 hero follow the blue-eyed boy until he disappeared. At that moment, they followed Kai's family to a waiting room. They had been unusually quiet since they arrived. After preparing All Might on the operating table, Kai anesthetized him using the mystical palm, rendering him unconscious. He then summoned Sage, who quickly examined All Might and presented all the information to her master. Well, his condition hasn't particularly changed during this time, so we'll proceed as planned. I'll take care of healing him, while you make sure to keep him alive and extract as much information as possible about his quirk. After verifying all the information, Kai ordered Sage through their mental connection, to which the beautiful fairy nodded with a serious and focused expression. Understood, Master. With everything said, Kai and Sage began working in complete silence, starting with All Might's respiratory system, as it was a complete mess, and would be the most noticeable improvement. This would increase confidence in his abilities not only from All Might but also from his associates, allowing him to continue extracting information from his body. Once all the changes were decided, leaving only open wounds, Kai quickly materialized the Angel's Breath card, as he needed to regenerate a lung and a good part of the respiratory tract. Angel's Breath, on. As soon as the angel appeared, Kai quickly ordered it to heal All Might. The angel positioned itself over him and then released a beam of light that completely enveloped the scrawny man, while a large amount of aura was drained from Kai. Although Angel's Breath was really powerful and could heal wounds and illnesses, it still had its limitations. First, scars didn't count as wounds or illnesses, so it didn't heal them, which forced him to reopen the wound before being able to heal it. Also, it couldn't heal congenital diseases and things like that, since it didn't detect them as something abnormal. After a few moments, the angel disappeared from sight, and different holograms appeared in front of Kai, showing updated information about All Might as well as data about his quirk. This led him to issue an order through the mental connection as he sat on the floor to recover. Sage, we can still afford to lose a bit more time. Carry out the planned experiments with his quirk, but make sure not to leave any traces. Understood, Master. Satisfied with Sage's response, Kai nodded and then closed his eyes to focus on his breathing, trusting completely in his capable assistant. After a couple of hours, he got up and left the room, carrying All Might on a stretcher to an adjacent room, where he connected him to a couple of monitors and provided oxygen. After giving a quick glance at the data collected by Sage, Kai unsummoned her and then left the room. He found his own family along with All Might's associates, who wore expressions of deep concern as they looked at him intently. He smiled calmly as he explained. The first intervention was a success. All Might should wake up in a few minutes, but you can see him now. Is All Might really okay? Nighteye asked, looking intensely at Kai with a pale complexion. The blue-eyed boy nodded. Yes, he'll wake up in a few minutes, and you'll be able to see for yourselves. I understand. Nighteye nodded and hurried toward the room, followed closely by the elderly heroes. At that moment, Gran Torino turned to look at Kai and spoke in a serious tone. Thank you, boy. You don't know what this means to us and to the world. Don't worry about it, old man, Kai replied nonchalantly. The elder nodded and then followed the others into the room. Once Gran Torino disappeared from sight, Kai turned to look at his family. They all rushed to embrace him tightly, maintaining a comfortable silence that lasted until Nomori spoke in a low, relieved voice. We were so worried. It's such a relief that you were able to heal him without problems. I didn't heal him completely. For now, I only fixed his respiratory system. There's still quite a bit to do. Kai replied with a smile, while Salem, who had been in his small form in Tomoko's arms, quickly jumped onto his shoulder, meowing with happiness and relief. It had been a real torture to be with those females who couldn't stop squeezing him as if he were a doll. You're a real hero, Kai, Momo commented, evidently moved, so much so that Kai didn't have the heart to correct her, so he simply remained silent for a moment before speaking in a warmer voice. Let's go to the waiting room. Once in the waiting room, everyone sat around Kai while Shino prepared tea with Chitora's help. They each received a cup and talked calmly to soothe their nerves for a while, until All Might suddenly entered the room in his muscular form, followed closely by his associates. Kai Shonen. Thank you so much. I didn't even remember what it felt like to breathe so freely. I feel like a new man. All Might spoke in a powerful and joyful voice as he approached Kai, who indicated an empty seat in the room while speaking. It's good that you feel that way, but don't get overconfident. For now, I've only fixed your respiratory system. There's still a lot of work to do. You're still far from being 100% recovered. But for now, sit down and tell me how you feel. I feel wonderful. Now I can breathe deeply without any pain, and I even feel like the time limit of my muscular form has doubled. All Might replied joyfully. He took a deep breath, creating a strong gust of wind in the room, and immediately sat in the chair Kai had indicated. It's good that you can breathe freely now, and you're right about the time limit. According to my calculations, you should now be able to maintain your muscular form for 5 to 6 hours. After sipping some tea, Kai commented in a serious tone, to which All Might thanked him again with a big smile on his face, while the others took their seats, casting grateful glances at Kai. Thank you so much, Kai Shonen. It's still too early for that. This is only the first session. We still have to address your stomach, liver, pancreas, kidneys, etc., not to mention your heart problems, hypertension, immunodeficiency, and so on. There's a lot left to do. Kai replied indifferently while being showered with admiring looks from his family, especially Nejire and Momo, who looked at him with shining eyes as if he were some kind of idol. Ha ha ha, I suppose you're right, there's still more to do. All Might responded with a smile. Kai quickly added in a somewhat amused tone upon seeing how restless the symbol of peace was. If you want, you can move around a bit to stretch. We can postpone the next intervention a little. Ha ha ha, alright, I'll go for a walk and defeat a couple of villains. As if he'd been waiting for it, All Might responded in an excited tone, almost like a child eager to try out his new toy. He then disappeared from the place at incredible speed, leaving behind a powerful gust of wind. Boy, I must say your quirk is really impressive. No one had been able to heal him before. After a moment, Gran Torino looked at Kai and spoke while receiving a cup of tea from Ryuko, to whom he nodded in gratitude. In response, Kai only smiled diplomatically and remained silent, giving a clear message that he was not willing to continue the topic, something that brought a bitter smile to Gran Torino's face. After all, his little scheme had been discovered instantly. By the way, young man, would you mind if we thoroughly examined All Might before the next intervention? To lighten the mood, the old woman asked in a cordial tone, to which Kai casually nodded. That's fine by me, I have no problem with that. We can even delay the second session a couple of days so you can examine him thoroughly and clear up your doubts. I didn't mean it that way, young man, the old woman commented with a slightly uncomfortable smile, to which Kai casually waved his hand. Oh, don't worry, I didn't mean it with any double meaning. I understand it's an important matter, and you want to be sure. It's better for me as well, it will avoid suspicions and things like that, although please avoid talking about me, as we agreed. I understand, we'll keep our part of the deal. The old woman nodded in understanding, then began a more technical conversation with Kai about the details of All Might's condition. Even though he hadn't officially studied medicine, his medical knowledge was not far from that of an experienced surgeon with multiple specializations. This was mainly due to one of the benefits of enhancement he had discovered over time. Although enhancers were generally simple-minded in the original work, Kai found that besides increasing his thinking speed and perception, enhancement could also improve his learning abilities and similar skills. But even though this improvement should have technically increased his IQ, the reality was that aside from things like learning much faster and performing complex calculations in his mind almost instinctively, not much had changed in other aspects. So it was hard to say if he was actually smarter or not. After a cordial conversation, Nighteye and the elders said their goodbyes when All Might returned, agreeing to reschedule the second session for a couple of days later. Following that, Kai took his family home using a company, where they enjoyed a delicious dinner and played several board games together. 139 Chapter 65. The fight is about to start several months later. An elegant yacht with sleek lines and a gleaming white hull could be seen in the middle of the sea. It featured a beautiful main deck made of wood with steel accents, highlighted by an infinity pool with glass edges, giving the sensation that the water merged with the sea. The pool was surrounded by elegant loungers with white cushions, inviting relaxation under the sun. Around the stunning infinity pool were 5 beautiful women sunbathing on the loungers. They wore elegant and sexy bikinis of different colors, which greatly accentuated their lush and voluptuous figures. Meanwhile, inside the pool were 2 lovely teenagers, accompanied by a beautiful woman with turquoise-green skin. They swam cheerfully, engaging in casual conversations with smiles on their faces and playing with a small cat that meowed pleadingly for help. Away from the captivating pool scene and inside the yacht's impressive bar stood Kai. Dressed only in waterproof shorts, he was preparing various drinks with the help of Chitora, who wore similar shorts and a white sweater. After some time, Kai and Chitora finished all the drinks and placed them on 2 trays to take to the pool. As they did so, Kai commented while looking at the only ally he had had in these difficult times. Thanks for the help, Chitora. Don't worry about it, Chitora replied with a smile while picking up one of the trays. Kai then remarked with an annoyed expression on his face. Seriously, thanks. Those darn women are going to be the end of me one of these days. They only know how to take advantage of me with the excuse of the great emotional stress caused by my duel with All Might, and they've turned me into their slave. Ha ha ha, well, that's their way of punishing you for doing something so reckless, Chitora said cheerfully as he accompanied Kai out of the bar. The blue-eyed boy responded with a mischievous expression. Hey, you'll see. Revenge is a dish best served cold. They'll beg for forgiveness when this is over. Ha ha ha. At Kai's comment, Chitora could only smile amused as they headed to the main deck to deliver the drinks to the girls. All the while, Kai secretly delighted in plotting his terrible and vicious revenge against his cruel tormentors. Oh no, all this worry about my Kai facing the symbol of peace has left my shoulders so stiff that I might not be able to get up from this chair. Who will help me in this terrible situation? With a mischievous expression on her face, Nomori exclaimed in an overly dramatic performance, sending mocking glances at Kai. He could only respond with a venomous look before obediently approaching to give her a massage. Once he finished, Kai stretched audibly, ignoring the laughter-filled kiss Nomori blew him as thanks. Just then, he heard a cheerful, sing-song voice laughing elegantly while pretending to be in pain, which was none other than Yumiko. Oh no, all this stress has left my legs so sore. Could Kai-chan perhaps be moved to help me? With a less than pleased expression, Kai spent the rest of the trip fulfilling the girls' irrational demands until they reached an island. At that point, everyone changed into summer clothes, while Kai donned a black sports outfit before disembarking with the whole group. Because Kai wanted a duel against All Might, who was practically a walking calamity, it was decided that the duel would take place on an uninhabited island to avoid any concerns about the surroundings. This location was where the guests could safely watch through the countless screens located in a control room. All Might sure has resources, but if I had to guess, I'd say this was arranged by Principal Nezu over there. Hello, everyone, we've been expecting you. With his iconic, powerful voice, now evidently full of vitality and energy, All Might greeted them, accompanied by his close associates, the same ones they had seen quite frequently several months ago. But now there was someone extra. Principal Nezu of the prestigious UA High School, where Najire was now a student. Hello everyone, although I didn't expect to see you here, Director Nezu. Kai greeted cordially before looking at the curious rat, bear, who raised his paw cheerfully while greeting with his peculiar voice. Hey, it's the little animal loved by all, the Director Nezu. Long time no see, Saito-kun. Indeed, it's been a while. Kai responded casually. However, inside, he was incredibly excited to be able to use all his strength for the first time. He quickly turned to look at All Might and commented with a smile. What do you say we get started right away, All Might? It's the first time I'll be able to test all my power, and I suppose you must feel something similar, since I've noticed you haven't increased your hero activities much. So you noticed, Kai Shonen. On the recommendation of my associates, I decided to increase them little by little due to certain circumstances. But you're right, I also want to test my strength now that I've recovered. All Might responded with his characteristic smile, to which Kai quickly replied excitedly. Then let's go. Where is the duel location? About 50 kilometers to the west. Do you think you can keep up with me? All Might commented in a challenging tone, wanting to test Kai's speed a bit. He had already experienced one of Kai's casual punches after he healed him completely and realized he truly had the ability to fight him. He. Upon hearing All Might's little challenge, Kai laughed with disdain in his eyes. At the same time, electric sparks began to crackle around his body, lifting his hair, and then he shot into the air before anyone, except the symbol of peace, could perceive what was happening. Seeing Kai disappear from the spot, leaving only a powerful sonic boom behind, All Might could only smile wryly. He then turned to look at the others and bid them farewell with his powerful voice while raising a hand in a goodbye gesture. Well, it seems Kai Shonen is really excited, so we'll see each other later. After saying goodbye, All Might crouched slightly and then shot into the sky, leaving a powerful sonic boom in his wake, possibly even more potent than Kai's. This left the others looking at each other with ironic smiles on their faces. His speed is truly incredible. After a moment, Nighteye couldn't help but comment, genuinely curious to know the details of the boy's quirk, which he guarded very carefully. Indeed, that boy is a monster, Gran Torino added, equally surprised. He then turned to look at Nomori and Shino, who were closest, and bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry about that. No, it's okay. You're right after all. Nomori commented with an ironic smile on her face as she looked in the direction where Kai had disappeared. Well, why don't we head to the observation room? Nezu suggested cheerfully, feeling a bit surprised inside by the boy's terrifying potential. Everyone nodded and followed him as he led the way. Before long, the group arrived at an imposing, almost futuristic-style building constructed in the middle of the deserted island. It had a facade of glass and polished steel that blended harmoniously with the natural surroundings, reflecting the golden rays of the sun. Upon entering the building, the first thing that caught the visitors' attention was an immense hyper-realistic hologram located in the center of the room, which showed a real-time 3D image of a platform where Kai and All Might stood. Around the enormous hologram were elegant and comfortable leather seats equipped with electronic tablets that emitted small holograms with different perspectives of the platform. They really went all out with this room. It's truly impressive, Ryuko commented, somewhat surprised as she looked around. Director Nezu responded with an arrogant attitude, although with his appearance, he could only come across as adorable. Well, you don't see someone capable of giving All Might a fight every day, so I couldn't afford to overlook any details. Although we are fully aware of Kai's capabilities and understand what you're saying, why are you so sure that Kai is telling the truth, to the point that you even built something like this? While sitting in her chair, Yumiko asked somewhat curiously, to which Nighteye casually replied. Well, we didn't believe him, but we believe in All Might, and he told us that the boy could back up his words. I see. Yumiko nodded in understanding. At that moment, Tomoko commented excitedly while looking at the hologram in the center. The fight is about to start. Oh, that's right, come on, we can't miss Kai's fight. Realizing that Tomoko was right, Nejire exclaimed full of excitement and then dragged Momo with her to a couple of seats, which gave Salem the opportunity to escape from her arms. He then ran and hid behind Keiko, looking evidently frightened. Meanwhile, the others quickly settled into their seats to stare intently at the hologram, where they could see All Might and Kai stretching as if they were actually there. They locked eyes for a moment before launching toward each other at blinding speeds. Thanks to the impressive technology of the room, the image slowed down enough for them to see in great detail what was happening. As imposing electric bolts surrounded Kai's body, his right fist collided head-on with All Might's, generating a powerful shockwave that culminated in a potent gust of wind that swept the area, leaving a significant crater on the reinforced platform. The first impact was followed by a flurry of high-speed blows, giving the impression that the pair of opponents had multiple arms. This exchange ended after a powerful strike that sent them a few meters backward, at which point Kai commented cheerfully. What do you think, All Might? Did I pass the test? You're really strong, Kai Shonen, All Might remarked with a smile full of meaning as he stared intently at Kai. Kai laughed joyfully and then replied with a challenging smile on his face. Hee hee, then let's get serious. When Kai's words ceased, the spectators could see how the lightning surrounding him changed from its former pale blue color to an ominous dark violet, increasing in power and quantity. Simultaneously, his blue eyes lit up with an electric glow similar to his lightning, and a jet black Jien sword appeared in his hand, adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to combine electronic circuits with tribal runes. Moments after the incredible light display, Kai vanished for an instant, then reappeared beside All Might, delivering a diagonal slash starting from Kai's left hip upwards, causing a slight expression of surprise on the symbol of peace. With great calm and composure, All Might dodged the attack by jumping to his left. At the same time, a diagonal line of black light shot out from Kai's sword, leaving a deep cut in the ground as it passed and even managing to split the clouds in the sky, creating a scene that widened the eyes of all the spectators. Immediately after the slash, Kai sent various cuts in All Might's direction at great speed, initiating a striking exchange of shockwaves and flying slashes that shot out in all directions, ravaging the island. 139 Chapter 66. What exactly is his quirk? In the duel viewing room, everyone watched the hologram with expressions full of surprise and astonishment. However, in the case of the younger ones and a certain cat that had managed to get its own chair at some point, excitement could be seen in their bright eyes. This goes beyond my wildest expectations. Gran Torino pinched his arm hard before continuing, even more surprised, and I'm not dreaming. What exactly is his quirk? Nighteye looked toward the girls who had come with the monstrous boy, then asked with a solemn expression, why does his record only list force control? Well, Kai refused to update it. Nomori looked momentarily at the people gazing at her full of doubt, then turned back to the hologram and continued, according to him, the government already sold him out once, so there's no need to give them more opportunities by handing over information about his quirk. Besides, his quirk allows him to do the same as his father, only better, so technically it's not a lie. A bitter expression emerged on the faces of all present. Although Kai's argument was a bit weak, it revealed the deep distrust he felt toward the government and his unwillingness to cooperate with it. Everyone knew the boy had his reasons. After all, a well-known politician was involved in the tragedy of his parents. Although he tried to explain to him in many ways that politician didn't represent the government as a whole and that the fact he was captured was proof of that, he always responded that it was only because the case became famous and that he isn't much different from the others in the government, just a bit more stupid. Shino added with a complex expression on her face, to which Nejire commented while staring intently at Kai and the hologram at the center of the room. Yes, Kai-chan always tells me never to believe in those leeches who only know how to live off others, and that if any of them approach me when I start out as a hero in the future, the first thing I should do is destroy their balls, and he'll take care of the rest. Yes, he tells me the same, and he always says that as a hero, I will be directly antagonistic to the government, since I represent a private force that protects order without a direct subordination relationship. Therefore, those leeches will try to manipulate me to follow their stupid agendas. Momo added while playing with the different perspectives on the tablet in her seat, trying to find the angle where Kai looked best. That's quite a unique way of viewing the hero system and a very questionable way of seeing the government. The elderly woman added in a grave tone. Nighteye adjusted his glasses, then looked at the girls with sharp eyes and commented in an accusatory tone. Although Recovery Girl is right, we're getting sidetracked. What's really important here is what his quirk actually does. Not only can he heal others, but he's also super strong, releases electricity, and then there's that sword that appeared in his hand out of nowhere, and the sword capable of blocking my perception. Well, and why should we give you that information? It seems you've forgotten that this duel is the payment Kai requested for healing the dying symbol of peace. You're not in a position to be asking those questions, Nighteye. Keiko responded haughtily while looking at Nighteye with disdain, who added in an angry tone. Well, it seems you've forgotten that you're one phone call away from having a big mess with the government for hiding relevant information about a miner's quirk. And you seem to ignore that you're threatening the family of the monster, who is fighting hand to hand with the symbol of peace. Kai is a very jealous and protective person, so you'd better watch the tone you use with us, or you'll have an All Might pointing a sword at your neck. With an evident expression of anger on her face, Keiko retorted, adding emphasis on the word monster, as an imposing jet black panther materialized out of nowhere and growled at Nighteye with powerful murderous intent, standing protectively beside Keiko. Calm down, Keiko. Kai said it was okay to tell them a bit about it. There's no need for you to be looking for a fight like that. HMPH. Seeing that the scene had heated up to the point where the elders and Nighteye were about to respond to Keiko, Nomori quickly intervened, after which the beautiful black-haired woman only huffed, annoyed, as the panther beside her disappeared. Director Nezu turned to look at her and thanked her. Thank you very much for calming the situation, Kayama-san. Director Nezu turned his gaze toward Nighteye before continuing, and Nighteye, it's best that you keep calm and a cool head. With a dark expression, Nighteye nodded, then returned his gaze to the hologram at the center of the room. Nomori commented with a small cordial smile on her face. There's no need for thanks, rather, I'd like to apologize for Kiko's attitude. Her temper is a bit delicate, and she's very protective. I'd also like to apologize for Night-Eye's threats. They were empty threats, Nezu responded, slightly bowing his head, to which Nomori smiled and then added cordially. That's a relief then. But you mentioned that Kai-kun thought it was okay for you to tell us a bit about it, so I'd like to ask you to share with us some more information to understand what we're seeing. Director Nezu added in his almost childlike voice while raising one of his paws, to which Nomori nodded in agreement. Sure, what do you want to know? If it's not too much, I'd like to know what Kai-kun's true quirk is. Well, that's something I can't tell you, since I don't know. None of us know, Nomori replied while slightly shrugging her shoulders, to which Director Nezu asked, looking surprised. Kai-kun hasn't shared it with you? Stop playing mind games, Nezu. That doesn't work with us, Keiko retorted, annoyed at Director Nezu's words. He quickly asked with an innocent expression. I don't know what you mean, Yayorozu-san. Yeah, whatever you say. Come on, Keiko, you can't blame him for trying. You know how he is. Yumiko stepped in to calm things down, to which Keiko huffed, annoyed, then looked at Kai in the hologram while Director Nezu laughed innocently. HMPH. Hee. Director Nezu, I'd like you not to try to play those kinds of tricks. Otherwise we won't be able to have a pleasant conversation, Nomori commented in a more serious tone while looking directly into the curious animal's eyes, who responded, trying to play innocent. I don't know what you mean, Kayama-san, but I'll try not to make comments like that again. That's a relief then, Nomori nodded, satisfied at Nezu's words, who shortly after commented in a more serious tone. But continuing from before, since you don't know what Kai's quirk is, if it's not too much, I'd like you to tell me a bit about what you do know. Alright, but in exchange, I want everyone present to promise to ensure that the information doesn't leak. In return, we will commit to the same regarding what Kai discovered about All Might's unique quirk when he healed him, Nomori commented with a businesslike smile while looking at All Might's group, who quickly looked at her alarmed. What do you mean by that? Gran Torino asked while staring at Nomori, who quickly responded with a smile. Well, it turns out that when Kai healed All Might, he inadvertently discovered something incredible. All Might's quirk wasn't something he was born with, since he was born quirkless. So his quirk was something given to him later, and according to Kai's own words, it must be something that has been done several times in the past, about 7 times, to be exact. What? Nezu, Nighteye, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl exclaimed in surprise while looking at Nomori and the girls as if trying to bore a hole through them, disbelief written on their faces. The girls responded with small, cunning smiles. How is it possible for him to discover something like that? Gran Torino asked with a grave expression, not believing for a single second that the secret of One for All had been discovered, by chance, by a child. Well, to know that, I'd have to tell you more about Kai's quirk, so first we'd have to commit to each other not to reveal our secrets. Nomori responded with a small, cunning smile, which left All Might's close ones in complete silence. The four looked at each other full of doubts and confusion, but after a moment, they nodded among themselves, as they had no other options. Shortly after, Nezu took the floor to speak on behalf of their group and commented in a grave and serious tone, very different from his usual attitude. Alright, we commit to keeping the information about Kai-kun's quirk secret, but we really hope you do the same with All Might's quirk. Revealing that information could collapse our society. That's a relief then. We also commit to keeping this information confidential, and don't worry, apart from those present, no one knows anything about it. Nomori nodded in satisfaction as she spoke, to which the entire family nodded in agreement. Now I'd like to know how the boy could discover the secret of All Might's quirk, Gran Torino asked in a serious tone, to which Nomori responded with a cunning smile. Well, actually, we weren't 100% sure. It was a supposition we had, and we only confirmed it with your reaction, so I'm sorry for lying to you a bit. You really caught us there, but I suppose it was something we couldn't escape from. After all, you revealed the entire secret with so many details that we could never think it was just a supposition. But how did you manage to arrive at such an accurate supposition? Gran Torino commented with an ironic smile, although his eyes held hidden vigilance toward those present. Nomori responded with a smile. Well, according to Kai, the first step to healing someone is to check their condition. But with All Might, he noticed something very strange. He had 2 bones in his pinky finger instead of 1. Something quite rare nowadays and commonly associated with quirkless people, which led him to study his body more carefully. He noticed that his quirk factor was different from anything else he had seen. In his words, it seemed somehow out of place. Moreover, to heal, Kai also uses another of his abilities to monitor his patients in real time, which allows him to sense presences at a very detailed level. So, during the first intervention, he concentrated completely on All Might's presence for a long period, which led him to notice 7 small fragments of other presences totally different from All Might's, something that became increasingly evident with subsequent interventions. With all that information, we did some research and found records of a hero named Nanashimura, who had abilities very similar to All Might's, only weaker if you removed the part where she could apparently float. Additionally, we found an even older hero named Daigoro Banjo, who had the same characteristics but with a black whip instead of floating. With all that data, we came to the supposition that all the heroes we found records of with abilities similar to All Might's were actually former holders of his quirk, and their secondary abilities were actually their own quirks. Due to the dates, we supposed that Nanashimura passed it on to All Might. Nana. Gran Torino let out a melancholic sigh as he remembered that great woman, which led Yumiko to ask curiously. You knew her? Yes, she was a great hero and died too young, Gran Torino replied in a low voice, to which Yumiko responded empathetically. That's a shame. But then, what can Kai-kun's quirk do? You've mentioned very disparate abilities that apparently have nothing in common, and that, added to the abilities he's showing in battle, makes it even harder to believe it's just one quirk. Nezu asked as he looked at the girls, filled with genuine curiosity. Well, actually, we believe that Kai's quirk is a singularity since he can do the same as his parents but better, in addition to possessing a very powerful extra ability. Kai can materialize anything with which he is very familiar and, under certain special conditions, give unique properties to what he creates. Seeing that Nemori's throat was a bit dry from her explanation, Shino signaled for her to go get a drink from a nearby vending machine while she herself explained a condensed version of Kai's true capabilities. Anything? Nighteye exclaimed loudly in astonishment, a sentiment shared by Nezu, Gran Torino, and Recovery Girl, who looked at Shino with disbelief. She nodded with a serious expression while explaining. Yes, anything, like swords, lightning, and things like that. But with Kai's incredible creativity, he has managed to develop his quirk to create amazing things, like the sword capable of blocking clairvoyance. His quirk is truly insane. Recovery Girl commented in a soft voice while looking at the young man in the hologram. 139 Chapter 67. He can even do that. In the midst of exchanging high-speed attacks with All Might, Kai couldn't help but form a huge, almost maniacal smile on his face. After all, he was genuinely enjoying finally being able to test the limits of his main ability, the one he believed was his Hatsu before the appearance of Sage, which he decided to simply call Lightning Mantle without overcomplicating things. Lightning Mantle was actually the combination of 4 categories of Nen with Haki. He used Haki for defense and attack, transmutation to create electricity that helped increase his speed, and emission to send electric attacks at a distance. Meanwhile, using enhancement and manipulation, he boosted his body to the maximum and pushed beyond his limits while simultaneously healing the damage this caused in real time. But that was Lightning Mantle, before merging his aura and Haki. After that, somehow this ability had undergone a qualitative change, now having 2 forms. The original and the one he used in combination with Advanced Armament and Conqueror's Haki, which for some reason made his lightning change color. With the second form, Kai could not only further increase his strength, speed, and the destructive power of his lightning, but even his armament and Conqueror's Haki became more powerful. This basically turned him into a super speed killing machine, and the light effects were much more impressive. Having become accustomed to the way All Might fought, where not only did his intentions change at absurd speeds, but he was even able to react and alter his visions of the future, Kai began to deliver increasingly dangerous blows to the symbol of peace, even managing to inflict a couple of superficial cuts that barely dripped a drop of blood. But as the smile on Kai's face widened due to his evident improvement, All Might suddenly increased his power, intercepting one of Kai's slashes with a powerful punch. He caught Kai by surprise and sent him flying through the air at great speed, shortly after crashing hard into a nearby small mountain, creating a huge crater and releasing an immense cloud of dust. Feeling quite surprised, Kai quickly got out of the crater he was in, then launched himself at full speed toward All Might, starting the exchange of blows anew. But this was no longer a game of dodging and attacking. Now both opponents were attacking and blocking each other's attacks while moving around the island at even higher speeds than before. Similarly, the repercussions of the attacks became almost cataclysmic, with tornadoes, gales, shockwaves, and slashes that sliced through the terrain as if it were butter. A furious earthquake threatened to trigger a tsunami, while the island completely lost its original shape. Electric slash. Suddenly, Kai announced in a low voice while taking advantage of a small opening he saw with his future vision, sending a slash of dark light that released ominous dark violet lightning. It was even stronger and larger than those he had released before and reached All Might at a shocking speed, almost instantaneously, taking the symbol of peace by surprise. Surprised, All Might quickly crossed his arms to shield himself, only to be violently thrown through the air, destroying everything in his path. He then crashed into a mountain, making the entire holographic image in the viewing room tremble, in a manner very similar to how Kai had done moments before. Emerging from the crater, All Might looked deeply at the boy who seemed like a god of lightning and who was brazenly smiling at him. Immediately after, he leapt into the air and launched an apocalyptic punch while shouting loudly. California Smash! All Might's punch created a powerful shockwave that generated a violent gust of wind, which shot out in Kai's direction. Kai quickly sent a flying slash to intercept, but unlike previous times, this time his slash was overwhelmed, forcing him to move at high speed to dodge. Swordfield, Sage, with a serious expression, Kai announced in a low voice, and dozens of swords appeared around him. At that moment, Sage, who had been present all along in mode, quickly took control of the swords, then sent them at full speed toward All Might. He immediately raised one of his fists as several flying slashes and swords aiming to stab him shot out in his direction. Detroit Smash! Along with his shout, All Might struck downward with unmatched force and speed, generating a powerful vertical shockwave that ended up creating a mighty tornado around him. This deflected the swords and overwhelmed the slashes, keeping him safe inside. Using a speed that made him disappear for a moment, All Might appeared near Kai, then sent a powerful punch toward the boy's head. Kai calmly moved his head to one side, then delivered a powerful slash toward the number 1 hero's chest, but to his surprise, his sword was repelled by a shockwave that emanated from All Might's chest. "You got to be kidding me, he can even do that?" With fluid movements, Kai quickly jumped back while staring open-mouthed at how the hero of peace had moved his pectoral muscles at absurd speed, generating a shockwave that repelled his sword. But All Might didn't let him escape and quickly approached to force him into close-quarters combat. Finding himself pinned down by All Might, Kai quickly concluded that his sword was putting him at a disadvantage in such close combat. He swiftly replaced it with 2 impressive black military knives with beautiful Damascus steel patterns and aura script engravings, engaging in close-quarters combat with All Might, using the knives to stab the shockwaves that came from increasingly unexpected places. At the same time, Sage sent the swords she controlled to attack All Might. She calculated his movements and those of her master with the help of the Absolute Perception Field, or the AP Field, as her master had decided to call it, thus avoiding injuring him by accident. However, since the symbol of peace stayed so close to Kai, their effectiveness was greatly reduced, which put an irritated expression on her beautiful and delicate face. Using his knives coated with Haki, Kai managed to cause several wounds on All Might, although it wasn't free, as he received several powerful blows in return. However, thanks to armament Haki and Sage, who healed all his injuries, he was in perfect condition, though the depletion of aura and Haki was brutal. Wishing to settle the duel once and for all, Kai quickly dodged a punch from All Might by ducking. At the same time, his military knives were replaced by an imposing greatsword, with which he delivered a powerful blow to the number 1 hero, taking him by surprise and sending him flying through the air. Although, thanks to the pseudo-armor of shockwaves he could create by moving his muscles, the damage was minimal. Without losing a single moment, Kai made his greatsword disappear, then conjured, for the first time in the fight, a sword that did not follow a design suitable for combat, being a flamberge-type sword. Apart from the typical aura script design that all his swords shared, different chains hung from its hilt, which wrapped around the blade of the sword. Conqueror's shackles. With Kai's announcement, the chains that wrapped around the blade loosened and then vanished, while powerful chains appeared around All Might, wrapping around him. At that point, Kai plunged the sword into the ground, which somehow seemed to trap All Might in the air. With All Might trapped, Kai proceeded to spread his legs and flex his knees while bringing his hands together near his waist, leaving a space between them. The dark violet electricity around him began to crackle intensely, at which point Kai announced loudly. Came. At Kai's words, a dark violet ball of energy began to form in his hands, emitting large amounts of light. Kai then exclaimed loudly again. Haim. With the second word, the energy ball aggressively grew in size, releasing erratic dark violet electric rays that traversed the destroyed battlefield, emitting a powerful and ominous glow far superior to the previous one. Ha! As he shouted forcefully, Kai extended his hands toward the sky in All Might's direction, causing the energy ball to transform into a gigantic dark violet energy beam that shot toward the trapped symbol of peace in the air. Just before the energy beam hit him, with a serious expression on his face, All Might exerted all his power, managing to break the chains on the upper part of his body. Immediately after, he punched the air with a powerful strike that released a potent shockwave. New Hampshire Smash. With the punch to the air, All Might shot toward the ground at great speed, narrowly avoiding the beam, which only managed to graze one of his iconic antennae, evaporating the tip. He then landed powerfully on the ground, where he quickly freed the lower part of his body. Once free, All Might clenched his fist tightly, then launched an apocalyptic punch into the air, which released a brutal shockwave accompanied by a furious gust of wind in Kai's direction. Kai looked visibly exhausted as the black GN sword reappeared in his hand. He then delivered a slash, holding it with both hands. Texas Smash. Electric Slash. When the two attacks made by beings of colossal power collided, a powerful earthquake shook the island, while the sky seemed to have been split in half. Terrifying dark violet lightning and colossal shockwaves impacted the terrain, leaving it completely destroyed and unrecognizable. After a moment, the apocalyptic clash of energy ceased, and shortly after, the dust cloud cleared, revealing All Might standing victorious and exuding a heroic aura. His hero costume was torn in several places, and bloodstains marked different parts of his body. Meanwhile, Kai sat on the ground breathing heavily, looking incredibly exhausted, although unlike his opponent, he appeared in perfect condition without the slightest scratch. "You're really something else, All Might." "I give up, ha ha ha," Kai commented amusedly before lying down on the ground with his limbs outstretched, feeling completely fulfilled after using his lightning mantle to exhaustion. "You're truly powerful, Kai Shonen. This has been one of the most challenging battles I've had," All Might remarked as he looked at the young man on the ground with a gaze full of meaning. Kai then added cheerfully, "Ha ha ha, it was very liberating to use my attacks without holding back. It was like stretching after a long time, it feels great." "I understand what you mean, Kai Shonen. So, are you satisfied with your payment?" After a moment, All Might shook his head before commenting with a smile. "Quite satisfied, it was totally worth the effort. I might even heal someone for you just once in exchange for another duel like this," Kai replied with a smile on his face as he sat back down on the ground, although secretly he felt a little disappointed. "So he didn't attack? What a pity, I wanted to test that ability." "Ha ha ha, I'll keep that in mind, Kai Shonen," All Might said with a relaxed smile as he approached Kai, who looked at him curiously while asking, "By the way, All Might, how did you manage to find a solution to everything I did? Halfway through, I was running out of ideas." "It's experience, Kai Shonen, experience," All Might replied with a casual smile as he sat near the young man, who couldn't help but comment with a curious expression on his face. "Experience? My mother is always right after all, ha ha ha." "What did your mother say, Kai Shonen?" All Might couldn't help but ask curiously, to which Kai replied somewhat nostalgically and amusedly. "She said that the only thing that can beat intelligence is experience. So if I was the intelligent one in this case, you were the experienced one, and from the beginning, I was destined to lose. But it doesn't matter, it was fun, hee hee." "Those are very wise words, ha ha ha." All Might couldn't help but laugh amused at the curious phrase, at which point Kai extended one of his hands while commenting with a smile. "They really are, but let me heal you." "Thank you, then, Kai Shonen." With All Might's acceptance, Kai's hand lit up with a sky blue light, healing all the wounds of the symbol of peace, which were nothing more than superficial injuries. This allowed him to realize that he hadn't really caused any real damage to the beast in human form he had faced, which inevitably brought a somewhat bitter smile to his face. 139 Chapter 68. A potential super villain. After healing All Might, Kai got up from the ground and dusted off his clothes, still looking quite exhausted. At that moment, the symbol of peace asked curiously while doing something similar. "Kai Shonen, could you tell me the name of your quirk?" "Sure, but in exchange, I want you to tell me yours. It's one of the great mysteries of the internet after all," Kai replied with a smile as he stretched his shoulders a bit. "That seems fair, but you have to promise to keep it a secret," All Might responded in a serious tone, to which Kai nodded and then commented similarly. "Alright, but in return, you must keep mine secret." "I understand, I accept the deal, and the name of my quirk is One for All," All Might said while looking at Kai, who nodded and added with a smile. "One for All? A curious name, though I suppose it's because it can be passed from one to another." "How do you know that?" All Might asked in surprise as all alarms went off in his head, but Kai quickly replied with a small smile. He, I didn't know, I guessed, and you just confirmed it for me. Which explains why your quirk factor is so strange and there are so many fragments of other voices in your voice." All Might stared intently at Kai for a moment, almost as if he wanted to confirm that he wasn't lying. Then he smiled bitterly and spoke while looking at the sky, emitting an air of melancholy and duty. "You got me there, and yes, you're right. My quirk is a sacred torch passed down from generation to generation with a purpose, given to me by my mentor Shimura Nana. Oh, I know something about her. She was a heroine about 40 years ago. To confirm my suspicions about your quirk, I investigated people with abilities similar to yours and found her," Kai commented in a serious tone, to which All Might could only smile with melancholy. "She was like a mother to me, and I hope I've been able to fulfill the mission she gave me." "Well, I don't really know what to tell you, so I'll tell you the name of my quirk. I call it spiritual aura," Kai said, a bit uncomfortable with All Might's melancholy, which immediately caught the hero's attention. He quickly asked with curiosity. "That's a curious name, but what does it actually do? I see you have super strength, super speed, you release lightning bolts, can intimidate, anticipate my movements, create swords, can heal, etc. Very different things from each other. They almost seem like different quirks." "Well, actually, all those are just applications of my quirk, which is a powered-up combination of my parents' quirks. Through it, I can use my energy to reproduce things I'm very familiar with and sometimes give them special properties, like the sword that blocks clairvoyance. Reproduce things you're familiar with? Was that your mother's quirk ability? All Might asked, confused, since he knew Iron Palm's quirk and he couldn't do that. No, my mother's quirk allows me to sense presences, and what you defined as intimidate is actually my father's quirk. Remember he could harden himself with his quirk? Well, it's the same, only I took it further. Kai commented with a smile, which greatly surprised All Might, who quickly added. Now that you mention it, it's true. Your father's quirk was force control, but after years of training, he could harden and greatly improve his defense. So, according to your explanation, what happened was that his constant martial arts training familiarized him with hardening his body, and he could use his energy to reproduce that effect? That's what I think, too. After all, my quirk initially did the same as my parents', only a bit better and more powerful. So, according to my theory, if my father had been an electrician instead of a hero and martial artist, he could have created lightning over time. Kai nodded and then explained, which led All Might to ask, somewhat curious and doubtful. That's impressive, but how did you discover all that, Kai Shonen? Your father spent years training his quirk and never realized it. Well, that was thanks to my hobby. My father's job example doesn't come out of nowhere. Ever since I can remember, I've been an engineering enthusiast, and my parents spoiled me a lot. So I had all kinds of equipment and tools to build things, which led me to become very familiar with electricity, and over time I could produce electrical sparks. So I came up with that theory, and since my quirk is more powerful than my parents', it took me not only much less time to test it, but the result was more powerful. What you saw today is the result of years of ideas and training. Without showing the slightest change of expression, Kai recounted the excuse he had thought of long ago, one that at least sounded logical and that, although it gave a certain amount of information about his abilities, still left him plenty of room to play and surprise a possible, well-informed, enemy. This led All Might to nod in understanding, believing a bit of what the boy was saying. You're really incredible, Kai Shonen. You're very intelligent to notice something like that and to be able to take your quirk to this level. Nah, I just have strange ideas and I'm very stubborn, Kai commented, amused at the same time that bluish lightning began to run through his body again, since, thanks to his breathing, he had managed to recover a bit. You're quite humble, Kai Shonen, All Might said while looking at Kai with approval, who just stretched a bit while responding. No, I'm just realistic. But we'd better head back, I've recovered enough to return. If you say so, but you're right, it's better that we go back. All Might responded with a smile on his face, then took a leap, quickly followed by Kai. A while later, they landed on the island where the observation room was, which they entered shortly after, only to find their associates on the edge of their seats watching the final part of the encounter. Not wanting to distract the spectators, All Might and Kai sat on a couple of chairs away. Salem then jumped onto Kai's lap, as he was the only one who noticed they had returned, earning several pets from his master as a reward. After a while, the holographic screen finally showed the final confrontation between Kai's slash and All Might's punch, which caused such destruction that it ended up destroying even the last camera. Everyone was anxious and worried to know the outcome. What did you think of the duel? Just at that moment, All Might's powerful voice was heard from behind, which led everyone to look in that direction. The symbol of peace smiled with an extended hand, while Kai was asleep in a nearby chair with Salem on his lap. All Might, Toshinori. Upon seeing All Might, everyone exclaimed aloud. Shortly after, the girls ran to the sleeping Kai's side to check his condition, only to let out relieved sighs upon noticing that he was only asleep with a peaceful expression on his face without the slightest scratch. As if he hadn't had an apocalyptic battle just moments ago. Ha ha ha, it seems you liked it. All Might commented with an amused tone upon seeing everyone's expressions, to which Gran Torino commented with a complex expression. That battle went beyond what I expected. Meanwhile, Momo took Salem from Kai's lap, while Ryuko gently shook Kai, managing to wake him up afterward. At the same time, Nomori bowed respectfully and spoke to the group, who turned to look at her, not without first glancing at the monstrous boy who rubbed his sleepy eyes. Thank you very much for everything. We'd like to chat more, but Kai seems really tired, so we'd like to take him to the yacht. If it's alright with you, we could meet later to continue our conversation. That won't be any problem, although I'd really like to have a conversation later. Nezu responded while raising one of his paws in the air, his mind filled with deep thoughts as he looked at the blue-eyed boy. Of course, Director Nezu, then we'll take our leave. With Ryuko and Shino helping the sleepy Kai, the group quickly left to head to the yacht. Inside the room, a sepulchral silence reigned, but after a moment, Nighteye adjusted his glasses and then spoke in a solemn tone. That boy is a real monster, that fight went beyond my wildest expectations. Certainly, Kai Shonen is truly terrifying. For a moment, I felt as if I were facing All for One. He showed very different powers, as if they were different quirks. All Might commented with a serious expression, to which Gran Torino asked with a sharp look. Do you think he's related to All for One? After all, somehow he knew the secret of your One for All? Although I considered it for a moment, I doubt it very much. After all, if that were the case, he wouldn't have healed me, and we've already performed all possible tests. Kai Shonen didn't play any tricks, I'm in perfect condition, and even now I'm a bit stronger than before. Besides, I was a personal friend of his father, and we investigated everything we could. His background is clean. All Might shook his head and explained, which led everyone to nod in agreement. But at that moment, Director Nezu spoke in an unusually serious and solemn tone, attracting everyone's attention. Although Kai-kun really doesn't have a connection with All for One, he is still a potential threat. He's too strong at such a young age. How strong will he be in a couple of decades? And if we add the opinion he has about the government, things could get really complicated. What opinion does he have about the government? Upon hearing Director Nezu, All Might couldn't help but ask curiously. Nezu explained what he had heard moments before, which put an expression of concern on the symbol of peace's face, who couldn't help but comment in a grave tone. It's really complicated, and the problem is that there really are people like that among politicians, which can lead to a serious problem if circumstances allow it. Certainly. Besides, from what I've investigated, the boy, despite being the son of a great hero like Iron Palm, is quite indifferent towards strangers. We all saw how he handled healing All Might and the demands he made, which only adds fuel to the fire. Nezu added in a serious tone, to which Recovery Girl added with a dark expression. I agree with that. If he were a person with a heart to help, he would have saved countless lives with his magnificent medical abilities. But as far as we know, he has only acted twice. Once to save the only remaining relative of someone close to him and All Might. So what we have is a potential, super, villain. Nighteye commented in a serious tone while adjusting his glasses, to which Director Nezu added with a sly smile on his face. That, or the next symbol of peace. Upon hearing Director Nezu's words, everyone present couldn't help but look at him with wide eyes. The curious animal smiled cunningly, then explained in his typical adorable tone of voice. Although it's true that Saito-kun isn't exactly the most willing to help people, he's not a bad boy either. After all, despite having such overwhelming power at the tender age of 14, he has no record of any kind. What's more, he doesn't even have a single ticket on his record. This speaks of a quality equal to or perhaps even more important for being a great hero. Self-control. Think about it for a moment. How would you yourselves be with so much power at that age? Or how many people would have the mental fortitude not to let themselves be intoxicated by such great power? Moreover, although All Might is now healed, he's not getting any younger. Are you implying that I should pass on the one for all to him, Director Nezu? After a few moments, All Might asked while looking intently at Nezu, who shook his head and then explained with a smile. Not really. In truth, I don't think he needs it. Besides, the one for all would be the counterbalance that could stand up to his power if things go wrong. Well, that may sound good, but how do you intend to turn the boy into a hero? He doesn't seem very interested in it. Nighteye commented while looking at Nezu, who smiled evilly while responding. With my revolutionary educational theories, of course, he. 139 Chapter 69. Doesn't seem like a quirk after arriving at the yacht. Ryuko and Shino took Kai to one of the rooms, where the blue-eyed boy fell asleep the moment he touched the bed. This brought affectionate smiles to the faces of the pair of beautiful women, who looked at each other somewhat amused. It seems he really gave it his all, fufufu. Shino commented playfully in a low voice, to which Ryuko nodded equally cheerfully. Yes, he looks so cute all tuckered out, but let's let him rest. Let's join the others. After a couple more giggles, the pair of beautiful women left the room to meet up with the others on deck. Meanwhile, a black cat with blue eyes discreetly slipped into Kai's room and settled next to his master on the bed. The next day, Kai opened his eyes with the first rays of the sun. He sat up in bed while stretching, and after a moment, he got up and headed to the bathroom, wanting to take a good shower while summoning his reliable assistant. Sage. Yes, master. As she materialized, the beautiful fairy spoke with a small smile on her face, to which Kai asked a bit more seriously. Were you able to obtain all the data on my performance and All Might's? Yes, master. From his combat method to how his special cells worked, which helped clarify several doubts about his strange quirk. Sage replied in a serious tone while showing Kai a holographic screen summarizing the data. One for all really doesn't seem like a quirk at all. While reviewing the information, Kai couldn't help but vocalize the thought that had been circling in his head since he first analyzed One for All. After all, that quirk was too strange. More than a quirk, it seemed like a super sophisticated DNA editing device. The curious conclusion Kai reached about One for All was due to how it worked. Based on the tests and data Sage had obtained, Kai determined that this quirk functioned almost algorithmically, following a set of structured steps that seemed to have a specific objective, especially since there were a couple of extra, unnecessary, steps. The way One for All worked was that upon entering a new body, it mutated by referencing the unique characteristics of the new DNA, strengthening itself in the process. At the same time, it modified the new host's DNA to adapt to its existence. In return, it allowed the use of different abilities, such as accumulation, which did not function like any normal accumulation quirk and was possibly the result of several mutations. The accumulation of One for All worked by turning the host's entire body into a kind of energy generator. It modified all the body's cells to exponentially increase their production of what he decided to call bioenergy, which was the power source of quirks. That was why, despite supposedly being accumulation, All Might never ran out of energy. It wasn't because there was so much energy that it never depleted, it was because he wasn't accumulating energy in himself. What One for All did was progressively modify the body's cells to increase their capacity and maximum production of bioenergy, which resulted in All Might's brutal set of abilities. But as if that weren't enough, One for All had the ability to modify itself to integrate the abilities of other quirks into itself, creating perfect copies of those abilities that integrated seamlessly into its structure. However, according to a small experiment by Sage, this meant that a person with a quirk would suffer great physical stress due to this, which could bring serious health problems. But that's where the strange extra, unnecessary, steps of the One for All came in. Although he still lacked data to confirm his theory, Kai knew from the little he saw of the series that when All Might passed on his quirk, he began to lose his abilities quickly, which didn't make sense. After all, the modifications were already made. Furthermore, even though all the genetic information was there along with the necessary quirk factor, All Might couldn't use the additional abilities in One for All aside from accumulation, which was quite strange, to say the least. This led Kai to consider a possibility. One for All didn't abandon the previous host but actually duplicated itself in the new host's body. Then, it began to reverse the changes to take away the abilities, giving the false appearance that the quirk had abandoned the previous host. The question was, why did it do this? From how it worked, there was no real need to do so. This led him to realize two things. First, there was a vital part of how One for All functioned that he didn't know, or even about quirks themselves. Second, and more importantly, that quirk was too strange and gave him an evil feeling, so it was better to dismiss any idea he might have about having it. Although, well, he never wanted it in the first place, so that part was easy. Well, with this, we have what we need to start our little research project to replicate the accumulation of One for All to enhance the girl's quirks and maybe mine. After turning off the shower, Kai commented while drying himself, to which Sage responded with a serious expression while displaying a different holographic screen. Understood, Master. I'll begin exploring the possibilities of using aura to reproduce a similar effect, using invasive medical means, and developing external devices. That's fine, but focus mainly on using aura. Using external means might work for the girls, but not for me. As he left the bathroom, Kai ordered in a serious tone, to which Sage quickly nodded. Understood, Master. Also, run several simulations of the battle with All Might, but with me going all out. Kai added in a serious tone since, although it was likely that All Might hadn't shown all his power either, he wanted to see how his other abilities would have worked. He preferred not to show up unless absolutely necessary. After all, they would be his trump cards, and he had already made a strong impression. Any more than that could cause serious problems. Understood, Master. I'll run a complete simulation and even adjust All Might's parameters to use all his power according to the estimates we can make with the current information. Sage nodded seriously while her wings glowed in various colors, to which Kai nodded, truly satisfied. Perfect. After changing clothes and ending up in simple black shorts and a white hoodie, Kai headed to the yacht's main living area. The main living area was decorated in a minimalist and modern style, with comfortable sofas and a huge screen at the front, where Ryuko was playing an adventure video game. Good morning. In a casual tone, Kai greeted the beautiful woman on the main sofa, who was dressed in a simple white summer dress that seemed to highlight her almost divine beauty. She turned to look at him while patting the spot next to her with a smile. Good morning, Kai. Let's play a bit. Sure. Comfortably, Kai took a second controller from a nearby cabinet, then sat next to Ryuko, who smiled cheerfully before switching the game to a fighting one, speaking in a challenging tone. He, today you're going down. We'll see about that. Kai responded with a slight smile, then chose a character and started the battle, easily defeating Ryuko, who quickly retorted with an annoyed look. HMPH, I was just warming up, next time, I'll play seriously. Let's see then. After several consecutive defeats, Ryuko let the controller drop onto the sofa with exasperation, then lay down with a pout, resting her head on Kai's lap, though she turned her head away so as not to look at him. You're so annoying. At Ryuko's comment full of frustration, Kai could only smile amused while stroking her silky golden hair, which greatly relaxed the beautiful heroine. After a moment, she asked in a low voice. Did you enjoy the duel with All Might? Quite a bit. It was a good experience, although I'm still far from what he can achieve. Eventually, I'll surpass him. It's just a matter of time. Kai responded casually without stopping his stroking of Ryuko's hair, who, after remaining silent for a moment, couldn't help but ask with a tone full of mixed feelings. Kai, would you really not consider becoming a hero? The truth is, no, that profession doesn't hold any appeal for me. I like being anonymous as much as possible, and besides, I'm quite rich. Kai once again expressed his answer to the question that everyone in his family had asked him at least once. But with your abilities, you could save so many people. Ryuko commented in a disappointed tone, as, although she had heard the same answer several times, it still seemed a shame to her. Well, maybe so, but why bother? After all, I'm an unstable person with severe mental problems. Why would anyone ever need my help? Kai responded with a scornful tone, which brought a look full of pain to Ryuko's face. To this day, if there was something in their family that she considered the greatest tragedy that could have happened to them, aside from the death of Kai's parents, it was undoubtedly the media circus that was made around Kai's mental stability, something that no matter how much they tried to silence, was not possible, although many celebrities ended up either in jail or without a career in the process. Whether he used it as an excuse or if it had really impacted him, Kai always ended conversations about being a hero with that phrase. It was almost as if he were expressing that his father's years as a hero had been for nothing. In the end, all he gained was a tragic death, and he, as his only son, the stigma of being crazy. Kai, you know that doesn't represent the majority. It's just a minority who were swayed by what the press said, and many of your father's fans defended you tooth and nail. Besides, a lot of time has passed. After a moment, Ryuko explained in a low voice, to which Kai only smiled while stroking her golden hair. Kai's silence could only bring a sigh from the beautiful heroine, who closed her eyes while different feelings fluctuated in her heart. In her eyes, Kai was the perfect man. He had everything she had always dreamed of in a husband. He was handsome, rich, capable, strong, and, above all, protective and home-loving. But there was a small flaw, one that she couldn't help but feel a little itch about: his indifference toward strangers. But at the same time, she understood that for Kai, being a hero was a somewhat delicate subject, since it wasn't just his indifference toward strangers. There were also unresolved feelings that Kai refused to let go of, to the point that, even though he had never mentioned it, not even once, they, who had been his family for many years, could easily notice it. But you know, although I won't be a hero, you already are, and just as you strengthened yourselves with the help of the accomplices, over time I'll create new things to empower you. So, in the end, the people I don't save, you'll end up saving, and who knows, maybe you could even become the next symbol of peace or something like that. After a moment of silence, Kai commented with a smile while stroking Ryuko's hair, who couldn't help but turn her head to look directly into his eyes. After a moment, she threw herself and hugged him without saying a word. With a somewhat amused smile on his face, Kai began to gently stroke Ryuko's slender back, who hugged him tightly. After a moment, she whispered in a voice full of feelings. "You're really the best, Kai. Ha ha ha, not at all. I just want you all to be happy, and being heroes makes you happy. I'm more than willing to help." Kai commented warmly while returning Ryuko's hug, who seemed to melt in his arms, then commented in an almost dreamy voice. "Kai, let's get married when you turn 18. Kai couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise at Ryuko's typical confession, which was now loaded with feelings and reflected the seriousness with which she said it, putting him in a real bind. After all, he had promised not to mention his relationship with Nomori, which left him with few options to reject the proposal of such a charming woman. The future is uncertain, and many things can happen. It's better we live calmly and see what life has in store for us. Not being very sure what to say, Kai tried to take the diplomatic route, but to his surprise, Ryuko freed herself from his embrace to look him straight in the eyes for several seconds, which seemed like hours. She then gently placed her forehead against his while closing her eyes, and she commented with a tone full of determination. "I'm serious. I want you to be my husband and the father of my children, so from now on, I'll try to win you over with all my might and make you fall at my feet so we can have a lovely wedding when you're older, so get ready, hee hee hee." After saying what she needed to say, Ryuko laughed mischievously, which somehow made her look like a naughty cat, then jumped off the sofa and ran cheerfully out of the room, leaving Kai with his eyes completely wide open. "Sage." After a moment, Kai called Sage, who immediately appeared at his side. With a serious tone, he ordered, "Read Ryuko's feelings." "Immediately, master." Along with her response, Sage quickly used the AP field to determine Ryuko's feelings, since although Kai could vaguely sense feelings with his observation haki, they were very diffuse to him, almost as if they were musical notes. While he could differentiate two very different notes, he couldn't name them, even if his life depended on it. "Master, they are love, joy, embarrassment, and hope." After a few moments, Sage responded while looking at her master, who couldn't help but open his eyes in surprise. "What? Are you sure, Sage? No negative feelings? Anger, anxiety, rejection, none of that?" "No, master. In general, Ryuko is in a very good mood." Sage shook her head while responding, which only worsened Kai's confusion. He couldn't help but comment, stupefied. "I really don't understand women, although I think I should talk about this with Oni-chan." 139 Chapter 70. Are you thinking of retiring? After a couple of days playing at sea with the yacht and a conversation between the girls and Principal Nezu, the little vacation ended. So everyone returned to their usual routines, giving Kai the opportunity to talk to Nomori about what happened with Ryuko. Although she hadn't done anything unusual during the trip apart from that conversation, it was better to be prepared. "So that's what happened, and what did you tell her?" After hearing the whole story, Nomori murmured thoughtfully, then looked at Kai and asked in a serious tone, who was sitting across from her on one of the cozy sofas in their comfortable home. "Well, she caught me off guard, and since I couldn't talk about us, I simply said the future was uncertain and things like that, and she replied that she would try to win me over." Kai responded with a complex expression on his face, to which Nomori nodded calmly before commenting with a smile. "Looks like I need to talk to her. Yeah, it's for the best, though it'll be a bit complicated, but I guess it was bound to happen eventually. By the way, when will we do it?" Kai commented thoughtfully, prompting Nomori to tilt her head cutely while asking. "Do what? Talk to Ryuko?" Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes at the distracted Nomori, who commented with a sly smile on her face. "Oh, I'll talk to her. You don't have to worry about that. What do you mean I shouldn't worry? This is something that involves both of us. I won't let you face the tide alone. Kai replied in a serious tone while looking intently at Nemori. Upon hearing her beloved's words, a beautiful smile couldn't help but form on Nemori's face. She quickly stood up, then sat on her boyfriend's lap, hugging his neck and giving him a loving kiss on the cheek. As Kai's fateful 15th birthday approached, she lost more of her inhibitions, and it became more difficult to contain her impulses. Fu, you don't need to worry. Let me handle this. I want to talk to her woman to woman. Are you sure? Things could get pretty complicated when she finds out. Kai asked, not entirely convinced. While holding Nemori's slim waist, she smiled confidently as she replied. I'm absolutely sure. Leave it to me, and if things get complicated, I'll call you immediately. I suppose that's fine then. Not looking entirely convinced, Kai responded while gazing at Nemori, who was smiling happily like a schoolgirl in love, so much so that she couldn't contain herself and gave her beloved a quick kiss on the lips. She then stood up and left the living room with hurried steps, leaving the blue-eyed boy confused, feeling her leave the house in one of the cars shortly after. After a moment, Kai could only shake his head while smiling somewhat amused, before grabbing his computer to start working on his new project. One he wanted to have ready by the time Nijire graduated, as it would be the next major upgrade for the girls' equipment. A couple of hours later, Kai could feel Momo and Keiko return, carrying a bunch of bags with the help of the guards. He quickly set his computer aside and went out to meet them, while Salem, who had at some point arrived at his side, jumped onto his shoulder. Welcome back. Kai greeted the mother-daughter pair with a smile, who responded with cheerful smiles on their faces. I'm back. Seeing little Salem on Kai's shoulder, Momo quickly kidnapped the poor cat, who immediately began meowing in protest, while Keiko asked the guards to leave all the items on the floor and return to their positions, which they quickly did. What did you buy? A bit curious, Kai asked upon seeing the large number of bags, to which Keiko responded with a smile. Fu, just some unimportant things for the house and some clothes. We'll check them out now. While several panthers appeared out of nowhere to start picking up the bags, Keiko took one of Kai's arms and led him inside the house, followed closely by Momo, who was happily torturing Salem with petting and kisses. Upon reaching the house, Keiko and Momo sat on the sofa while Kai went to prepare some tea, since Mrs. Yoshiko was on vacation. They then put on the episode of the drama they were hooked on, just as Kai returned carrying a small tray. My ladies, Kai spoke playfully while imitating an elegant waiter, which made the mother-daughter pair smile as they took their cups. Fu, thank you, young man, Momo commented playfully, trying to act elegant, which made Keiko smile, who added while patting the spot on the sofa between the two of them. Mrs. Yoshiko is truly missed. True, but she comes back tomorrow. Kai commented while sitting between the mother and daughter, just as Salem took the opportunity to escape from Momo and jump onto his shoulder. By the way, where's Oni-chan? Momo asked while looking around, to which Kai responded with a shrug. I don't know, she left a while ago and didn't say where. Well, she must be busy with something. Let's keep watching the drama, it's about to end. Keiko commented as she resumed her favorite drama episode, hugging one of Kai's arms, looking really excited. Yeah, Azumi is about to find out Haruto loves her. Equally excited, Momo hugged Kai's other arm, her eyes glued to the TV. Meanwhile, Kai couldn't help but shake his head in amusement at the mother-daughter duo addicted to dramas, a habit they picked up several years ago, which somehow brought them closer together. So much so that school was no longer as important for Momo, and it wasn't uncommon for her to skip school to accompany her mother abroad. Something that Kai couldn't help but be thankful for since he only attended for her. That was a great ending. Several hours later, Keiko commented while wiping her tears as the TV displayed the drama's credits, to which Momo added, doing the same. Yeah, Azumi finally got to be happy with the love of her life. Kai, for his part, just rolled his eyes, as if they had ever watched a drama with a different ending, but Momo recovered rather quickly before commenting excitedly, as if she hadn't been crying just moments before. Well, it's time to try on the new clothes. Fu, you're right. Do you want to go first, or shall we both go? Keiko responded playfully, looking at her beloved daughter. Let's go one at a time. After thinking for a moment, Momo answered cheerfully, to which Keiko asked with a smile. Alright, so do you want to go first? Yes, I'll be right back. With her answer, Momo quickly searched through the bags in a corner, grabbed some, and ran to her room, which only made Keiko smile amused. She then rested her head on Kai. By the way, Aunt Keiko, is it just me, or haven't you been going to the office lately? Fu, you're only noticing now? I've only gone to the office one day this week. Keiko commented with a soft laugh, her eyes still closed, which made Kai ask, somewhat surprised. Are you thinking of retiring? Honestly, yes. I feel I've achieved enough in my career, and I've been preparing for this for years. Moreover, Momo has been missing many classes to accompany me, but if she gets into UA like she wants, that won't be possible, and I want to enjoy my time with my little one before she grows up. As she hugged Kai's arm, Keiko responded with a tender and determined tone, which made Kai nod, who then commented while using his other arm to stroke his beautiful aunt's silky black hair. If that's what you want, you have all my support. Besides, it's also good for you to retire early and enjoy life. We're already rich enough to live multiple lifetimes, so even if your company goes bankrupt, it won't affect our lives much. Fu, thank you for supporting me, Kai, although if my company goes bankrupt, I might have to live off you. A beautiful smile formed on Kiko's face as she opened her eyes to look at Kai with a playful glint, to which he responded, half amused and half serious. He, don't worry. I have more than enough for you to live like a queen. Besides, you're talking to a renowned blacksmith, so money isn't a problem. Oh great blacksmith, thank you for accepting this poor woman, Fu. Keiko commented happily, though Kai's words made her heart skip a beat, which led her to hug his arm tighter, pressing it deeply into her voluptuous chest. You have nothing to thank me for. As long as I exist, my family won't lack anything. Kai commented cheerfully while taking the remote to put on a song on the TV. After all, Momo was approaching. Keiko, for her part, had to lower her gaze to hide the deep blush on her face, just as Momo returned to the living room, wearing a red skirt and a simple white blouse, accompanied by an elegant black purse. Runway music started playing. With a cheerful smile, Momo began to show off her new clothes, spinning several times and looking like a real professional model, something she learned from Yumiko and Nejire, which led Kai and Keiko to applaud amusedly. You look beautiful, Momo. Kai commented with a smile, which made Momo smile cheerfully and then respond a little shyly. Thank you, but now it's your turn, Oka-sama. Well, I suppose you're right. I'll be right back. Keiko responded with a smile, although her cheeks were slightly flushed. She then got up, took a couple of bags, and went up to her room. After that, a fun fashion show began, where the girls showed off their new clothes and various accessories they had bought, something that lasted until Nomori arrived, who had a big smile on her face, looking quite excited. It was then that they ordered some food and started a harmonious chat full of smiles. Oh, by the way, Kai, Principal Nezu contacted me and said he wanted to meet with both of us. In the middle of dinner, Nomori remembered something and turned to tell Kai, who quickly asked confused. What does he want with us? I don't know, he didn't tell me. Nomori shook her head as she replied, to which Kai commented with slight annoyance. He probably wants me to heal someone, how annoying. Well, it's possible, but I don't think that's the case. Nezu has no family, so unless it's something of All Might's level, I highly doubt he'd seek you out. Furthermore, he has a lot of influence and contacts around the world, so he'd exhaust those options first, and I would have found out. Keiko commented in a serious tone, which led Kai to ask, confused. Then what does he want? Maybe to recruit you both for UA? Momo asked with a slight smile on her face, which secretly made Nomori and Keiko nod, to which Kai casually commented. Well then, he's wasting his time. I have no intention of joining. Well, for my part, if he really wants to recruit me for UA, I wouldn't mind considering it. I'd like to contribute to the next generation of heroes. Nomori commented with a smile before taking her chopsticks to her mouth, prompting Kai to ask. So, you'll meet with him then? Yes, I want to see what the meeting is about. Will you join me? Nomori asked casually while looking at Kai, who could only sigh before replying resignedly. I guess it can't be helped then. 139 Chapter 71. I'm very pleased. A few days later, Nomori dragged Kai to Principal Nezu's office. He greeted them cheerfully and invited them to enjoy some fine tea while he chatted about random topics with Nomori. Kai, not wanting to say a single word, remained silent as he sipped his tea. But it's a pleasure that you agreed to meet with me, Kai-kun. Principal Nezu said, turning to Kai with a small smile in the midst of his conversation with Nomori. I'm not going to heal anyone, and I don't want to join the UA. Completely defensive, Kai responded with a sour face, which could only put a bitter smile on Nemori's face, but oddly enough, this didn't seem to bother Principal Nezu in the slightest, who simply smiled nonchalantly before casually commenting. I didn't want to talk to you about healing anyone, Kai-kun. I'm also not joining the UA. Kai responded quickly before taking another sip of his tea, causing the principal to smile wickedly as he continued. Really? That's a shame. At our institution, you could develop to the next level? Hey, no, thanks. I prefer to do that on my own. Kai smirked somewhat mockingly at Principal Nezu, who responded by feigning a look of pity. Oh, is that so? That's unfortunate because at our institution you could not only obtain your license more easily, but you'd also be guided by the best heroes in the country. You could train with top-notch equipment in the most challenging environments, not to mention you could advance your technological skills to the next level. With our resources and connections, even launching a couple of satellites wouldn't be too much trouble. Hearing Principal Nezu's words, Kai's eyes couldn't help but narrow as he looked at the curious animal. Simultaneously, his conqueror's haki began to emerge at low intensity, giving him a dangerous, almost murderous aura. He commented in a grave tone. You've been investigating me, Principal Nezu. I don't like that very much. For his part, Director Nezu fought against his instincts that wanted to force him to hastily flee from the dangerous young man in front of him. Instead, he formed a small, calm smile on his face as he commented in his typical cheerful tone. Not so much investigating. I just happened to hear that your Aunt Keiko has been pulling some strings to send a few satellites, though without much success due to the significant inspections required. I suppose she didn't want her technology to be leaked. What is it that you really want, Principal? Kai asked seriously, eyeing the curious animal, who took several documents from his desk and handed them over while explaining. Not much, really. It's just that my instincts as an educator won't let me leave a gem like you unpolished, without bringing out all its brilliance. Why don't you read these documents and give me your opinion? With a skeptical look, Kai took the documents and quickly scanned them. Shortly after, he widened his eyes in surprise and looked at Principal Nezu with suspicion. Why are you being so generous? A special license without the governmental limitations of the typical hero license, the possibility of launching 2 satellites by the end of the year, a customized workshop with the best resources, training zones tailored to my needs, and even licenses for confidential patents. All this sounds too good to be true, Principal. Well, UA has always been characterized by offering the best learning experience for its students, and you're a very special person, Kai-kun. You deserve that bit of effort. Besides, this is just the beginning. There will be even better things in the future. Principal Nezu commented with a self-satisfied smile, secretly sighing in relief that the terrifying aura emanating from the young man had subsided. Kai couldn't help but ask, both confused and suspicious. And what do you gain from all this, Principal Nezu? What I've always gained during my years at the helm of UA. The satisfaction of personally polishing a future prominent hero and the influence that comes with it. With a confident demeanor, Principal Nezu spoke in a clear and concise tone, offering reasons less pure than he normally would. He knew that for the young man before him, this type of response was more appropriate than preaching about the future, responsibility, society, and so on. I see. And although it's very tempting, I prefer to decline. I don't want to be a hero for any reason. After pondering for a moment, Kai ultimately decided to refuse. Despite the substantial offer, the idea of being a hero was genuinely repellent to him. Besides, much of what they offered he could eventually achieve on his own with some effort, although the license was indeed tempting. Oh, that's a pity. After all, a license like the one you can obtain with our help is reserved for individuals at All Might's level. Getting it any other way is quite difficult. Moreover, it would be a shame to miss out on this plan for your second year. With a mysterious smile, Principal Nezu slid a new folder toward Kai, who opened it curiously, instantly almost salivating at what he saw. Is this real? Kai asked, looking at Principal Nezu, who nodded confidently and explained. Yes, quite real. Your power level is high enough that it doesn't make sense for you to waste time patrolling or doing trivial tasks. After serious consideration, I've concluded that once you obtain your license in your second year, it would be best for you to undertake special missions during your internships, joining raids against villains who pose a significant threat. Upon hearing this, Kai couldn't help but fall silent and delve deep into thought. Although he wasn't interested in being a hero, he was keen on measuring himself against other powerful individuals to develop his skills, something not easily done on his own. Additionally, if things went wrong, he could find himself in endless trouble for being a vigilante, or even a villain. When he added all the previous benefits, the offer became quite hard to refuse. Meanwhile, Nomori couldn't help but smile at seeing Kai consider being a hero for the first time. She was well aware that her beloved Kai would never be a conventional hero running around saving people. But eliminating a dangerous villain was also a form of heroism, and ultimately, he'd be indirectly helping people with his incredible power. After some time, as Kai seemed to be wrestling deeply with his thoughts, the principal turned to Nomori and handed her another folder from his desk, speaking in a cheerful tone. I'd also like to extend an invitation for you to join our faculty, Kayama-san. Smiling, Nomori took the folder and began reviewing the offered terms, feeling very satisfied. Although money wasn't a concern for her, it was a way to acknowledge her importance, and the pay was quite good. But what attracted her most was the clause stating she would always have at least 4 hours of classes per week with Kai's class if he decided to join, along with considerable freedom. I'm very pleased with the terms, Principal Nezu. I'd like to be part of the UA from now on. After a moment, Nomori responded with a smile, which greatly delighted Principal Nezu. He quickly added, "That's excellent news, Kayama-san. I'm sure you'll be an outstanding teacher and will greatly contribute to the next generations of heroes." "Thank you very much, Principal. I hope so." Resisting the urge to roll her eyes at the chameleon-like principal before her, Nomori spoke in a cordial tone. "And what do you say, Kai-kun?" With Nomori on board, Principal Nezu turned to Kai with a smile, knowing he had won this round. "I'll think about it," Kai said after a moment of silence, his expression complex. He then took a sip of his tea and remained quiet. I'll be awaiting your response, then." Principal Nezu replied with a small smile before beginning to discuss with Nomori the details of her joining the faculty and her future classes. Meanwhile, Kai sipped his tea in silence, deeply contemplating his next steps. Should I really enroll? Although UA is irrelevant to my current level, Nezu is influential enough to get me that special license and easily facilitate the launch of military satellites. Exactly what I've been trying to achieve for years. It would be really useful to establish a connection with him, especially for the project I'm working on. Plus, those internships are exactly what I want. But on the other hand, I don't want to be a hero or get involved with the protagonist. I've already confirmed he exists and nearly had an existential crisis because of it. Although, since I've healed All Might, there shouldn't be any reason for him to pass on One for All, or at least, I hope that's the case. There's also a certain event that could be highly beneficial for my abilities. If my memory serves me, at some point, a guy with the power of teleportation attacks. Something I've been trying to figure out for years. If I could capture him or at least obtain data on how he does it, I might discover what's missing for me to achieve it with aura and finally create the inner palace. Well, Principal Nezu, we'll be in touch. I'll begin my duties in the next term. Nomori said with a smile, placing a hand on Kai's shoulder and pulling him out of his thoughts. Once again, it's a pleasure to have you with us. I hope we can meet your expectations. Nezu replied, adorably raising one of his paws as Nomori and Kai stood up. After saying their goodbyes, Kai got into the car with Nomori, slipping back into his thoughts. This brought a beautiful smile to the face of the lovely blue-eyed woman, who decided to remain silent. She started the car and chose a calm route so as not to distract her beloved. Regarding that event where the guy with the teleportation quirk appears, if I recall correctly, it happens inside UA itself. That shouldn't be possible. The place has the best security systems in the world and is the safest place in Japan. This can only mean one thing. There are moles inside the UA. This completely changes the perspective. Nijire has just enrolled, and Momo wants to join as well. Having a mole inside could put them in danger, so I need to eliminate the moles as soon as possible. The problem is Nezu one of them? Hard to tell. As far as I know, he's super intelligent, so either he's part of the plot or they somehow fooled him, which makes the whole issue even more complicated. The thing is, I'm not sure if that event will actually happen, and I don't remember all the details. But I do recall that attack was related to All Might's enemy who could steal quirks, connected to a crazy guy with hands on his face who seemed to lead the attack. Damn, there are too many variables in all this. For now, I should increase security measures for the girls, especially Nijire and Oni-chan, since they could be in potential danger. Also, just being near UA unsettles me, so I need to find a way to deal with that as soon as possible, or it could become a problem. 139 Chapter 72. Something to cheer him up upon returning home. Kai got out of the car without saying a word and went straight into his forging workshop without looking back, where he began to forge a sword while considering all the possibilities of joining UA. For some reason, forging calmed him and allowed him to think with much more clarity, something he needed at the moment. Meanwhile, Nomori stared at the workshop door with an expression full of countless emotions until she saw smoke rising from the extractor vent. She then headed to the main house, where she found the whole family gathered, except for Yumiko, who was traveling, chatting in a calm mood. Nomori, what happened? Did everything go well? Shino, the first to notice Nemori's arrival, quickly got up from her seat and asked with a face full of concern and anticipation. Well, you could say it went well. I accepted to join UA as a teacher starting next term, and Kai said he would consider joining since Principal Nezu offered him a lot of things he wanted. With a smile on her face, Nomori sat on one of the couches and spoke in a somewhat cheerful tone, which greatly brightened the expressions of the heroes present, especially those of the aspiring heroes. That's great, Oni-chan will be my teacher, hehe. Nijire commented with an excited smile, to which Momo quickly added with a happy grin. And if Kai is willing to consider it, it's very likely he'll join too, hehe. We had to celebrate, Tomoko added cheerfully while raising her arms, to which Keiko, sitting beside Momo, added in a serious tone as she sipped her tea. It's better not to, it won't be a pleasant time for Kai. Kiko's right. For Kai, being a hero is a complicated matter, so it's better not to put too much emphasis on it for now. Ryuko added with a somewhat worried expression, prompting Chitora to chime in with a serious look. Ryuko's absolutely right, the mere fact that he's not here shows it. He's forging something, isn't he? Yes, he went into the workshop immediately after arriving and barely said anything after the meeting. Nomori replied in a slightly concerned tone while receiving a cup of tea from Mrs. Yoshiko. He must be really troubled by the decision, Shino added with a worried expression, causing a silence to fall over everyone present, but after a moment, Nijire commented in an unsure tone. Why don't we do something to cheer him up? That sounds like a good idea. Kai will probably spend several hours in the workshop, so he can prepare something for him. Chitora added thoughtfully, which quickly prompted nods of agreement from the others. Then Tomoko asked with a smile. Why don't we make his favorite food? Let's do that. I'll make his strawberry shake. Ryuko quickly added with a smile, to which Shino immediately followed with an eager tone. I'll make the teriyaki. I'll do the fries, Nijire quickly exclaimed, followed closely by Keiko, who added with a smile. Then I'll handle the tonkatsu. Then I'll make a super special cake. Chitora added in a calm tone, knowing that no one present could compete with him for that dish. I'll make gyoza, Tomoko quickly exclaimed with a cheerful grin, leaving Momo without much to choose from, which caused her to pout, at which point Nomori asked with a smile. How about you help me make ramen, Momo? Yes, I'll help you, Oni-chan. Filled with excitement and gratitude, Momo responded with a cute smile on her face, which made everyone present smile as well. Soon after, they all got up and went to the kitchen together to start preparing their respective dishes in an animated and fun way, which brought an endearing smile to Mrs. Yoshiko's face. After a couple of hours, Kai finished a beautiful bastard sword with an alluring Damascus steel pattern on the blade. A benefit of using aura and his super strength for forging was that he could accomplish in hours what would take days and do it much better. After inspecting the steaming, handle-less sword one last time, Kai placed it on a rack on the wall that held several handle-less swords before leaving the workshop much calmer and with a decision made. When he arrived at the main hall of his house, Kai smiled as he saw his whole family gathered with heaps of food, his favorite dishes. While they looked at him cheerfully, sitting around the main dining table. At that moment, Nomori spoke with a joyful smile on her face. "We made something for you, come and eat." "Thanks, there was no need," Kai commented with a genuinely grateful smile on his face. After all, this small gesture meant a lot to him. "It's just a small detail, enjoy it," Shino added with a smile, prompting Kai to nod as he grabbed a fry and tasted it, unable to resist commenting with a smile. "These are pretty good. I made those," Nijire commented cheerfully, genuinely happy that Kai enjoyed her cooking, which made the blue-eyed boy smile and nod. "Thank you, Nijire." "Hee, you're welcome." Nijire smiled shyly, making everyone present smile warmly. "Why don't you try the ramen, Kai?" Momo asked a bit nervously as she looked at Kai, who knowingly smiled and picked up the bowl of ramen to taste it before commenting with a small smile. "It's delicious. Hee, I helped Oni-chan make it," Momo commented, equally shy, to which Kai replied as he looked at Nomori and then at Momo. "Thank you, Oni-chan, thank you, Momo." "Fufufu, anything for my Kai," Nomori commented with a playful smile, to which Momo quickly nodded cheerfully. "Yes, anything, thanks." After that, Kai tasted each of the dishes and thanked everyone who had prepared them, while Salem, who had woken up at some point, was feasting on meat and kibble, courtesy of Mrs. Yoshiko. Thanks to his incredible appetite, most likely a result of his quirk, Kai ate everything easily before looking at his family, who were all watching him curiously. "Thanks again, it was really delicious, and to stop your wondering, after thinking it through, I've decided to join UA, though I haven't decided yet if I'll go as far as to graduate," Kai explained in a serious tone while looking at his family, causing Nijire, Momo, and Tomoko's eyes to light up, but remembering the earlier conversation, they held back from celebrating aloud. "Are you sure about this, Kai? You don't have to force yourself," Keiko asked, concerned, while looking at Kai, who nodded and responded in a serious tone. "It will be complicated, but I feel it's necessary. Going will allow me to gain some important benefits, especially the license, which will be very important for you to use the upgrades I'll be creating for you in public, like the accomplices and what's to come. Although I can't deny that I'm happy you decided to join UA, you don't have to force yourself to do it just for our sake," Ryuko commented, feeling a bit guilty, to which Kai shook his head before explaining. "You don't need to feel guilty about this. The truth is that the idea of participating in raids against powerful villains also attracted me quite a bit. That's a relief, Kai, but above all, we want you to be happy with the decision you've made and not feel pressured," Chitora added in a serious tone while looking at Kai, who replied with a small smile. "I know, Chitora, and don't worry, I'll eventually get used to it. I went to school for 3 years even though I didn't want to. This won't be much different." "Well, Kai, I'm really proud that you decided to face this situation calmly and made a decision that left you satisfied," Nomori commented with a smile on her face while looking at her beloved, all the while holding back the urge to run over and smother him with kisses. "I feel the same way, Kai. You're a very mature person, and I feel this will be the first step toward a much healthier future," Shino added with a smile, feeling that the future looked really bright. "Hee, it's not that big of a deal. They just offered me too many benefits for me to refuse," Kai replied cheerfully, to which Keiko nodded in understanding before adding in a serious tone. "But you have to be careful with Nezu, Kai. That animal is very cunning and loves playing smart." "I know, I realized that from the benefits he offered me. He must have investigated me well to be able to target so precisely everything I wanted or needed, though I still have to figure out how he did it. Sage and I didn't find any breach in our security," Kai commented in an equally serious tone, to which Keiko replied with a smile. "He probably deduced it from the conversation we had, your patents, the strength you showed, and other small details. The animal is pretty good at that." "I see, I'll have to pay closer attention to him from now on," Kai commented thoughtfully, at which point Nijire, Momo, and Tomoko sneaked up to him. "Are we really going to study together at UA, Kai?" Momo asked with contained excitement, to which Kai turned to look at her and replied with a smile. "Yes, we're going to study together." Unable to hold back their excitement any longer, Nijire, Momo, and Tomoko threw themselves at Kai, hugging him with smiles full of joy, at which point Nijire commented with genuine happiness. "Finally, we'll all be studying in the same place. We'll be able to go together from now on." "Hee, you're right. We can all go together," Kai replied, amused, as he gently stroked Nijire's beautiful blue hair and Momo's black hair. "Kai, why don't you do your internships with us? We can submit the paperwork to UA." Tomoko, who was hugging Kai from behind with her chin resting on the boy's head, asked with a small smile on her face. This caused all the heroes in the family to open their eyes in surprise and excitement. "That sounds like a good plan, though according to what Principal Nezu told me, I might be able to join raids against powerful villains, so I'm not sure how it will turn out," Kai responded with a smile, causing Tomoko's hug to tighten a bit around his neck as she commented excitedly. "Hee, it'll work out somehow. Tomorrow I'll go talk to Principal Nezu to get everything set up." "Hee, if that makes you happy," Kai replied somewhat amused, to which Tomoko added cheerfully, like a little girl excited about her present. Yes, a lot. After that, the family joined in a group hug around Kai, genuinely happy with the outcome of everything, while also wanting to express their unconditional support for the blue-eyed young man. Although he hadn't admitted it, everyone was sure that the main reason for accepting the offer was for their sake. Well, I guess now I have to start planning how to tackle the challenges UA will bring and how to ensure Nejire and Momo's safety, plus I need to speed up the development of the new defense systems for everyone. Meanwhile, Kai began thinking about all the future challenges, completely determined that his family wouldn't suffer a single scratch, even if the rest of the world went to hell. 139 Chapter 73. If you don't want soup. A couple of weeks later, in the middle of the main living room, Kai was sitting on a comfortable sofa with Salem and Sage by his side, while carefully reviewing his computer. All the details he remembered about the attack on Uo were written, though it was not much, just very vague things. Is that attack really going to happen? Hard to say. If I recall correctly, that attack was aimed at All Might, and I highly doubt that now, healed and at the peak of his power, the symbol of peace is willing to retire and pass on his power. This is both good and bad at the same time. While it's good that Momo won't face that attack, the problem is that I won't be able to identify the rats that easily, nor will I have the opportunity to get close to the portal guy. And I really need information about his quirk and how it works. Though, if the portal guy has something against All Might, he's bound to end up attacking him, and I might hear news about it, which would give me a good lead to follow, so not all is lost. While Kai was deeply contemplating his next steps at Uo with a hand on his chin, Sage suddenly informed him that Nomori, Shino, and Ryuko were approaching, which pulled him out of his thoughts. He then looked in the direction they were coming from, quickly noticing the three beautiful women entering with serious expressions. Kai, are you busy? There's something we want to talk to you about. With a serious tone, Nomori asked as she looked at Kai, who immediately closed his laptop and put it aside, then asked with an equally serious expression, while extending his observation haki to the maximum, trying to notice anything unusual. But there was nothing, aside from the three women in front of him, the guards at the entrance, and himself. There was no one else on the property. What happened? Is it serious? It's not exactly serious, but it is something a bit important that we need to talk to you about. Nomori replied as she sat in front of Kai along with Shino and Ryuko, prompting Kai to quickly ask, slightly concerned. So, what happened? Kai, Nomori tried to express what she had planned for so long, but in the moment of truth, she felt fear and her words got stuck in her throat, which worried Kai even more, who wanted to get closer. But at that moment, Nomori gathered her courage and spoke in an insecure tone. Kai, what do you think of Shino and Ryuko, Hearing Nemori's question, Kai couldn't help but exclaim in confusion, then look at Shino and Ryuko, who looked unusually beautiful, dressed as if for a party and even wearing light makeup that enhanced their divine beauty to the extreme. Shino was wearing a beautiful black dress that reached mid-thigh, accentuating her voluptuous figure and revealing her long, attractive legs. Ryuko, meanwhile, wore a white blouse with a subtle neckline and an elegant black miniskirt accompanied by stockings of the same color, making her slender and curvaceous figure look even more attractive. Yes, what do you think of Shino and Ryuko? Do you think they're beautiful? Are you attracted to them in any way? Noticing that Kai spent a moment analyzing Ryuko and Shino's beauty, who both looked embarrassed, happy, and expectant, Nomori asked with a small smile, feeling more confident about achieving the goal she had planned for so long. What do you mean, Oni-chan? Why are you asking something like that? Kai, for his part, asked, somewhat confused, while aggressively searching his memories to see if he had made any mistake without realizing it. For her part, Nomori couldn't help but smile lovingly as she looked at the worried Kai, who seemed to be looking for ways to apologize for something he hadn't even done. This, for some reason, filled her with a warm, reassuring feeling while also giving her the confidence she needed to speak clearly. Kai, I think it's best to be straightforward with you. I want Shino and Ryuko to be your girlfriends, and I want the four of us to be a family in the future, with you as our man. What? Hearing Nemori's words, Kai couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, opening his eyes wide, not believing what he had just heard. But without giving him even a second to think, Nomori finished him off with her next words. Just like you heard, we love you, and after talking and thinking deeply about it, we decided that the best thing for us is to share and be happy, the four of us together. But this isn't an open relationship of any kind. No one else can enter our relationship unless there's unanimous approval and a serious discussion about it. Also, we decided on this because we love you and will do everything we can to make you happy and make this work for everyone. For his part, Kai looked at the three stunning women in front of him, each possessing unmatched beauty and even better personalities, compassionate, loving, and who had been his family and support in his new life. Each, on her own, was the perfect woman to start a family with, and they looked at him with eyes full of love and anticipation, and he didn't know what to say. Sage, am I dreaming? Doubting reality itself, Kai asked his reliable assistant, who quickly replied in a serious tone through their mental connection. No master, this is definitely happening, I see. Kai commented with his mind spinning, seriously doubting whether his policy of keeping the girl's privacy out of his view had been a good idea. But noticing a hint of sadness in Shino and Ryuko's faces, Kai asked, full of doubts and confusion. I don't understand this. You're amazing women. Any man would die to be with you. Why go to the extreme of participating in a relationship like this with me? Because we truly love you, from the depths of our hearts, and in my particular case, because I feel I couldn't be happy by anyone else's side. You've given me so much and have been so special to me that it was impossible for me not to fall in love with you, and no matter how or when, I want to be by your side. With a deep blush on her perfect featured face, Shino spoke in a serious and determined tone while looking Kai directly in the eyes. She tried to show that she was speaking from the heart and that there was not even a hint of a lie in her. This was what she wanted, and the decision she had made after thinking about it for a long time. I feel the same way. I really want you to be my husband and to be by your side forever. Honestly, I've never even considered other options. For a long time now, no one else interests me. All other men seem like nothing compared to you, so I didn't hesitate for a moment when this opportunity arose. If you're willing to accept me, I'll do everything I can to make this a happy family. For her part, Ryuko spoke with a smile full of love on her face. She hadn't needed even a minute to think about it when Shino and Nomori approached her to propose this crazy relationship. After all, she'd been considering doing something similar with Shino. In the end, she knew there would be many rivals for Kai's love, so sharing him with people she cared about and trusted deeply was something she was willing to do. Well, I guess it's my turn. In my case, it's firstly because I love you and want you to be happy. Besides, our relationship is already somewhat immoral and practically illegal, so if I'm already doing things wrong for my happiness, I might as well do things wrong so we can all be happy and have a huge happy family. Plus, I've always wanted to have sisters, hee. With a genuinely happy smile on her face, Nomori spoke while looking at Kai's stunned and incredulous expression, finding it authentically charming to the point where she wanted to kiss him right then and there. But since they were in the middle of something important that would mark their lives forever, it was better to wait, and it's not like she couldn't do it later. I don't know what to say. I can't say the idea doesn't sound attractive, but I feel it's going to be very difficult to make this relationship work. Are you really sure about this? I'm sure you know, but I'm a possessive, jealous person who's not easy to deal with. After a moment of processing what he'd heard, Kai spoke in a serious tone while looking intently at the women in front of him, who smiled happily upon hearing that he wasn't against it. Nomori quickly commented with a happy smile. We've known you our whole lives, so we made this decision with that in mind, and we're willing to do whatever it takes to make it work. Yes, also, we made this decision because we don't want to be with anyone else, so it's not a problem for any of us. Ryuko added with a beautiful smile, to which Shino quickly nodded. Ryuko is right. I'll also avoid interacting with other men to prevent misunderstandings that could lead to problems. Shino added, genuinely happy, smiling in a way that made her even more beautiful than she already was. Well, it's not like you have to isolate yourselves to make me happy, Kai commented, a bit uncomfortable, which made the girls smile. At that moment, Nomori made a discreet sign to Shino and Ryuko, then stood up and sat on her beloved's lap. Does this mean you agree? While looking directly into her beloved's blue eyes, Nomori asked in an almost seductive voice, causing Kai to just sigh a bit before commenting. Well, if you're truly determined and happy with the idea, I don't see why not try it. But let's take it slow at first to see if this can really work. Hearing Kai's comment, Nomori hugged him excitedly, then gave him a deep kiss on the lips. At that moment, Shino and Ryuko sat beside their new boyfriend, looking incredibly nervous and excited, to the point that their hands were sweating from anticipation. Why don't you give the girls a kiss to seal the deal? After the kiss, Nomori licked her lips seductively, then leaned close to her beloved's ear and whispered in a voice filled with lust. This caused a shiver to run down Kai's spine, who seemed to realize that Nemori's motivations for fostering the relationship weren't as pure as she had said. I suppose that makes sense, Kai spoke softly, then turned to look at Shino, who looked back at him with a nervous expression, full of desire and anticipation, which somehow made her incredibly charming and attractive. Then I'll be in your care from now on, Shino. Kai spoke seriously while looking into Shino's eyes, trying to find any sign of regret, but all he found was happiness and excitement. I'll be in your care too. After replying in a voice full of nervousness, Shino closed her eyes, preparing for her first kiss with the man she loved. So Kai reached out to gently caress her face, then leaned into her soft lips, initiating a gentle kiss that the beautiful heroine responded to with excitement, causing the blue-eyed boy to feel her soft, delicate lips in their entirety. After a moment, Kai pulled away from Shino, who opened her eyes, which were now teary and soon filled with tears, greatly worrying Kai, who quickly asked with concern. Are you okay, Shino? Did you feel bad? There's no need to force yourself? And no, that's not it. It's just that I'm so happy that I couldn't hold back. I was so afraid you'd reject me, that this moment would never come, that now that it's happened, I feel like this is possibly the happiest day of my life. With a voice that revealed the deep happiness she felt, Shino explained while looking at Kai full of gratitude, which caused the blue-eyed boy to look at her tenderly while wiping her tears, then comment in a warm voice. You're a wonderful woman, Shino. I'm completely sure there are thousands of men who would give anything to be by your side, so I feel incredibly fortunate that you want to be by my side. Hearing her beloved, Shino couldn't contain herself and ended up hugging his arm while pressing her face against his shoulder. As tears of happiness started falling down her face, she then expressed her deepest feelings. I love you, Kai. I love you more than anything in the world, and I swear I'll do everything possible to be a good woman for you, To become the woman you can be proud of, so he can be happy forever. You don't need to do anything, Shino. You're already more than I could ever ask for, and I'm incredibly proud of you. Of who you are, of what you've achieved, and of allowing me to be by your side. So let's just focus on being happy. I love you so much. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me. With a voice filled with deep love, Shino spoke while clinging to Kai's arm, who gave her a gentle kiss on the head, then spoke warmly. Let's be happy together, Shino. Yes, we will. Hearing her beloved, Shino exclaimed with an incredibly beautiful smile, then took the tissues Nomori offered her with a happy smile. The beautiful brown-haired heroine then commented cheerfully. I think it's Ryuko's turn now. I know she's dying for a kiss. Hee, you're right. From the other side, Ryuko commented with a cheerful voice, then gently took Kai's face to make him look at her. I love you, my future husband. After making a sincere confession, Ryuko took the initiative and gave Kai a deep French kiss, making her feel like her heart was going to burst out of her chest from excitement. She had fantasized so much about this moment, longing to taste his lips, his warmth, his tongue, everything, and it turned out to be even better than her wildest fantasies. You're incredibly delicious, darling. While licking her lips seductively, Ryuko commented in a voice full of ecstasy, drawing the attention of Nomori and Shino, who clung to Kai protectively, which only made Kai smile. He quickly commented, trying to distract the girl's attention. Well, now we just need to define how we'll carry this relationship forward. In fact, we had talked about it earlier and came to the same conclusion as you. It's better to take it slowly at first, start by spending more time together to see how we feel about everything and if we can really make it work. While resting her head on Kai's shoulder, Shino explained in a soft voice, receiving unanimous agreement from the girls, who quickly looked at Kai, who nodded in agreement before commenting in a more serious tone. Certainly, that's for the best. Let's take it slow and see how it goes. Although it can be quite complicated, it's better to be prepared for it. Seriously, how did I get myself into all of this? Kai couldn't help but think to himself, feeling that one of his mother's sayings was hitting him hard. If you don't want soup, you'll get 2 serving. After all, he hadn't even wanted a serious relationship in this life, and now he had 3 amazing girlfriends willing to share him. Literally the dream of any man. 139 Chapter 74. First time. Part 1, R18. A month later, in the middle of an ordinary cinema, Nomori found herself intimately holding onto her beloved's arm, barely paying attention to the movie he was watching with interest. She felt both excited and nervous, hardly able to believe that this day had finally come. A week ago, Kai and Momo had turned 15, a moment the entire family celebrated with joy and tons of gifts. However, for her, Shino, and Ryuko, that event had been a milestone in their lives, filling them with happiness, yet also anticipation and nervousness. After a long discussion between the 3 of them, they all concluded that each one wanted to go at her own pace, as things had been going well so far. Nothing had changed except for a few more kisses and hugs than usual, and they wanted to strengthen their relationship a little more before taking the next step. However, they gave Nomori the green light to enjoy her hard-earned moment. After thinking about it deeply, Nomori decided to have the date of her dreams. A simple, casual teenage date, watching a movie, grabbing a bite to eat, and buying some trinkets. The kind of date she had fantasized about in her youth. The problem was that she was no longer a teenager, and the desire and anticipation of what would happen later were consuming her. At the end of the movie, Kai and Nomori left the cinema, with Nomori still clinging intimately to her beloved's arm, pressing it tightly into her voluptuous chest while resting her head on his shoulder. He was now taller than her, and she wore a casual outfit consisting of a gray wide-necked sweater and a stylish black miniskirt that accentuated her long legs and sensual curves. Meanwhile, Kai was wearing a short-sleeved black shirt that highlighted his well-toned physique, paired with simple blue jeans, which made him look incredibly handsome and only deepened the intense desire that Nomori had harbored for so many years. The movie was great, don't you think, Nomori? Kai asked with a smile, looking at Nomori, who quickly lied with a smile on her face. Yeah, it was good. I really liked it. I did too. That director is pretty good. He really nailed the adaptations of your books. Kai commented cheerfully as they left the cinema, followed by other people. Nomori added with a small smile. Yeah, he's pretty good, though a bit grumpy. We had a few arguments when we were casting. I see, but I think it was totally worth it. It's been one hit after another. Kai said casually as he began walking toward a shopping mall, to which Nomori responded happily. You're right about that, although I must admit that when I started writing, I never imagined I'd be this successful. Well, your works are really good, so it doesn't surprise me. By the way, when you finish this story, we can think of the next one together. Kai replied with a smile as they entered the mall, bringing a beautiful smile to Nemori's lips as she quickly responded. Hee, of course, though I really think you should accept being listed as a co-author, Kai. Without you, I'd never have gotten this far. Hee, don't worry about it. I just threw out a few random ideas, it's no big deal. You're the one who wove it all into a plot that captivated the masses. You're the real author. Kai said without much importance, to which Nomori could only smile ironically, as it wasn't the first time they had had this conversation, and it always ended the same way. Shortly after, the blue-eyed couple arrived at an elegant ice cream parlor in the mall, where Kai ordered a strawberry ice cream for himself and a rum raisin one for Nemori. They sat down at some chairs off to the side, and Kai asked with a small smile. "Are you enjoying our date? Fu, it's perfect, better than I imagined." Genuinely happy with the moment, Nemori smiled brightly, though when she saw her beloved's smiling face, a mischievous idea crossed her mind. Making sure no one else was watching, she licked her ice cream in a sensual manner while staring directly into his eyes, then commented, full of lust. "Although I'm eager to taste, what's next? Oh, really? And here I was, wanting to take you shopping and have a nice dinner like a good boy. Such a naughty girl." With a mischievous smile on his face, Kai responded while looking at Nemori with unrestrained desire, sending a rush of excitement through the beautiful hero's body. Unable to bear it any longer, she quickly set her ice cream aside, took his hand, and hastily dragged him out of the mall. Soon after, Nemori led Kai by the hand to a love hotel. After choosing the most expensive room, they quickly ascended in the elevator, where Kai took the opportunity to pin her against the wall, whispering seductively while gently caressing her face. "My beautiful girlfriend turned out to be quite impatient. What happened to our date? I can't wait any longer. I've been waiting too long for this. We can finish the date later." With a tone filled with lust and urgency, Nemori responded while looking at Kai with eyes glazed over from excitement, which led the young blue-eyed man to kiss her deeply, full of passion and desire. This completely unraveled the beautiful woman, who embraced him tightly, even pulling him closer to her with one of her sensual legs. Not long after, a clear bell sound rang in the elevator, announcing the imminent opening of its doors. Kai quickly stopped the kiss with Nemori, who swiftly fixed her appearance, hiding what no one else, but her beloved Kai, could see. When the doors opened, the pair of lovers quickly walked down the long hallway, swiftly arriving at their room. In a rush, they hurriedly opened the door, entered, and slammed it shut, immediately starting a new kiss filled with desire and passion. In the middle of the kiss, Kai quickly helped Nemori remove her sweater, revealing a tiny black bra that barely covered her seductively erect nipples, while her impressive breasts defied gravity with their incredible elasticity, fully igniting his desire. Incredibly tempted by Nemori's seductive and voluptuous chest, which seemed like a delicious fruit ready to be harvested, Kai squeezed them firmly, sending a surge of pleasure through Nemori's body. This made a muffled moan escape her lips amidst the passionate kiss. Meanwhile, Nemori didn't remain idle and began to unbutton Kai's shirt. However, in her deep excitement, she was unable to undo the buttons and ended up tearing them off. This revealed Kai's chest, which looked as though it had been sculpted from marble, his muscles perfectly defined and incredibly enticing to the beautiful woman. As she delighted in caressing her beloved's enticing muscles, Nemori guided him to the bed without breaking the kiss for even a second, almost as if she needed it to survive. But once they arrived, Kai swiftly laid her down on the bed with a quick motion, able to fully admire the flushed and lust-consumed face of his beloved. "You're gorgeous." As he expressed his most sincere thought about the woman he loved, Kai quickly climbed onto the bed to start a new kiss. The kiss soon moved to Nemori's neck, causing her to tremble slightly from the mini-orgasm it triggered, while she exclaimed, full of desire and passion, "Kai, I love you, I desire you, make me yours for all eternity." With expert movements, Kai quickly trailed down Nemori's neck, swiftly reaching her incredible chest, which was nearly as large as his head. He then gently slid aside the tiny bra, revealing her nipples, colored a seductive shade of pink, painfully erect to the point of trembling slightly. Without wasting a second, Kai expertly sucked on Nemori's nipple, immediately following it with a gentle bite that sent a powerful tremor through Nemori, who moaned wildly as an overwhelming orgasm surged through her body. She pressed her beloved's head against her chest, lost in the sensation. While kissing Nemori's seductive nipples, Kai began to caress her long, slender legs with the tips of his fingers, soon reaching her skirt, which he started to lift slowly, greatly heightening Nemori's passion, desire, and pleasure. "Kai, I can't take it anymore, make me yours." With a voice broken by violent waves of pleasure and deep lust consuming her, Nemori exclaimed while releasing her beloved from her chest. He looked into her eyes for a moment, filled with desire, before reaching for some condoms from a nearby table. Nemori quickly stopped him by taking his hand. "No, I want to feel you, completely. Are you sure?" Kai asked in a serious tone, looking into Nemori's beautiful blue eyes, to which she quickly nodded. "Yes, completely. I want our first time to be with nothing in between." "All right." Looking into Nemori's eyes, Kai nodded with a voice full of desire, which brought a beautiful smile to the spectacular woman's face. She quickly sat up on the bed and helped him unbuckle his pants, soon revealing his erect manhood, making her audibly swallow. "It's bigger than before," Nemori commented as she gazed at the impressive rod of flesh in front of her, with a look full of lust and desire. "Hee, I guess so." For his part, Kai commented, somewhat amused, and then started a deep kiss while he finished taking off his clothes and laid Nemori down on the bed. Then he knelt on the bed and looked once again at his beautiful girlfriend, who had her beautiful breasts exposed, while her skirt was no longer there. Her delicate pussy was covered by a tiny black thong that had an opening in the center, which revealed in all its splendor its attractive pink color and abundant moisture. Quickly, Kai took his manhood and placed it over Nemori's wet vagina, as she gazed at him, consumed by desire, speaking in a soft, erotic voice. Do it. After lubricating his penis with Nemori's abundant fluids, which had even reached the bed, Kai slowly inserted it into his beloved's delicate pussy, quickly noticing an incredible tightness. This surprised him a little, something that Nemori seemed to notice and commented with a smile full of love and lust. For the past year, I stopped using toys to be at my best for our first time. She really is an incredible woman, in more ways than one. Genuinely surprised, Kai couldn't help but comment as he gazed at Nemori's seductive face, to which she responded with love and desire. It's just a small token of my love and commitment. I'll do whatever it takes to make us happy, so now devour me. At your command, my love. Quickly, Kai fully inserted his manhood into Nemori, becoming one for the first time, reaching deep inside the beautiful woman, to the point where he could even feel the entrance to her uterus contract at the tip of his penis. At the same time, Nemori let out a moan that sounded more like a beastly scream, trembling violently as large amounts of love juices flowed from her pussy. She experienced the strongest orgasm of her life, filling her with a pleasure so intense it felt like it was melting her brain, leaving her in a daze. Kai, I love you. I love you. I love you, Nemori exclaimed loudly as she clung to her beloved's torso, who began to caress her head gently with affection, remaining completely still. This allowed Nemori to calm down about 5 minutes later, at which point, for some reason, a deep desire to cry flooded her. I love you so much, Kai. You're the best thing that ever happened to me. Please, never leave me. I'll do anything, but please stay by my side forever. With a voice full of feelings, Nemori commented as waterfalls of tears fell from her eyes and she clung to Kai with her arms and legs, as if she were afraid that he would leave her. She buried her face in his neck, all while her lover tenderly caressed her long hair. 139 Chapter 75. First Time. Part 2, R18, I won't leave you for anything in the world, you know me, and besides, you know I love you from the deepest part of my heart, so you don't have to do anything special, just be yourself and let's live happily together. That's all I need and want from you. With a voice full of love, Kai spoke softly while trying not to focus on the incredibly warm and pleasant sensation he was feeling in his manhood. This caused Nemori to initiate a deep French kiss that ended several minutes later, just as Kai was about to lose his mind. Kai, I want you to fill me, I want you to come inside me, Nemori said with a serious expression as she gazed lovingly at her man, who couldn't help but ask, surprised yet solemn. Are you really sure about this, Nemori? Yes, I'm completely sure, but don't worry. I know we can't have a child right now, so I made sure to take all the precautions, although I hope we can have one in the future. In a serious tone filled with love and longing, Nemori spoke while staring intently at Kai, which caused some concern in the blue-eyed young man. He had never had a child, and the arrival of one would be a significant change. However, he didn't show it on his face and instead responded seriously. Alright, but we must be aware that something unexpected can always happen. But if that's the case, I'll take full responsibility, and we'll raise the little one together. Kai's words brought a beautiful smile to Nemori's tear-streaked face, and for a moment, she even regretted taking the pill. But after a moment, she pushed those thoughts away, as Kai was still young. They still had to live a little more of their life as a couple before taking on the challenging task of becoming parents, not to mention that they had not even told the whole family yet. I really love you, Kai. You are without a doubt the love of my life, and the only one I want to live with until the last of my days. Nemori spoke, genuinely moved and full of love. To which Kai responded with a soft kiss, then spoke in a similar tone. I love you too, and I truly hope we are together forever. In response, Nemori initiated a loving kiss with the love of her life, which soon became filled with passion as Kai began to move his hips at a gentle rhythm, causing soft moans to escape Nemori's lips in the middle of the kiss. Shortly after, Nemori had another orgasm, though this time it was much lighter, allowing her to fully feel the love and care with which Kai treated her, something that filled her with deep happiness. But at the same time, she knew it was time to let her desires run free, so she immediately spoke in a voice full of lust. Kai, don't hold back, make a mess of me, mark me as yours, so I can never forget it. Hee, don't regret it later, Kai said with a smile full of lust on his face, to which Nemori responded with a defiant expression. Foo, never, well, you asked for it. With a mischievous smile on his face, Kai began to kiss Nemori's nipples, while at the same time, he increased the rhythm of his thrust significantly. He quickly caused his beautiful girlfriend to start releasing powerful moans, and her pussy to gush large amounts of love juices. Kai, bite me, mark me, let the whole world know that I belong to you. In the midst of the overwhelming pleasure coursing through her, Nemori cried out loudly, feeling her lover's manhood pounding her uncharted womb. This brought her a new dimension of pleasure she had never experienced before, making her lose all sanity and unleashing her deepest desires. Kai quickly and sensually bit one of Nemori's large breasts, causing a violent orgasm to ripple through her, while great amounts of love juices gushed from her pussy, triggering a powerful squirt that made her scream in ecstasy. Harder, harder, break me, pierce my womb, I wanted to know that it belongs only to you. Incredibly turned on, Kai quickly began making calculated movements with his manhood inside Nemori's belly, soon perfectly targeting the entrance of her womb, and then he started to push with precision, successfully violating that sacred space. This caused Nemori to open her eyes and moan wildly, urgently exclaiming, Kai, come inside me. Fill me with your semen. Impregnate me, make me your woman. After several powerful thrusts, which sent Nemori into violent orgasms to the point where her consciousness began to blur, Kai whispered in her ear with restrained breath. I'm about to come, Nemori. Give it all to me, I want it all, fill me. Upon hearing her lover, Nemori's mind completely collapsed, and she screamed at the top of her lungs, clinging to him with all her strength using both her hands and legs. In response, Kai gave a few more thrusts before releasing his entire load deep inside his beloved, lustful girlfriend. As she felt the hot load filling her, Nemori felt her brain completely melt from the deep love and pleasure flooding every inch of her being, even baptizing her soul with an unforgettable feeling. This caused her to experience the strongest squirt of her life, her whole body trembling violently as if she were being electrocuted, before falling unconscious, though even in that state, she refused to let go of her lover. After some time, Kai separated from the unconscious Nemori, then lay down onto the bed and pulled her close. He began gently stroking her hair, while at the same time using his aura to calm the arousal that seemed to be spiraling out of control, until about 15 minutes later, the beautiful woman opened her enchanting blue eyes. As she opened her eyes, Nemori dreamily looked at her lover holding her, wondering if it was a dream, until the memories of what had happened just minutes before returned to her, bringing a charming smile to her face. She clung tightly to Kai and then spoke in a warm voice, full of love, feeling somehow complete. Thank you, Kai, that was the best moment of my life. It was a very special moment for me too. Kai replied with a small smile, before softly kissing his lover's lips. Nemori smiled happily, then clung to him with her whole body, wanting every inch of her skin to be in contact with the warmth of her beloved. As she draped her leg over Kai, Nemori couldn't help but notice his raging erection, which caused her lust to reignite powerfully. She licked her lips erotically, then bit her lower lip and spoke while lowering one of her hands to grab him firmly. It seems you're still not satisfied, hee, it seems that way. Kai replied with a small smile, which made Nemori straddle him, ending up in a cowgirl position, and then spoke while adjusting her beautiful hair back. Then let's go for round 2. After using her right hand to position her lover's cock beneath her wet pussy, Nemori slowly lowered her body, managing to take him in completely. A deep pleasure hit her, and she felt so full that it almost seemed like she was going to run out of air. Stay there. This time, I'll do all the work, foo-foo-foo. With a lustful smile, Nemori spoke as she looked at Kai, who seemed hypnotized by her erotic body, which looked like a work of art, with large, bouncy breasts, a slim waist, a flat stomach, and wide hips. This gave her an hourglass figure. Delighted by her lover's expression, Nemori began to move, guided by her lust and the pleasure she felt, allowing her large breasts to sway freely in front of her lover, who seemed to greatly enjoy the show. This brought her deep pleasure and a tremendous sense of pride, prompting her to increase her pace, starting an erotic symphony of wild moans escaping her beautiful cherry-colored lips. As the first rays of sunlight began to emerge, Kai and Nemori watched them through the smart window that completely replaced one of the walls of the beautiful suite they had rented. They embraced in the spacious jacuzzi, with Nemori resting her head on her lover's firm chest. Kai, this moment is undoubtedly the happiest of my life. You have no idea how much I dreamed of living it, and it's even better than I expected, Nemori said, her voice full of happiness as she listened to the calm heartbeat of her lover, which seemed to lull her lovingly. It really is a magical moment, Kai commented as he hugged the beautiful woman in his arms. After a moment, Nemori spoke with a more serious tone. Kai, I want you to give Shino and Ryuko an equally special moment. They truly love you, and I want them to feel the happiness I'm feeling right now. I'll try. With a complex tone, Kai responded after a moment of silence, as his relationship with them was just beginning, and it was quite complicated for them to be as special to him as Nemori was. However, he really liked them and loved them in his own way, so he would do his best to make them happy. I know it might be a little difficult for you to adapt to this relationship, but I want you to give them the chance to win you over. Don't hold back in the slightest for my sake. I know you love me, and I want you to also come to love them. As she watched the beautiful sunrise with a calm expression, Nemori spoke in a soft, relaxed voice, expressing her deepest thoughts, which made Kai reflect deeply. After a moment, he asked with a more serious tone. Nemori, why are you so intent on forming this relationship? I already told you, I want us all to be happy. Nemori replied with a small smile as she took her lover's hands and brought them to her chest, feeling somehow more secure and protected. Are you completely sure it's just for that? Kai asked seriously, causing Nemori to remain silent for several minutes. But after a moment, she took a deep breath to gather courage and began to confess. While it's true that my main motivation is for all of us to be happy and form a big family, I must confess that there's also a bit of selfishness on my part. For some reason, I feel incredibly happy and proud when I see the impact you've had on the girls' lives. Seeing in their eyes how genuinely in love they are with you. Knowing that you mean so much to them that they're willing to give up everything to be by your side. Seeing all that makes me feel like I'm the luckiest woman in the world. That my man is the most valuable there is, that he's irresistible. And although it sounds twisted, it makes me feel like I did a great job raising you. Plus, it allows me to see new sides of you that make me fall in love all over again, just like the first time. As she adjusted herself to maximize the skin-to-skin contact with her lover, Nomori spoke in a soft, somewhat guilty voice. Kai tightened his embrace around his beautiful girlfriend, wanting to convey security, as he asked her. Are you sure that's all? No, there's something else. After thinking it over for a moment, Nomori let out her voice with difficulty. At that moment, Kai gave her a tender kiss on the head, which gave her the courage she needed to confess. The truth is, it excites me a lot to see you with another woman. That's always been a little fantasy of mine, and that's why I thought it wouldn't be bad to try it if the girls agreed. But the truth is, the day I saw them kiss you with my own eyes and steal the lips that were supposed to be mine alone, I realized that it was more than just a fantasy, it was a twisted desire. Just seeing that kiss made me orgasm, and since that day, I haven't been able to stop fantasizing about watching you make love to them, about making love to you right after, doing exactly the same positions and in the same places so you can compare me to them, and then having to do even crazier things to keep you loving me. That's what I am. I'm a pervert who fantasizes about the love of my life sleeping with other women, who actively desires to feel the adrenaline and passion of knowing that at any moment, you could get bored of me and leave me for someone else. Even though I know you love me and wouldn't do that if I didn't ask you to, I can't help it. It's such a forbidden and attractive pleasure for me that I ended up creating this immoral relationship. Are you disappointed in me? With a voice filled with shame and guilt, Nemuri confessed her darkest desires, filling her with fear about her lover's response but, at the same time, with deep arousal. She was so turned on that she could feel rivers of love juices flowing from her pussy, making her feel even worse. But at that moment, her lover lifted her as if she were a doll and turned her around, then sat her on his lap and looked directly into her eyes. While you're certainly a pervert, I'm not perfect either. You know I'm possessive, jealous, arrogant, pretty antisocial, and a long list of other flaws. And while I actively try to control myself, it's not that easy. So, we're just a couple of imperfect people who want to be happy together. Besides, your fantasy doesn't directly affect my possessiveness, and to be honest, any man would kill to have a pervert like you by his side. With an understanding smile, Kai spoke as he wiped away the few tears that had formed at the corners of his beloved's beautiful eyes. She looked at him in surprise, and after a moment to process everything he said, she hugged him tightly, pressing her explosive body against his as she spoke with happiness and determination. I love you, Kai. Thank you for understanding me, and I swear I will never let you feel bad. I have no interest in any other man, and I don't even see the girls in a sexual way. I'm yours and will be yours forever, and I'll make sure everyone knows it. You're the best girlfriend in the world, Nomori. I really love you. Kai returned his beloved's embrace, and she responded, tearfully yet sounding incredibly happy. And you're the best boyfriend in the world. I love you from the bottom of my heart. 139 Chapter 76. I'd like to see you try. In front of the iconic gates of the prestigious UA, an excited Nijire and Momo could be seen, wearing their hero costume and school uniform respectively. They hugged the arms of an evidently annoyed Kai, who was also wearing his uniform and kept his conqueror's haki active so that no one would approach him. Kai, stop making that face and releasing your intimidating aura, we're about to go in. Momo commented with a smile as she looked at Kai, to which Nijire quickly added with a serious expression. Yes, Kai, you're about to take the entrance exam, this is an important moment. I still haven't forgotten that you two sold me out, Kai remarked, clearly annoyed, which caused a playful giggle from the two beautiful teenagers. Hee, let it go already, we told you not to do it, but you were stubborn, so we had to call for backup. Momo responded playfully, to which Nijire quickly added in a strict tone, fitting of an older sister like her. Hee, yes, Kai-chan. You can't go around threatening the principal just because you don't want to take the entrance exam, that's wrong. I didn't threaten him, I was just subtly exercising my influence, Kai replied, sounding like an innocent man being accused of a crime he didn't commit, which made Momo and Nijire roll their eyes. Yeah, sure, your influence, scaring him with your intimidating aura and a terrifying expression is your influence, Momo commented sarcastically as she looked at Kai, who responded with a proud smile on his face, as if he had nothing to be ashamed of. Exactly. Hee, that's not right, Kai-chan. You can't use your quirk to scare others. Nijire said again, trying to sound strict, although it didn't really come out very well. It's not a crime if they don't notice. Besides, I was very subtle. Kai responded casually, as students wanting to enter the place took a wide detour around him due to the intimidating aura surrounding the group. Yeah, very subtle, that's why the principal's fur stood on end. Momo commented, rolling her eyes, to which Nijire quickly added to end the conversation. Well, let's leave that aside now, Kai's already gotten scolded by everyone, so for now, stop emitting that intimidating aura and smile. After a sigh, Kai could only deactivate his conqueror's haki in silence. After all, he'd already gotten an hour-long lecture when Principal Nezu came to his house to talk about the entrance exam and ended up scaring him a bit accidentally. And although the principal didn't give it much importance, his family certainly did, especially Shino, Ryuko, and Nomori, who apologized profusely on his behalf. Honestly, he didn't want to go through that again anytime soon. Hee. Noticing that the intimidating aura had ceased, Nijire smiled in satisfaction, then let go of Kai's arm and inspected the appearance of the blue-eyed young man with great attention to detail. She buttoned a loose button and adjusted the collar of his uniform, before moving on to Momo and doing something similar. You both look perfect. Good luck on the exam, I'll be cheering for you with all my might," Nijire said with a smile after nodding in satisfaction, to which Momo responded with a happy smile on her face. "Hee, thanks, Oni-chan. See you later, Nijire," Kai said with a smile, followed by a warm hug from Nijire to each of them, before flying off into the air to meet her internship schedule. "See you, good luck." After Nijire disappeared, Momo led Kai to a classroom set up with individual desks arranged in rows and columns facing the front of the room. Each desk had ample space for writing and an office chair with a backrest, all seemingly made of a metallic material, adding to the futuristic aesthetic of the room. Some students were already seated in the classroom, while at the teacher's desk stood a man with a peculiar appearance, even by Hiro's standards. His body seemed to be composed mostly of a material resembling cement, with a square head and fingers, black eyes without pupils, a flat nose, and a large mouth. He was dressed in a typical red hero costume. With some curiosity, Kai stared at the teacher for a moment, but Momo quickly dragged him to his seat, where she then sat in hers. They waited in silence, with Kai lying on his desk and Momo sitting upright and elegant until the last person arrived. The last to arrive was a student with the right half of his hair white and the other half red. He had a prominent burn mark on the left side of his face, and displayed an irritated and angry expression that practically radiated hatred. "Ooh, that guy looks like a hassle, but he seems familiar, so he must be one of the characters, though it's been so long that I don't even remember, so it's better to stay away from that obvious mountain of problems in human form." Seeing the young man, Kai couldn't help but think to himself as he felt a certain sense of familiarity. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the hero, who looked more like a cement block in humanoid form than anything else, stood up from his place and began to speak. "Well, students, the time has come. On your desks, you will find a package containing a booklet with the questions and an answer sheet, a pencil, a sharpener, and an eraser. Remember that it is strictly forbidden to use anything other than what is provided in that package, and don't forget that breaking this rule will cause you to automatically fail the exam. If you're caught cheating, not only will you automatically fail, but you'll also be banned for life from UA. Any questions?" After looking at the clock on the wall, Cementos got up and informed all the students, as he had done many times in the past. Though it was only a formality since all the information regarding the exam had been sent to the candidates beforehand. But to his surprise, for the first time since he'd been in charge of overseeing this exam, he saw a hand raised. "Yes?" Cementos asked as he looked at the black-haired, blue-eyed young man who had raised his hand, who asked in a tone that made it seem like he'd rather be anywhere else. "What's the minimum score to pass? That information was said to you more than a month ago, so you should know that to pass, you need to answer at least 90% of the questions correctly." 90%? Kai exclaimed in surprise and turned to look at Momo, who averted her gaze and covered her face with one hand, as if she didn't know him, while muttering to herself in evident annoyance. "That damn Nezu is a tyrant, I'll complain to customer service." Cementos was quite surprised by the whispers of the black-haired young man, but he quickly dismissed him as a troublemaker, someone who most likely wouldn't pass the exam. At the same time, he wondered why anyone would recommend a kid like that in the first place. "If there are no further questions, you may begin. You have 1 hour to complete this part of the exam." All the students started opening their packages and taking out their booklets, then reading the questions seriously. Meanwhile, Cementos occasionally glanced at the black-haired, blue-eyed boy, who had an annoyed expression as he opened his package. Only to then start answering the questions at an impressive speed, while casting venomous looks at the girl next to him from time to time. So, he already knows he's going to fail and is answering randomly, hoping for a miracle. Seriously, who recommended him? I've never seen anyone like this at UA. About 15 minutes later, the black-haired boy put the booklet and answer sheet aside, then lay down on his desk and closed his eyes indifferently, which greatly offended Cementos, who couldn't help but comment with evident disapproval in his tone. "Student, I demand that you show respect for the exam. If you have no interest in taking it, you may leave, but don't distract the other examinees with your attitude." "I'm already finished, but you said I had an hour, so I'm just killing time," Kai responded without even opening his eyes, his tone full of disdain, causing one of Cementos's eyelids to twitch violently. "Then hand in your sheet and wait outside," Cementos replied, clearly angry. Kai simply got up from his seat and responded without much interest. "Fine." With an annoyed expression, Cementos watched as the bothersome black-haired youth handed him the answer sheet and then left the room while waving at the same girl from before, something that a hero and teacher like him couldn't allow. He quickly reprimanded him with a strict tone. "Student, I won't tolerate any more disrespect. If you act like that again, I'll expel you from the premises immediately." As Cementos stared at the young man in front of him, he suddenly felt a terrifying pressure engulf him. At the same time, the boy's gaze became dangerous as he spoke in soft, measured words, staring directly into his eyes. "Oh, really? I'd like to see you try." Outraged, Cementos wanted to get up and teach the arrogant boy a lesson, but to his surprise, his body refused to respond. He felt paralyzed with fear, as if he were standing before a dangerous predator that could tear him apart at any moment. But just then, the voice of the girl was heard, reprimanding him in a strict and angry tone. "Kai, behave and wait outside." After being scolded, the boy seemed to reflect for a moment, and shortly after, the pressure that had surrounded him vanished as if it had never existed. The black-haired boy left the room like a scolded dog, kicking the floor without saying a word. This allowed Cementos to let out a sigh of relief, which he managed to hide from the other students, though he could still feel the cold sweat running down his back from that brief confrontation. That boy is dangerous. I need to inform the principal as soon as possible. With a serious expression on his square face, Cementos thought to himself, then waited impatiently for the exam to finish. When it ended, he gave the students a 10-minute break, which he used to go to a secluded spot where he urgently called the principal. "Hello, Cementos. Is something the matter?" Nezu's voice was heard on the other end of the line after the call connected, and Cementos quickly explained the complicated situation. "Principal, there's someone very dangerous taking the recommendation exam. He's a black-haired, blue-eyed boy, terribly disrespectful, and my instincts are screaming not to get near him. I think it's best to expel him immediately and bring in reinforcements in case things get dangerous, because I don't think he'll take it kindly." "Ha ha ha, you're mistaken, Cementos. If you did that, he'd probably be so happy that he'd invite you out to eat and even make a generous donation to your agency," Principal Nezu said, clearly amused, which greatly surprised Cementos, who quickly asked, confused. "What are you talking about, Principal? The boy you're referring to is named Saito Kai. I recommended him myself, but he only accepted very reluctantly, so he's basically looking for excuses to get kicked out. He despises the idea of being a hero so much that he can't help it, and he tends to react defiantly to authority figures. So just ignore him, and he'll calm down." Principal Nezu explained in a serious tone, which led Cementos to ask, full of confusion and disapproval. "But why recommend someone like that, Principal? No matter how talented he is, if his attitude isn't appropriate, he shouldn't be allowed into UA, let alone become a hero." "While you're right about that, Cementos, there are always exceptions, and this boy is one. The country would benefit immensely if we managed to turn him into a hero. After all, Saito-kun can go toe-to-toe with All Might at full power and come out unscathed while managing to injure him." Director Nezu explained in a much more serious tone, taking the cement hero completely by surprise. "What? Are you sure about that, Principal? No matter how I look at it, that sounds impossible," Cementos exclaimed loudly, absolutely astounded, to which Principal Nezu explained in a solemn tone. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. It happened about a year ago, but just wait for his physical tests, they'll surprise you. Also, don't worry. Saito-kun isn't a bad person, he's just very withdrawn and defiant towards authority. But he's not dangerous or anything like that. He's very intelligent and loves his family deeply, caring for them like no one else. So, I hope we can pass some of that love on to others and inspire him to become a hero. I hope you can help me with that, Cementos." "It'll be difficult, Principal, but I'll keep an eye on him from now on and decide from there," Cementos replied in a more serious tone, though he didn't sound entirely convinced. Nezu thanked him with his typical adorable attitude. "Thank you very much, Cementos. I'll be keeping an eye on things, and don't hesitate to call me if anything happens." "Of course, Principal. Goodbye. I need to start the next part of the exam." 139 Chapter 77, New Work Partner. After hanging up the phone, Cementos returned to the classroom, where he found all the students sitting properly. The student who should be Yayorozu Momo was quietly scolding Saito Kai, who simply remained silent, looking away as if it had nothing to do with him. "Well students, you should have received the next packet by now, so you can begin. You have 1 hour to complete the exam." Although Cementos was prepared for another scene from the terrifying blue-eyed boy, he miraculously behaved correctly and 15 minutes later, he stood up, handed in his answer sheet, and left the room without saying a single word from start to finish. He didn't even look at him, although he still had an incredibly annoyed expression on his face. Due to everything the principal had told him, Cementos decided to look at the answer sheet of the terrifying blue-eyed young man, only to realize that exactly 90% of the answers were marked, not one more, not one less, which left him somewhat speechless. But since the questions were different for each student, he didn't know whether they were answered correctly or not, but now he was a bit curious about this troublesome student. The rest of the day passed without incident, as the students quietly answered their exams. As for Kai, he continued doing the same thing, leaving the room 15 minutes after the exam started, until all the exams they had to take that day were finished. Cementos then saw through the window how the black-haired couple left the UA facilities, casually walking down the street, with the young girl holding one of the blue-eyed boy's arms. Upon arriving home using a company, Kai and Momo were greeted by the now-retired Keiko, as everyone else was busy with their respective jobs. She warmly smiled at them, then hugged them while asking in a cheerful and calm tone, "How did my two loves do on their exams?" "It was actually pretty easy, Oka-sama. I managed to answer all the questions without much difficulty," Momo replied cheerfully as she returned her mother's hug, a happy smile on her face. "Fu, congratulations Momo, you did a great job. I'm very proud of you," Keiko praised with a big smile, which greatly pleased Momo, who couldn't help but laugh happily. Hee. "And how did it go for you, Kai?" Keiko asked with a concerned smile as she looked at Kai's annoyed expression. He responded casually, "Annoying, plus there was a block of cement with a face that I almost ended up hitting." "What happened?" Keiko asked worriedly while looking at Momo, who responded with an accusatory expression as she glanced at Kai. Kai almost ended up fighting with the teacher, so I had to scold him. What did he do to you, Kai? Keiko asked, staring intently at Kai, knowing that although he was a bit grumpy with strangers and tended to scare them off so they wouldn't bother him, he had never had a problem like this before. Nothing, he just wanted to kick me out of UA, so I wanted to see if he was that capable. But in the end, Momo didn't let me, Kai replied, clearly annoyed, which made Keiko angry. She couldn't help but comment through gritted teeth. Who does that trash think he is to believe he can kick my Kai out when he's doing them a favor by attending their stupid institution? Don't worry, Kai. I'll make sure to teach Nezu how to properly educate his people. Oka-sama, don't spoil Kai like that, Momo scolded her mother with an angry expression, which caused Keiko to hide her face in Kai's chest and ask innocently. Spoil him? I don't know what you're talking about. You? Momo could only get even more upset by her mother's childish behavior, which had only worsened since her retirement. But at that moment, Kai gently stroked her hair, calming her greatly, and then commented with a smile. Come on, let's not make a fuss over this. The guy didn't do anything else afterward, so let's leave it at that. HMPH. Momo huffed angrily, then hid her face in Kai's arm, which made Keiko smile amused as she briefly commented in a more cheerful tone. Well, let's leave it at that then. Let's go inside, a delicious meal awaits you. Let's go, I'm starving, Kai commented, genuinely hungry, then entered the house, luxuriously escorted by the beautiful mother-daughter pair, who intimately hugged his arms. After Mrs. Yoshiko served the meal, Kai ate voraciously. Then, after a quick bath, he headed to his workshop with Keiko, while Momo decided to read something in the library at home, as she didn't want to get ahead in the drama she was watching with her mother. Well, let's pick up where we left off. Last time we agreed to go with a modular structure made of graphene and high-strength polymers. Should we continue with the deployment system, or should we focus on control instead? While reviewing the different tactical drone prototypes in front of him, Kai commented as an incredibly detailed hologram of the drone structure appeared in the middle of the workshop. Keiko, his new work partner, nodded thoughtfully before commenting in a serious, focused tone. I think it's better to focus on the control system for now. For deployment, there are several pre-existing options available, so we can take one of those and adapt it to our needs. Certainly, we shouldn't waste time on that. As for the control system, do you have any ideas? I was thinking about training a hybrid AI. Something that combines deep neural networks for real-time analysis with genetic algorithms for optimizing tactics. The idea is that the system becomes more efficient as it accumulates combat experience. Kai commented as a graphical representation of the algorithm he was thinking of using appeared in the hologram, to which Keiko responded by showing a different algorithm, quickly catching the attention of the blue-eyed boy. Well, I was thinking of a more swarm-based approach. Instead of a single centralized AI making all the decisions, we could design a decentralized network where each drone has its own basic AI that constantly communicates with the others. It would be something similar to how swarms work in nature. You want each drone to have simple interaction rules and emergent behavior algorithms? Analyzing the algorithm with interest, Kai asked, noticing certain interesting parts of it, to which Keiko nodded with a smile and then explained her idea in more detail. Exactly. The simple interaction rules would be things like following the lead drone, avoiding collisions, prioritizing nearby targets, etc., while the emergent behavior algorithms would make them harder for enemies to predict and much more adaptable. Also, since the decisions would be made in a community and local way, it would give the swarm much more flexibility, as losing a node in the network could be easily replaced. Not to mention, it would be more error-tolerant and much more resistant to cyberattacks or electromagnetic signal jamming. It's a good idea. I like it, although we would need to work on developing a secure and robust network so that it doesn't get overloaded or easily interfered with. Plus, we'd have to design several safety systems to prevent it from going out of control. Kai nodded thoughtfully, his mind wandering among the possibilities, to which Keiko added with a smile. Certainly, though I really like your algorithm, especially the way you combine deep neural networks for data analysis, genetic algorithms for optimization, and decision trees for efficient decision-making. Maybe we could merge our ideas and create something much more complete and flexible. Well, I don't see why not. Although we'd have to make a few tweaks here and there, it's possible. Kai nodded with a smile as he reviewed the specific data of the algorithms to combine them, to which Keiko cheerfully commented. Then let's get to work to have it ready as soon as possible. We haven't even thought about the weaponry the drones will have yet. Well, I've actually been jotting down some ideas, but let's leave that for later, Kai said with a smile, before sitting down next to Keiko and starting to define the details of the new control system. Meanwhile, Keiko couldn't help but look at Kai's focused expression, with happiness written all over her face. Retiring had truly been the best decision she could have made. Now, not only was she living much more peacefully and relaxed, but she could also spend more time with Momo and help Kai with his projects, which she wouldn't dare say out loud, but it was the best part. Working with Kai was so smooth. He understood her easily, his ideas were also fascinating, and his focused expression was incredibly attractive. It was such an exciting way to work that she had never had the chance to experience before. Truly, a genius can only be happy alongside another genius. But as if that weren't enough, she now truly felt fulfilled while working. Even though her career had always been a success and had brought her astronomical amounts of wealth, influence, and fame, the truth was that she had not been happy doing it for many years. But now it was different. Now she was actively working to improve the life, career, and safety of her beloved daughter, her beloved family, and she could even share a bit of the load with her beloved Kai. By the time night came, Kai left his workshop with a smiling Keiko, who was hugging one of his arms, to return to the main house, where the whole family was waiting for them in the main room. Upon seeing him, they quickly greeted him with big smiles. "Did you have fun at UA?" After greeting him, Nomori asked with a smile, only for Kai to respond completely disinterested in the topic. "Let's talk about something else. The important thing is that I took the exam." Alright. Seeing Kai's attitude, Nomori decided not to bother him further about the subject, and instead, they started talking about random things from everyone's day and trivial topics while enjoying a delicious dinner. At one point, however, Nejire seemed to remember something and turned to look at Kai, asking with a small smile. "By the way, Kai, I made some new friends at UA, and there's someone who would like to meet you." "Who is it, and what do they want?" Kai asked casually as he ate, to which Nejire responded with a smile. "His name is Tagata. He has a very interesting quirk that lets him pass through things, and he's gotten really strong recently." "Oh, and what does your new friend want from me?" Slightly interested by the quirk description, Kai asked while looking at Nejire, who quickly responded excitedly. "He wants to train with you. It could be interesting. One of these days when I'm free, I might try it. His quirk sounds interesting, and I'd like to test a couple of things." Kai replied after thinking about it for a moment, to which Nejire nodded with a smile. "Alright, I'll let him know." 139 Chapter 78. Anyone else? It had been a while, and the moment Kai feared the most had arrived. Now, he had to wear the UA uniform and go to classes with it, something that had him in a terrible mood. He felt like the uniform was too small for him and itchy, which only added to his irritation. With a terribly irritated expression, Kai went down the stairs and arrived at the dining room of his house, where the pussycats, Keiko, and Momo were having breakfast, chatting happily among themselves. Since Nomori was absent due to a meeting at UA before classes started. After Mrs. Yoshiko served him his sumptuous breakfast, Kai began to eat voraciously without uttering a single word, which only made the others smile bitterly. They didn't like seeing him like this, although Keiko couldn't help but look suspiciously at Shino and Ryuko, as the way they were looking at her Kai irritated her a bit. Not to mention that lately, they had been closer to him than ever, which made her a little suspicious and annoyed. "Thank you, Mrs. Yoshiko, it was delicious," Kai said after finishing, thanking Mrs. Yoshiko, who was collecting the dishes. "It's my pleasure, Mr. Kai." Mrs. Yoshiko replied with a smile on her face, bowing respectfully before continuing with her tasks, at which point Shino asked with concern. "Kai, are you sure you want to go? You don't have to force yourself if you really don't want to." "It's fine, I'm just a bit irritable. When I get back, I'll forge something, and it'll pass," Kai commented while forcing a smile at Shino, which only made her even more worried. "Do you want us to come with you, Kai?" Ryuko asked with a small smile, to which Kai shook his head before replying. "No, it's fine. Nejire shouldn't take long, and she's very excited to go to school together." Recently, Shino and Ryuko had been trying to spend more time with Kai to strengthen their relationship, which had turned out to be quite satisfying for them. Being close to him, going out for occasional walks, or simply sitting to watch a movie while holding hands had been very happy moments for them, almost a confirmation that they were on the right path. However, since they still hadn't mustered the courage to confess, they had to do it in secret, which, in a way, had added an extra touch of risk to their relationship. Something they were enjoying quite a bit, especially Ryuko, who found the whole situation incredibly exciting, to the point that several fantasies started to roll through her mischievous mind. After a while, Nejire arrived at the property accompanied by Yumiko, and everyone went out to greet them. Nejire couldn't help but smile, incredibly happy to see Kai and Momo in their uniforms. Then she ran over to give him a hug with boundless enthusiasm. "Kai, Momo, you both look great in your uniforms. I can't believe we're finally going to the same school." "Fu, I'm excited too. Nejire ne-chan." Momo replied with a small smile on her face, just as Yumiko reached them and greeted them with a smile. "You really do look great. I hope you enjoy yourselves at UA, fu. For his part, upon hearing Yumiko, Kai quickly disappeared from his spot and reappeared in front of Yumiko with an incredibly serious expression. He touched her face and asked with a trace of anger in his voice, which he was trying to hide. "Why are you so exhausted, Aunt Yumiko?" "It's nothing, Kai-chan, just adult things that shouldn't worry you." Yumiko replied with a small smile, placing her hand over Kai's on her cheek, feeling warmed by his concern. "What did they do to you?" Kai asked seriously, looking directly into Yumiko's beautiful blue eyes, which she had made up to hide terrible dark circles, something that only enraged Kai further. After looking into Kai's eyes for a moment, Yumiko knew that if she didn't tell him what was going on, he would search for answers on his own, and who knows what he might do with what he found. Even though Kai wasn't particularly violent, he was very protective, and she didn't want him getting into trouble because of her. "It's okay, I'll tell you when you get back from school." After a small sigh, Yumiko responded in a somewhat complex tone, to which Kai nodded before using his mystical palm to heal her exhaustion. "Alright, Then I'll expect to hear about it when I return, and you can use your room as much as you want, even permanently," Kai commented while looking into Yumiko's eyes, who now looked much better, smiling softly at him. "Thank you, Kai-chan, I'll do that," Yumiko replied with a smile, genuinely grateful to have Kai in her life, while feeling a little regretful for being so distant from him because of her work. After saying goodbye to everyone, with Ryuko giving Kai a furtive kiss when no one was paying attention because they were focused on Yumiko, Nejire and Momo hugged Kai, while an excited Salem climbed onto his master's shoulder. They went to one of the cars in the garage, where a guard drove them to UA. "Kai, thank you for helping Mom. Ever since she came back from her trip, she's been really sad and hasn't wanted to tell me why." Midway through the ride, Nejire suddenly looked at Kai with a serious expression, to which he responded in an equally serious tone. "There's no need to thank me, Nejire. You know Aunt Yumiko is someone very important to me, so I'll do everything I can to help her with whatever she needs." "Thank you." Nejire hugged Kai tightly, as she had an intuition about what had happened and felt very uneasy about it. But now, with Kai, she knew everything would be alright. "If you need anything from me, just say the word, I'm ready for whatever you need." Equally concerned, Momo commented with a serious expression, to which Nejire responded by hugging her tightly. "Thanks, Momo. I know I can count on you too." The rest of the trip was quiet, with Momo and Kai stroking Nejire's beautiful blue hair. This cheered her up again by the time they arrived at UA, where Momo and Nejire intimately took Kai's arms and entered the building, drawing the attention and envy of the students and even several teachers. In Class 1A, the classroom had an elegant and futuristic style, with most of the students interacting with each other. They all had unique features that set them apart from one another, and they wore their uniforms properly with big smiles on their faces, a product of having taken the first step toward fulfilling their dreams. Suddenly, the door opened, and two students with black hair, a boy and a girl, entered, walking intimately close to each other. They possessed overwhelming beauty and elegance, which caught the attention of everyone present, leaving the classroom in complete silence. The girl was tall and attractive, with a very mature and voluptuous physique for her age. Her beautiful black hair was tied in a high, pointed ponytail. Over her perfectly stylized and symmetrical facial features, with elongated eyes, rested a strand of hair that seemed to accentuate her perfect features while wonderfully contrasting with her white skin, which looked almost like porcelain. Meanwhile, the young man was in no way left behind, being a head taller than the girl beside him. His short hair, though not particularly styled, suited him perfectly and greatly highlighted his hypnotic blue eyes and features that seemed carved from marble. Curiously, the young man had an adorable black cat on his shoulder, which looked around curiously, along with his uniform. This made him look exceptionally handsome, elegant, and charming, like a cold CEO with a heart of gold. Several girls in the room couldn't help but have heart-shaped eyes as they looked at him. With a steady and calm pace, the couple soon reached their seats, which were side by side thanks to a certain animal, where they settled in. The young man looked out the window with a lost expression, while the girl took out a small book to start reading, which caused, after a while, the conversations in the classroom to resume. Though the impressive couple, who seemed straight out of a fairy tale, were still bathed in constant curious glances from the other students. Soon, the door opened again, and a young man with disheveled blonde hair, wearing the uniform in a messy way, walked in arrogantly, looking around challengingly until he reached his desk, slumped into his chair, leaned back, and put his feet up on the desk. However, unlike before, all the students ignored him and continued with their business, except for one. A student, who was a spectacle of rigidity and precision, with short dark blue hair and silver-rimmed glasses, possessing a large and robust body, approached the rebellious blonde and began scolding him while moving his hands in a strange, robotic manner. "The desk is not for putting your feet on, huh? What do you want, 4 eyes?" The messy blonde replied with a raspy voice as he angrily glared at the human robot in front of him, just as the door timidly opened again. A freckled young man with green eyes and hair of the same color, which seemed to shoot in all directions, entered the room. "I told you already, you can't put your feet up there. Don't you think it's disrespectful to your fellow classmates?" The young man with glasses scolded with a strict tone, while moving his arms strangely. The messy blonde responded irritably. "No, I really don't think so. Anyway, which middle school did you come from? Discount extra." Just as the young man with glasses was about to respond, all the students felt as if a mountain had fallen on them, leaving them frozen in their places and abruptly stopping the argument, while they heard a deep, magnetic voice, which sounded clearly angry. "Shut up, you irritating bastards. Huh? Who do you think you are, F?" The rebellious blonde, with evident cold sweat on his face, tried to continue his bravado, but his words were abruptly cut off. His eyes went white as he collapsed to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, leaving all the other students staring wide-eyed in shock. Kachan, the freckled young man with green hair who had just entered, ran toward the blonde with a worried expression, shouting what seemed to be his name. He knelt down to take the blonde in his arms, then immediately turned his gaze toward the source of the voice, where he saw a young man with black hair and blue eyes glaring at them with irritation. "What did you do to KACC?" The green-haired young man shouted in concern at the blue-eyed young man, but met the same fate as the blonde, falling face first onto his companion, his eyes turning white. At that moment, Kai spoke again, sounding incredibly irritated, sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Anyone else? Hearing the question, the entire classroom fell into complete silence, as no one dared to respond to the terrifying young man. Satisfied, Kai nodded, and the terrifying pressure that had been suffocating them disappeared entirely, as if it had never existed in the first place, allowing everyone to let out a sigh of relief. But the sense of relief soon turned into conflicted expressions. After all, there were 2 students on the ground, and they needed to help them. So, after a moment, several students who didn't want to be overcome by fear, knowing they needed to be brave to become heroes, got up to help. But at that moment, a small sigh was heard in the silent classroom, followed shortly by a melodious voice. Kai, you really need to stop doing that. You're going to scare everyone again. 139 Chapter 79. It was a terrible idea. After shaking her head, Momo stood up from her seat and went over to her unconscious classmates, while Kai looked away as if he had nothing to do with it. At that moment, 2 tasers emerged from the palms of her hands, which she turned on, sending out audible electric sparks. Without any warning, she woke up her classmates with them. Do you seriously wake them up like that? The same question appeared in the minds of all the students watching the scene, but they wisely chose to stay silent. After all, it was evident that the 2 were a couple. A very peculiar one at that. So it was better not to make too much of a fuss, or they might end up being the next ones on the ground. What the heck, KACC? Soon, the blonde and the green-haired student jumped up and looked around in confusion, shouting loudly. Their words got stuck in their throats when a monstrous pressure fell upon them, as if from a bloodthirsty demon, making them break into a cold sweat. However, the situation was lightened by an innocent and melodic voice. Huh? What happened here? The voice came from a young girl with short, curly brown hair that framed a round, friendly face. Her large brown eyes sparkled with an optimistic and determined spirit, while her cheeks seemed flushed, giving her a warm and welcoming appearance. Behind the girl stood what appeared to be a giant worm with a human face, a masculine, ugly, and tired face with long hair and an unkempt beard. He looked at the whole scene with cynical eyes before unzipping himself, revealing his thin body dressed in a black jumpsuit and what seemed like bandages around his neck. He then spoke in a low, tired voice. It took you 8 seconds to calm down. Life is short, kids, and all of you lack common sense. The man finished emerging from his sleeping bag and pulled out a dark blue gym uniform with white stripes that formed the letters, UA, in a stylized square, as he continued speaking in the same monotone voice. I am your homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shota. Nice to meet you. It's a bit rushed, but put this on immediately and head straight to the campus exit. Although a bit confused by the events, the students obeyed and headed to their respective changing rooms and changed into the new uniforms before rushing to the campus exit, where Aizawa was waiting for them. Well, next we will be conducting a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa announced to the class, greatly surprising the students, who exclaimed loudly. A quirk apprehension test? When will the ceremony be? And when will we meet the counselor to guide us? The young girl with brown hair and flushed cheeks asked in surprise, to which Aizawa replied while turning his back to them. If you want to be a hero, you won't have time for those absurd things. All of you should know that the school's reputation is based on campus freedom, so this freedom also applies to us teachers. The students looked at Aizawa with blank expressions, not understanding what he meant, but he continued speaking in his tired voice. Long jumps, 50-meter dashes, endurance runs, etc. These are all activities you've known since middle school. Physical tests where the use of your quirks was prohibited. The country still lacks a standard for measuring quirk power, although that's the ministry's negligence. Aizawa turned to the scruffy blonde and then asked. Bakugo, how far could you throw the ball in school? 67 meters. The blonde replied irritably, prompting Aizawa to point at a white circle marked on the sandy ground as he tossed a ball to Bakugo. Now try it using your quirk. You can do whatever you want as long as you stay within the circle, don't hold back. Got it. After agreeing, Bakugo stretched a bit and proceeded to throw the ball with all his might. Just as he released it, a powerful explosion occurred in his hand, sending the ball flying while he shouted loudly. Die. First of all, one must know what they are capable of, Aizawa said while looking at a smartphone that displayed the number 705.2 meters. He then showed it to the students while continuing. This is a rational indicator of what forms your hero foundations. The students looked at the number in astonishment, and wide smiles spread across their faces as several excited voices could be heard. Incredible. This looks fun, 705 meters, no way? We can really use our quirks? This is the hero department? Seems fun, is that what you think? Aizawa commented in a disappointed voice, before his attitude shifted to something more sinister as he continued. So, you plan to spend 3 years here having fun? What happened to becoming heroes? Fine, then there's a new rule. The one who comes in last will be expelled immediately. The students' smiles faded, turning into anxious and worried expressions at Aizawa's words, but in the case of the green-haired student, his face showed nothing but pure terror. Our freedom is based on doing whatever we want with the students. Aizawa used his hand to lift the hair from his forehead, revealing a maniacal smile and red-pupiled eyes as he continued. Welcome to the hero department, expelled? This is our first day. That's irrational, Ochako Uraraka. the last girl to arrive in the classroom, shouted loudly as she looked at the strange teacher. Mass accidents, natural disasters, egotistical villains. Japan is full of irrationality, and it's the job of heroes to restore rationality. You're at UA. The only thing you can expect from your time here is one test after another. That's plus ultra, so I hope you surpass those tests and reach the top. Aizawa said with a mocking smile directed at the students, thus commencing the physical tests. The first was the 50-meter dash, which was done as a competition between two students. Different students took turns, achieving varying results, but when it was Kai's turn to compete against a student with a thick, muscular tail, all the students were dumbfounded, especially the boy with the tail. Impossible, what happened? I didn't see him, before I knew it, he was at the finish line. Even Aizawa had a stunned expression on his face as he looked at his smartphone, which showed an impressive reading. 50 meters in 0.17 seconds. That's almost the speed of sound. The speed of sound? Amazing, his quirk must be one of the best for speed, without a doubt. After hearing Aizawa's words, several students commented in disbelief, while Bakugo had a face full of hatred, and All Might, who was hiding in a corner observing everything, laughed ironically at Kai's spectacle. The tests continued, with Kai leaving the students and Aizawa more and more speechless with his incredible results in every test, which only worsened Bakugo's expression, especially since Momo also outperformed him in several tests, something inconceivable to him. On the other hand, the green-haired student, Midoriya Izuku, was having a terrible showing. He was undoubtedly the worst in the group, unable to excel in any of the tests, which gave him a desperate expression as he tried, unsuccessfully, to accomplish something. When it was his turn to throw the ball like Bakugo had done earlier, everyone had different results, but the most notable was Uraraka, who, thanks to her quirk, achieved a score of infinity. As for Kai, he managed to throw the ball a distance of about 3 kilometers. When his turn came, Midoriya stood in the circle with an anxious and desperate expression, looking around as if searching for ideas. Then he focused on the ball in his hands. After staring at it for a moment, he seemed to reach a conclusion, and with an expression that revealed a bit of madness and resignation, he threw it. 46 meters. A robotic voice announced the result. What? I'm sure Midoriya muttered in disbelief, at which point Aizawa commented in an irritated tone while his bandages and hair floated in the air, catching the green-haired boy's attention. I erased your quirk, that test isn't rational, even someone like you can get in. You erased my quirk, Midoriya said slowly and incredulously, but when he saw Aizawa's yellow goggles, he was shocked and shouted out loud. A quirk that can erase other quirks just by looking at them. The Erasure Hero, Eraser Head. From what I can see, you can't control your quirk, can you? Are you planning to incapacitate yourself again and make someone else save you? Aizawa asked in a disdainful voice. That's not my in. Midoriya quickly tried to deny it, but Aizawa cut him off, catching him by the neck with the bandage and dragging him toward him. Your intentions don't matter. The point is that your actions force others to do it. In the past, there was an unbearable hero who saved more than 1,000 people from a disaster by himself and created a legend. Even if you have the same will, you become useless after saving just one person. Midoriya Izuku, with your power, you won't be able to become a hero. While Midoriya stared at Aizawa with stubbornness, he, on the other hand, closed his eyes and commented in a calm, tired voice. I've returned your quirk. Throw the ball and let's be done with this. Midoriya mumbled a bit to himself, while Aizawa put some drops in his eyes. Then, he made up his mind at random, but this time he wasn't stopped, and the ball flew with great speed, showing a reading of 705.3 meters on Aizawa's phone. Teacher, I can still move. With teary eyes and a somewhat proud expression on his face, Midoriya turned to Aizawa, holding his hand in a fist near his chest. Aizawa looked at him, slightly surprised, noticing how his right hand's index finger was fractured. Midoriya could not use his quirk because it would break the bones in the areas where he applied it. To avoid being incapacitated, he chose to sacrifice just one finger, giving the ball a boost by applying his quirk at the last moment of the throw. On the other hand, Bakugo couldn't believe what he was seeing. Midoriya had been quirkless all his life, but now not only did he have a quirk, but he also achieved a higher mark than him. That, coupled with the fact that since arriving here, he was no longer the admired genius he had always been, with several people achieving better results than him. His mind broke, and he flew toward Midoriya with the help of his explosions, yelling. What is this, Deku? How can a quirkless nobody, like you? But Bakugo was stopped in his tracks by Aizawa's bandages wrapping around him. As he erased Bakugo's quirk, he commented in an annoyed tone. Damn it, don't make me use my quirk so many times, my eyes are dry. The drama didn't last much longer, and the physical tests quickly resumed. But Midoriya's performance was even worse after the ball throw, mainly due to the constant pain in his finger that didn't allow him to focus or even move too suddenly. When the tests finally ended, Midoriya, with his green hair hanging low and an ashen expression, was perfectly aware of his abysmal performance and the consequences it would have. It's time for the results, Aizawa commented in a relaxed tone as a holographic screen was projected from the phone in his hand, showing the students' rankings. Oh, by the way, the expulsion thing was a lie, Aizawa said with a mocking tone and expression before continuing. It was just a trick to make you all give your best. What? Several students, including Midoriya, exclaimed in shock. Come on, guys, you just had to think about it a bit. Of course, it was a lie. Momo commented aloud, incredulous at her classmate's surprise, as she held Kai's hand. Kai, however, was staring into space with a blank expression, as if wanting to escape reality. Seriously, how long has it been since I felt such a strong sense of derealization? Experiencing firsthand something I saw in my past life as an anime is not good for my mind. Why is the protagonist here? Why did All Might pass on his quirk to him? I healed him, he shouldn't have needed to do that. I'm doubting my life right now. It was definitely a terrible idea to come to UA. Kai's mind wandered between his thoughts and feelings as he tried to ignore the world around him in a crude attempt to avoid questioning the reality before him. Meanwhile, the other students stared at their rankings on the holographic projection screen. 1. Saito Kai 2. Yaoyorozu Momo 3. Todoroki Shoto. 4. Katsuki Bakugo 139 Chapter 80. That bastard needs to die. Upon returning home, Kai was tempted to rush to his workshop to forge something and calm down. Knowing that Yumiko needed him, Kai restrained himself and instead entered the main house accompanied by Momo and Nijire, as Salem had run off into the woods to play for a bit. Upon entering, Kai found Yumiko sitting on a couch, drinking tea with Keiko while watching a movie, as Nomori had some matters to attend to at UA and couldn't return, while the pussycats were working. Noticing his arrival, Keiko paused the movie and stood up with Yumiko to greet them, welcoming them with a warm hug and soft smiles on their faces. Keiko then sat back on the couch with Momo and Nijire, while Kai went upstairs with Yumiko. Now, tell me, what happened? Kai asked in a serious tone as he looked at Yumiko, who couldn't help but show a bitter smile on her face, something he had never seen before. Kai, I think I'm about to lose everything. Yumiko replied softly, trying to hold back her emotions, which caused Kai's eyes to narrow dangerously before he asked in a dark tone. What did they do to you? I found out that Haruto has been cheating on me and has another family. But what's worse is that he's financially compromised the company without my knowledge. I just found out that we're under a preventive seizure because we haven't fulfilled a debt that covers almost all of the company's assets, and the only shareholder of that company is the woman he cheated on me with. I don't know what to do. I'm about to lose everything. Yumiko began recounting the harsh blow she had received, as tears started to fall from her face, feeling truly desperate, finishing her explanation with a shaky voice. But at that moment, a horrifying pressure shook the ground for miles around, so powerful that even the objects in the room started to break. That bastard needs to die, Sage. With a voice that sounded like an inescapable death sentence, Kai spoke, calling out to his assistant as his eyes glowed dangerously, while dark violet lightning surrounded him. This caused the beautiful fairy to appear, but now her beautiful blue dress made of light was nowhere to be seen, replaced by a black wedding dress, and her expression showed no emotion. His position has been identified, Master. We can leave immediately. Sage spoke with a voice laden with murderous intent, but at that moment, Keiko stumbled into the room, barely conscious. Kai, stop, don't do something crazy, we can solve everything. Barely holding on to her consciousness, Keiko screamed with all her strength, catching Kai's attention just as he was about to leap through the window. It allowed him to see that his beloved aunt was bleeding profusely from a fork brutally embedded in her leg. Feeling incredibly guilty, Kai deactivated his electric aura and rushed to catch Keiko as she collapsed unconscious into his arms. He then looked around the room, finding it in ruins, with Yumiko unconscious on what remained of the couch. What a mess. A little calmer now, Kai used the mystical hand to heal Yumiko, while Sage checked on everyone else on the property, all of whom were unconscious, including Salem. She healed the minor injuries and other small problems caused by her master's outburst, now wearing her blue dress again, which had changed at some point. After laying all the girls in their respective beds and the guards in the guest house, Kai discarded the things he had damaged and tidied up a bit before sitting on the couch with a complex expression on his face, while Sage sat on his shoulder. Sage, draft a plan to recover Yumiko's company. Don't worry about the cost. Also, start a full investigation into that bastard and add him to the target list. We need to figure out a way to make him disappear without raising suspicion. Understood, Master. Sage replied before disappearing to handle the tasks her master had assigned her. Kai sighed with conflicting emotions. I messed up big time. I shouldn't have lost control like that. But I saw myself in Yumiko for a moment. Even though the betrayal is more painful, and the legal trick is different, the situation is too similar, and my emotions got the better of me. Feeling terribly guilty, Kai began browsing his phone for replacements for the things he had broken, but his mind kept wandering to the memories he thought he had moved past. Suddenly, he felt a warning from Sage, letting him know that Yumiko was approaching. Aunt, seeing Yumiko enter with a panicked expression, Kai spoke with a complicated look, but at that moment, Yumiko simply hugged him tightly. After a while, she sat next to him, resting her head on his shoulder as she spoke in a soft tone. Kai, thank you for getting so angry for me. It really made me feel how important I am to you and how much you care. It made me so happy, but please don't do anything crazy. I could never forgive myself. I'm sorry, I lost control. Kai sincerely apologized in a guilty tone, to which Yumiko responded by lifting the arm she was resting on and placing it over herself, pulling him into an embrace while she hid her face and spoke. I know, and that's why I was so happy. I felt alone, abandoned by the world, ugly, and stupid because of everything that happened. But seeing you so angry for my sake really woke me up. I still have you. I still have my family. And even if I lose everything, I won't be alone. Thank you, Kai, you don't know how much it means to me. You won't lose anything. I'll do whatever it takes to make sure your life's work isn't stolen by that trash. You have my word. Upon hearing Kai's serious and determined tone, Yumiko couldn't hold back her tears and began to cry softly. Kai gently stroked her beautiful blue hair and tightened his arm around her, letting her release all the pain she was carrying. After some time, Yumiko managed to calm down a bit, feeling much more at peace now that she had vented and knew she could count on Kai's support. She separated from him and began to wipe her tears with the handkerchief he offered her. Thank you, Kai. I really needed to let it all out. Don't worry, I'm here for whatever you need. But it would be better if you could tell me a bit more about what happened so we can think of a way to solve the problem. Kai spoke softly as he gently rubbed Yumiko's small back, who soon nodded and began to explain. Alright, I'll tell you what happened. I had been suspecting for a while that something strange was going on with Haruto. He was very nervous, acting strangely, and even started drinking excessively, but I couldn't pinpoint what it was. But everything changed a couple of months ago when I discovered that my accomplice had developed its ability. It developed its ability? Finally, Kai interrupted, a bit surprised, as this practically confirmed one of his theories about how accomplices develop their abilities. Although he imagined them as abilities to complement their quirks, some turned out to be quite curious, and it was hard to know if they were truly complementing the quirks. For example, there was Kiko's case. Despite having the same quirk as Momo, her accomplices had developed very different abilities, with Kiko's accomplice allowing her to speed up her thoughts, similar to Kai's bullet time effect with his electric aura. But in Yumiko's case, the accomplice hadn't developed any ability, and since she never used it, there was the question of whether it was because of that or because she didn't feel a need for an ability. Now, with her accomplice developing an ability when she started having doubts about her husband, it practically confirmed that it was based on the host's desires. Yes, it's a strange ability. Basically, it allows me to know if someone is lying when I touch their skin. Yumiko responded with a small, pain-filled smile on her face, letting Kai know how she had discovered everything. So, you interrogated him? Kai commented in a serious tone, to which Yumiko solemnly nodded before continuing to explain. Yes, I told him it was a game and started asking him questions to see if the ability was working, and he lied when I asked if he had ever cheated on me. With a forced smile, Yumiko wiped away the tears that had started to accumulate in her eyes again. After taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she continued explaining. At that moment, I was in shock, to the point where I didn't want to believe he was really lying to me. So, I dropped the game and went to sleep, stunned. But the thought wouldn't leave my mind, so I kept asking tricky questions from time to time. This led me to discover that he had been in a relationship with his assistant for over 4 years, and she was pregnant. As she confessed her discoveries, Yumiko broke down in tears. Kai quickly hugged her and comforted her for a while until the beautiful blue-haired woman calmed down and wiped her eyes before continuing her story. Thank you, Kai. And as I was saying, that news was devastating to me. I couldn't believe it, so I hired a private investigator to confirm it. He gave me explicit proof of his infidelity. But what was worse, he mentioned that he had noticed serious problems with the company's cash flow and recommended a contact of his who specializes in such cases. At first, I didn't believe him because I didn't notice anything strange with the company, and Haruto had managed it very well from the start. But since I knew he was a damned liar, I decided to get to the bottom of it and called the investigator. A few days ago, he sent me all the information he had uncovered. We're practically bankrupt, and that woman is, in effect, the owner of everything I worked so hard to build. Although she was initially undeniably sad, as Yumiko continued talking, her words became filled with anger, ending with a grave tone, full of hatred and helplessness. She clenched her fists so tightly that they started to bleed, prompting Kai to quickly heal her as he asked in a serious tone, trying to keep his rage under control. Do you have the documents the investigator sent you? Yes, I'll send them to you. Using her phone, Yumiko sent all the documents to Kai, who immediately instructed Sage to take them into account before beginning to analyze them. Does he know you found out? While reviewing the documents, Kai asked an important question, to which Yumiko shook her head before answering. No, I haven't had the courage to confront him yet. That's good because this is a bit complicated. This fraud is very well set up. The other company has a seemingly legitimate cash flow, the debts are well backed, and your company's financial situation is truly critical. However, there are ways to tackle this, as he must have submitted falsified financial statements to hide all of this from you. There's also his relationship with the sole shareholder of the other company, which a judge would take into account. The problem is that this legal process could take at least 3 years to resolve, and even if we win, your company would be severely affected, with its reputation damaged before the banks, minority shareholders, and potential investors. Plus, we can't forget that you'll still have to pay the legitimate debts owed to the company's real creditors. After studying the documents for a moment, Kai couldn't help but comment with a grave expression. The problem was quite serious, and the worst part was that he would have to work even harder to make that trash disappear, as they would be the prime suspects if anything happened to him. So, there's no way? Do I have to resign myself to losing my life's work? Hearing Kai, Yumiko asked in a tragic, pain-filled voice, but the blue-eyed boy quickly looked at her with a serious expression and spoke with authority. I said it's complicated, not impossible. Leave it to me. I'll make sure you get back everything they stole from you with interest. And start preparing the divorce papers, we're going to destroy him when he least expects it. 139 Chapter 81. A real family. After the girls woke up, Kai profusely apologized for his outburst of anger, although since Nejire was present, and it was a delicate topic, he diverted from the actual reason. However, Yumiko personally spoke with Keiko, explaining everything that had happened, so she requested that everyone gather while Momo and Nejire watched a teen drama. You should have told me as soon as it happened, Yumiko. I will contact my lawyers and several renowned experts on the subject to study the case and find the best solution. However, I must say that Kai might not be too far off from the truth. It will be quite complex. With a serious expression, Keiko spoke while looking directly into Yumiko's eyes, who was sitting across from her. Yumiko responded with a small smile on her face, showing that she was genuinely happy that Keiko had decided to support her without a second thought, something that deeply moved her. I'm sorry, but I was in shock. I didn't know what to do, and I was very scared. But thanks to Kai, I'm much calmer now and confident enough to express it. That's good. In these cases, the best thing is to remain calm. But don't worry, I will do everything I can to get back what is yours. Keiko commented with an encouraging smile on her face. She then turned to Kai and spoke with a serious and concerned tone. As for you, Kai, although I understand losing control over what they did to Yumiko, I hope you can keep a cool head and not do anything reckless. We can solve this without resorting to extreme measures. I know, Aunt Keiko. I just lost control for a moment. I'll stay calm. I've already had Sage contact a couple of experts who are fans of my weapons to help us with this, and I was thinking we could even call in a few favors we're owed for the chips. Kai responded with a smile as he looked at Keiko, who nodded with a satisfied expression and added. I was thinking the same thing. There are several politicians and some judges who owe us favors. I even have a contact with the president of the central bank, which could be useful to us. Well, I was actually thinking of a less legitimate route, putting pressure on the woman. She might be the key to resolving this more easily, as she, being the sole shareholder, has full control over the company. With a bit of pressure and some money, we could buy the company from her and gain much more room to maneuver to solve the financial problems, which are quite severe. With a cold and predatory tone, Kai explained with a wicked smile, which quickly spread to Keiko, who added, smiling similarly. That's a good idea. Holding the preventive seizure in our hands would prevent the creditors from tearing the company apart. Using our reputation in the tech industry and our contacts, we should be able to renegotiate the debt, which would avoid most of the problems, although it would still be somewhat complex to regain trust. Well, that blow is inevitable, but with a major restructuring of the executive board, the exit of the president, and our entry, we should be able to accelerate the process considerably. Kai added with a small smile, to which Keiko nodded in agreement. At that moment, Yumiko added in a dark and visibly indignant tone. But I don't want to pay that woman to give back what she stole from me. She took my husband, my company, and now she's going to take even more money from me. I can't agree to that. My heart won't allow it. Oh, don't worry about that, Yumiko. It won't be your money. I'll act as an investor, so, in any case, it's my money. And don't worry, I'll make her cough up every cent she swallows. I'll make her taste hell. Keiko responded with a smile full of bad intentions as she looked at Yumiko, who couldn't help but show a bit of doubt in her expression. Although I don't want that woman to take anything else from me, I'm really not sure if I want her to go through hell. After all, she's pregnant, and that child is innocent. Besides, like it or not, he'll be Nejire's sibling. I couldn't live with myself if something happened. You really are too good of a person, Yumiko. More than is good for you. They didn't show you that compassion. They tried to take away everything you've worked for your whole life, Keiko commented bitterly, shaking her head at Yumiko's words. The beautiful blue-haired woman could only respond with a complicated smile. I know. They tried to take everything from me, but I can't harm an innocent child. He doesn't deserve that. In any case, let them pay. They're the ones who did this. Besides, there's still Nejire. This is going to be very hard for her. I'm scared of how she might react. Well, that part is complicated. Hearing Yumiko, Keiko couldn't help but comment with understanding, as the smiling image of Momo came to her mind. As Yumiko and Keiko talked with complex expressions, they quickly noticed that Kai had fallen strangely silent. They turned to look at him, only to see him grinning widely while staring at a holographic screen displayed by Sage. Kai. Yumiko called softly, both curious and concerned, at which point Kai replied with a small mischievous smile on his face. Aunt Yumiko, when we get your company back, remind me to upgrade its security system. The current one is way outdated, hee. You managed to bypass their security? What did you find? Keiko asked, both excited and curious. Kai made a hologram identical to his appear in front of each of them and responded with a small smile. We have the real financial and operational data of both companies, along with other important details. So, while this can't be used as evidence in court, we now have the enemy completely exposed, hee. Hee, this will be very useful. Keiko commented with a wicked smile, much like Kai's, as she reviewed the data with malice. Kai and Yumiko did the same, paying close attention to the information and occasionally making remarks about what they found. Oni-chan has arrived. Kai suddenly commented after a while, sensing Nemori's approach. Keiko turned to look at Yumiko and asked seriously. Do you want to discuss this with the others? Yes, I think it's for the best. Yumiko sighed after thinking for a moment and nodded with a determined expression, to which Kai and Keiko nodded back with serious faces before heading downstairs together. A little while later, everyone greeted Nemori with a smile, but to avoid having to repeat the story, they waited for the pussycats to arrive while chatting casually together in the living room. Once the entire family was gathered, all the adults went upstairs and listened to the story with different expressions. If you need anything from us, don't hesitate to ask. We have some savings and a certain reputation due to our hero ranking. We're at your complete disposal. After hearing the entire story, Shino spoke seriously while staring intently at Yumiko, who was wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. I'm at your full disposal as well. We could even create a fund between all of us to pay off a good part of the debt. Nemori added with a serious expression, containing the anger she felt toward that piece of trash. At the same time, she felt somewhat relieved that Kai hadn't gone out and killed him as he had initially wanted, something that both scared her and, for some reason, made her proud. But they still had to talk about that with him and the girls on their upcoming night escape. That's a good idea. I think between all of us, we should be able to pool a good amount of capital and rescue the company. Chitora added seriously with an incredibly dark expression. Tomoko then added with her typical lively voice, trying to lighten the mood. Yes, and that way, we could be shareholders in the company. I've always wanted to be part of a fashion company. That sounds good. I also like the idea of being part of a fashion company. We could use our contacts and our names to create a brand that we all back, which could be very beneficial for the company. Ryuko added with a small smile on her face, although her tightly clenched fist spoke only of the anger she was holding inside. I like those ideas. Plus, with Kai, we could improve production efficiency to reduce costs and increase profit margins, which would be key to revitalizing the company's image with the banks. With a small smile, Keiko added as she looked around at everyone, feeling genuinely happy to witness firsthand that they really were a family and were willing to support each other in times of difficulty. This was the irrefutable proof that their bond was genuine and not just words, making her feel incredibly grateful for her life and the decisions she had made to reach this point. It sounds like a good plan. I'll start working on the numbers for how much we each need to contribute and a small market study on the viability of the new clothing brand. Additionally, we could create a division that no longer focuses on fashion and can add to the business model by exploiting our copyrights in relation to clothing. While typing and reviewing the company data on his computer, Kai commented in a focused tone, leading everyone else to nod with excitement in their eyes, especially Nemori, who quickly added with a smile. That's true. My contract with the company that handles marketing my IPs is about to expire soon. I can easily renegotiate with them so that the clothing part is done by that new division. We can do the same. Although it's not as big as Nemori's, we still have a lot of fans in Japan who buy our merchandise. Shino added in a thoughtful tone, sparking a serious conversation about the company's potential new business ventures. The conversation was interrupted when Yumiko, who had been quietly observing the scene from the beginning, spoke in a tearful and deeply moved voice, with tears falling from her eyes like waterfalls. Thank you so much, everyone. I really don't know how to repay all the support you're giving me. Fu, you don't need to worry about that, Yumiko. We're family. We're here to help each other in times of need. With a comforting smile on her face, Nemori commented as she approached Yumiko, something everyone else imitated, initiating a group hug around the beautiful blue-haired woman, making her feel immensely happy and secure. Thank you, everyone, really, thank you so much. Amidst her tears, Yumiko continued to thank them while everyone did their best to console her. After a long while, her tears finally subsided, allowing them to have a serious conversation about their plan of action. They even started thinking about ways to explain everything to Nejire, though they didn't come to any concrete decisions, as it was quite a complex and delicate matter. After the emergency family meeting ended, Yumiko went to her room, took a long bath, and then came downstairs to eat with the whole family in the main dining room, where she found Nejire happily chatting with Momo, Kai, and everyone else. A warm feeling filled her heart, bringing her peace and serenity, as she now knew that although she had lost one family, she still had another that loved and supported her unconditionally, and it was more real than anything else. By the way, Nejire, I've been thinking of living here for a while. What do you think? As they talked about their day and random things, Yumiko suddenly commented while looking at Nejire, who smiled excitedly before asking with bright eyes. Really, we're going to live in Kai's house? We'll always be together, and we can always go to school together? Yes, that's right. Do you like the idea? Yumiko asked with a small smile as she looked tenderly at her beloved daughter, the driving force of her life, who nodded excitedly before exclaiming loudly. I love it. Right after speaking, Nejire jumped to hug Momo and Kai, smiling brightly as they began to affectionately stroke her silky light blue hair. The cheerful girl then commented, filled with excitement and joy for the beautiful future. From now on, we'll have sleepovers every day, and we'll always go to UA together. Hee, yes, though each of us will sleep in our own room. Kai commented somewhat amused as he playfully poked Nijire's little nose, who immediately pouted in protest. But why? Because we're grown up now, Oni-chan, fufufu. As she played with Nijire's puffed-up cheeks, Momo commented playfully, quickly turning the conversation into a long debate where Momo and Kai tried to convince a stubborn Nijire that they could no longer sleep together. All under the watchful eyes of the adults, who smiled tenderly and with amusement at the heartwarming scene. 139 Chapter 82. Meeting in Secret. In the middle of the night, while everyone slept, Kai was leaning against a tree, breathing deeply with his special breathing method, his aura expanding and contracting in unison. This ceased shortly after Nomori approached with a mischievous smile on her face. Besides being freshly styled and made up, Nomori wore a light brown blouse with a slight neckline, covered by a black leather jacket, paired with dark jeans and black leather boots, giving off a unique rebellious and sensual vibe that highlighted her natural beauty. Fufufu, meeting in secret has its charm. As she approached her beloved boyfriend, Nomori commented with a playful smile, which made Kai smile in amusement. He moved away from the tree he was leaning against, then embraced his charming girlfriend and greeted her with a passionate kiss. You look stunning. Kai commented with a sly smile on his face, to which Nomori replied as she hugged her beloved closely. Fufufu, I'm glad you like it, but come on, they must already be waiting for us. You're right, let's go. Kai agreed, and at the same time, the accompany card appeared in his left hand, which he quickly activated after ensuring no one could hear him. Accompany, on, Pussycat's hideout. Shortly after, Kai and Nomori landed in the forest near the Pussycat's base, where Shino and Ryuko awaited them. Shino wore an elegant dark green jumpsuit with an attractive neckline, while Ryuko sported a sensual tight jean miniskirt and a short white blouse with a deep neckline and wide, long sleeves that slightly revealed her belly button. I missed you so much, darling. With a happy smile, Ryuko quickly reached Kai, greeting him before giving him a deep, passionate kiss. You look beautiful, Ryuko. After the kiss, Kai commented with a small smile while looking Ryuko up and down. She gave a small spin to show off her outfit in all its glory, which she had chosen with great care. Fufufu, thank you. You look very handsome too. After her spin, Ryuko remarked, eyeing her sexy boyfriend with a nearly predatory gaze as he wore a simple, tight-fitting polo shirt that revealed his sculpted physique, along with dark pants and casual leather shoes. Yeah, you look very handsome, Kai. Shino said as she hugged Kai with a lovely smile before giving him a tender kiss that lasted a few seconds, at which point Kai commented with a smile. Not more than you look spectacular. Fufufu, thank you, Shino replied, with a slight blush on her cheeks, at which point Nomori commented with a big smile on her lips. Well, let's go so we can relax, it's a bit uncomfortable here. You're right, let's go, Ryuko cheerfully added as she hugged Kai tightly from the front, at which point Shino and Nomori grabbed Kai's arms with amused smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha, alright, let's go. Kai, equally amused, quickly summoned the accompany card and activated it. Accompany, on, safe house. Shortly after, the group landed near a small private villa hidden beside a beautiful lake. The villa had a two-story rustic and cozy design, clad in stone and white stucco, adorned with ivy climbing its walls, a tiled roof, and a beautiful wooden terrace, while the lower level connected directly to the lake through a wooden pier. The group entered the house familiarly, then walked over to the comfortable sofas in the main living room, arranged in front of a beautiful fireplace. The wooden floors, stone walls, warm chandelier lighting, and candles on the walls gave the place a cozy and romantic air. Once in front of the sofas, Nomori quickly extended one of them, turning it into a comfortable bed, where she sat with a smile, then placed a pillow on her lap, patting it as she looked at Kai. Quickly, Kai lay down on the bed, with his head on Nemori's lap, at which point Shino and Ryuko laid down on either side of him, then hugging him intimately while resting their heads on his shoulders. You know, I think we should go out and do something. You look too beautiful to just stay here. While gently stroking Shino and Ryuko's heads, Kai commented with a somewhat amused smile on his face. These clandestine gatherings began shortly after Shino and Ryuko joined Nomori and Kai's relationship, since at that time they were given the villa. They happened several times a week, and even daily when the girls' schedules allowed. Their purpose was simply to spend time together, but interestingly, they developed a rather curious dynamic that even Kai sometimes didn't fully understand. Everyone wanted to strengthen their relationship and see if it could really work, so they were always present at the gatherings and did everything together. However, the girls always came incredibly well prepared, freshly styled and made up, and it was common for them to buy clothes just for the occasion, despite Kai himself not putting much effort into it. Though they occasionally went out to restaurants, karaoke, and other places, they often just stayed at the villa, talking, watching movies, or the like, which sometimes made Kai feel a bit out of place. After all, it was common sense for him that if a girl put so much effort into her outfit, it was because she wanted to go out, but the answer he usually received was the same. Well, it might be a good idea, but we're not in the best mood because of Yumiko. It's better for us to spend our time here, calmly and peacefully. Besides, we dressed up for you, not for anyone else, so it doesn't matter if we're here or somewhere else. Nemori replied calmly as she delicately caressed her beloved's face, filled with love and care, as if handling delicate porcelain. Yes, darling, Nemori's right. It's better for us to stay home today. Besides, I wore this because I knew we'd stay here and be just us. I couldn't go out with this neckline. Ryuko remarked while tugging her blouse slightly, which caused one of her lovely nipples to momentarily peek at Kai, making the trio with blue eyes, Nemori, Kai, and Ryuko, smile mischievously. I think the same. Having you find me beautiful is all I need. Besides, I'm really worried about Yumiko, but also about you, Kai. I don't want you to do something crazy about this. Shino said with a slightly worried tone as she hugged Kai tightly, which made Nemori and Ryuko's expressions grow more serious. Yes, Kai, we also wanted to talk about this with you. We want you to tell us the truth about what you plan to do with this case, especially regarding Yumiko's husband. While delicately holding Kai's face and looking him directly in the eyes, Nemori asked with a serious, solemn tone, which couldn't help but bring a bitter smile to Kai. Though he had no intention of changing his plans for that rat, he didn't want to lie outright to the people who were doing so much to be by his side and make him happy. Hiding information was fine. Outright lying was something he didn't enjoy as much. Kai, please, don't do anything crazy, don't soil your hands unnecessarily. No matter what he did, he will still be Nijire's father, and your actions would end up indirectly hurting her. Leaning on her elbow to meet her beloved's eyes, Shino commented in a serious tone, and then Ryuko added while positioning herself similarly. Darling, please don't do anything on your own. Let's solve this together. We're also very angry and won't allow him to get away with it. We'll do everything to make sure he rots in jail. I suppose that's fine. The guy's end will be rotting in a jail. Kai commented in a reluctant tone after a tired sigh, making the three beautiful women smile brilliantly. At that moment, Nemori deeply kissed her beloved. After letting go of Kai, Nemori licked her lips in pleasure, and Ryuko quickly seized the moment to kiss her beloved with passion, a scene that made Nemori feel a pleasant tingle. This intensified greatly when Shino followed with a passionate kiss, intertwining her tongue with that of the love of her life. Fu, how rare to see you use your tongue, Shino. You're really happy. Noticing the curious event, Ryuko commented playfully, to which Shino responded with a blushing face and a happy smile. Yes, I was really worried, but now I feel much more relieved. I understand. I also felt the weight in my heart because of it. Holding back her lust, Nemori nodded with a smile on her face, at which point Ryuko tightened her hold around Kai, to the point where she captured one of the blue-eyed boy's legs with her own, and then commented happily. Fu, I love you, Kai. I love you too. This decision of yours really shows me how important we are to you. Shino added with a big smile on her lovely face, mimicking Ryuko, squeezing Kai's arm between her large breasts and trapping one of his legs with hers. I'm truly proud of you. Nemori added with a similar smile, then gave Kai a loving kiss on the forehead, to which he responded in a serious tone. I'd do anything for you. Hee. Like leaving him in a jail cell with a lovely collar from Sage, hee. As the girls laughed happily, Kai added to himself with a small smile since, although he could leave him alive honoring the girls and all the care and love they showed him, not to mention that he was Nijire's father, letting him go without the Alcatraz mark was entirely non-negotiable. Not to mention, if the opportunity arose, there was something Kai had been preparing for years that he might just test on that rat. With the issue that most worried the girls resolved, the rest of the night unfolded as usual. Watching a series they were hooked on, amid endless kisses, embraces, laughter, and a few sensual touches here and there, filling the odd and inseparable group with a sense of peace and joy that allowed them to completely relax. In the early hours of the morning, Kai used his aura to give Ryuko and Shino a special massage, which would allow the couple of hours of sleep they would have to be even more restorative than 8 full hours. Something that somehow began to work as a kind of thermometer of their relationship, since the girls had to bare their backs for it. Initially, Ryuko and Shino were quite shy, covering their fronts carefully during the massage. But over the months, those inhibitions faded, and now they bared their upper bodies without shame in front of him, proudly revealing their attractive chests. Well, that was Ryuko's case, as Shinostal had an attractive blush on her cheeks and couldn't help but cover her nipples. After the massage, Shino and Ryuko gave their beloved one last passionate kiss, then arranged their clothes. At which point each of them intimately hugged Kai's arm to leave the village, where Kai activated a company, taking them back to the meeting place, and then secretly accompanying them to the base. See you later, Fu. Shino said with a grin after giving her beloved a quick goodbye kiss, something Ryuko quickly mimicked, although with a more passionate kiss that involved some tongue, before cheerfully commenting. Goodbye, darling, we'll visit you later. Goodbye to both of you, rest well. Kai commented with a smile, which gave way to a last, short goodbye kiss, and then the pair of beautiful women ran back to their base with big smiles on their faces. Once Kai confirmed his adorable girlfriends were back in their rooms, he quickly returned to the safe house using magnetic force, where a sensual Nemori awaited him, dressed in a tiny, erotic black baby doll that showcased her sensual body and seemed to exude an aura of infinite lust and desire. Welcome back. After greeting him with a voice full of desire, Nomori didn't even let Kai speak. Instead, she jumped toward him, clinging to him with her hands and legs, and then initiated a passionate kiss. The blue-eyed young man responded by entwining their tongues, squeezing her luscious backside, and hurriedly walking toward the master bedroom. 139 Chapter 83 Hero Costumes. In the next day's class, Kai had the entire morning to adjust his thoughts and feelings, which he more or less managed. After all, he had already overcome derealization once before, so he had experience. Besides, it wasn't as if he completely remembered the plot or what was going to happen. He only recalled some key points, but not much more, and all those extra details he was unaware of made him feel a bit better. Once the morning classes were over, which were normal classes like those in any high school, that is, something completely useless for Momo and Kai, they proceeded to the hero classes. According to what Kai had heard, the teacher was All Might, so the moment he sensed his presence approaching, he focused entirely on his voice, quickly noticing the obvious. He has weakened, his presence feels fainter, and he no longer has the hidden presences within his own, something the protagonist does have. So it's a fact. He really passed on his quirk, which rules out any coincidence. The question is, why did he pass it on? He shouldn't have had the need now that I managed to heal him. Sage, when you have the chance, study All Might's body carefully and compare it with the data we obtained from the green-haired one. Extract everything you can to see if we can confirm or dismiss our theories. Kai quickly ordered his reliable assistant, who was on the desk in mode, working with several holographic screens. She promptly nodded and replied in a firm tone. Understood, Master. It is I. Through the door like a normal person. With a somewhat comical performance, All Might greeted from the classroom door, where he held onto the frame and leaned his body forward, supported by the tips of his toes. He wore a different hero costume than the one Kai had seen before, which had a classic hero vibe, even sporting a blue cape and everything. Apart from the cape, the costume consisted of a bodysuit, red on the upper part and blue on the lower part, which featured large white lines on the sides and circles of the same color on the chest and shoulders. It was accompanied by the same belt he used in his normal hero suit, with a buckle shaped like a minimalist eagle, yellow boots, and a pair of bracelets that covered much of his forearm, also yellow. I can't believe it, All Might is really going to teach us. It's the Silver Age costume, several students exclaimed loudly, full of excitement, while All Might walked into the classroom, stopping behind the teacher's desk, at which point he spoke loudly, full of enthusiasm. Hero studies. For our class, we will build your heroic foundations through various trials. So we'll start with simulated battles. And to begin the battles, we have prepared the costumes you submitted in your applications to match your quirks. Along with All Might's words, many hidden compartments opened in the walls of the classroom, which were separated into numerous square shelves and closed with doors that had different numbers on them, which lit up the students' eyes like flashlights. Amazing. Our hero costumes, go get changed, and then we'll head out. Meet at Beta Grounds. The costume you wear on the battlefield is of vital importance, boys and girls. After All Might's words, all the students ran towards the shelves and took out bags that contained their costumes, immediately afterward running to the changing rooms with excited expressions on their faces, although there was an exception to this. Still at his desk, Kai remained silent with Salem on his shoulder, who now had a small tie similar to the UA uniforms, which the lazy cat didn't like at all. But since his master's females made it themselves, he was forced to wear it, which he accepted as a small price to pay to accompany his master all the time. The reason why Kai was bringing Salem to UA was very simple. He wanted an excuse in case he ended up using a very crazy ability. After all, to avoid problems, he had updated his quirk registration and had registered it as a mix of his parents' abilities, calling it empathic force control, so, unless the situation required it, he would only use his Haki during his time at UA. As for being allowed to bring Salem, that part was simple. He just had to convince Nezu, although in exchange he was forced to participate in the sports festival, something he originally didn't want to do. But oh well, he only agreed to participate, not to win, so he just had to fool around for a while and get eliminated quickly. After all, he didn't need the publicity from the event, and no one among the students could give him a decent fight even if he only used Haki. After a while, Kai ended up completely alone, since even Momo forgot about him in the midst of the excitement of officially wearing her new costume, which had been designed by Yumiko and produced by himself with the help of Keiko, which had quite a few interesting features, something they were also doing with the costumes of the other heroes in the family. Without haste, Kai took out a brand new physical education uniform from his desk and changed in the same classroom. After all, even though he had ideas for an armor with aura script, he felt incredibly ridiculous using it at UA, so one of his demands to enroll was that he wouldn't wear a hero costume, something Nezu didn't like much. But since he had no intention of yielding, the animal had to accept it and give Kai the special permission not to have one. After changing, Kai left the classroom and walked slowly through the corridors until he reached a large archway that connected to the field where all the students gathered. They looked radiant and full of excitement wearing their respective hero costumes, all in different shapes and colors. For her part, Momo wore a suit that was a kind of tight red bodysuit with golden details on the edges that left more than half of her back and arms exposed. Momo also wore a deep V-shaped neckline that accentuated her chest. The neckline had a thick golden metallic-looking border and was held at its ends by two thick red straps that reached up to her neck, intersecting at a kind of choker with a metallic decoration at the front, similar to the one at the tip of her neckline. Meanwhile, the lower part was tight-fitting pants that reached her red boots, which had on their outer sides two enormous and stylized openings with golden borders, exposing her skin and running from her knees up to near her hip. There, she wore a kind of double-crossed golden belt with several compartments to store different objects. With a somewhat embarrassed expression, Momo stood at the end of the corridor through which Kai was walking, as she had forgotten him in her excitement and only realized when everyone gathered, and she didn't see him. And although she intended to go back for him, she preferred to stay and wait for him, as she didn't want All Might to consider her disrespectful. "I'm sorry, Kai, I left you behind." Momo apologized to Kai with a timid voice and her face slightly flushed, which made Kai laugh amused. He responded in a casual tone. "Ha ha ha, don't worry about that nonsense. I understand you're very excited. At home you were dying to put on your costume." Upon hearing Kai, Momo blushed even more, while hugging one of the arms of the blue-eyed young man, then walking by his side to where the others were gathered. But at the moment they arrived, the robot-like boy, Tenya Iida, who wore a white armor that covered his chest, arms, and legs, with a black suit underneath and a helmet that covered his entire face, came running up. He scolded in a strict voice. "Saito-kun, according to school rules, it is forbidden to attend hero classes without your respective hero costume without prior authorization from the teacher in charge." "Huh? When did I ask for your fucking opinion? Did the costume give you the nerve to meddle in my affairs or what?" Kai asked in an irritated tone, at the same time that a suffocating pressure reached Iida, who couldn't stay on his feet and fell sitting on the ground with cold sweat running down his back. "Kai Shonen, don't intimidate your classmates." Noticing what was happening, All Might commented with his charismatic voice in a reproachful tone, to which Kai responded in a defiant tone, looking directly into his eyes. Then he shouldn't be giving opinions no one asked for. Kai's defiant attitude took all the students by surprise, who began to look at him as if he'd grown an extra head, something the blue-eyed boy ignored completely. But upon feeling that Momo was looking at him dangerously, he deactivated his conqueror's haki and withdrew to the back with her. After all, if Momo complained, he'd have to face a wave of scolding at home, and a robot boy and a weakened All Might weren't worth it. "He better not bother me again, or I won't be so lenient next time." As he walked away, Kai commented in an irritated tone, while Momo pinched him sharply with an annoyed expression on her face. This caused a soft sigh from the symbol of peace, who then commented seriously. "Kai Shonen, we will have a meeting after class." "Sounds great to me. There's also something I want to ask you," Kai replied while subtly looking at Midoriya. Something All Might noticed, and an ironic smile couldn't help but form on his face, understanding what the problematic boy was referring to. "Iida Shonen, excuse Kai Shonen's attitude. He's been a bit irritable these days, but he's not a bad person. And regarding his costume, he has a special permission given by the principal, so don't worry about that." All Might helped Iida up while speaking in his typical heroic tone. "Very well, All Might sensei." Iida responded in a calm tone after getting up, but under his mask, he occasionally shot glances at Kai, who now completely ignored him. Iida wasn't the only one sending glances at Kai. Practically the whole class was doing it. After all, the boy was strange. He was incredibly handsome and emitted a distant aura, which looked incredibly good with the adorable black cat on his shoulders. But although he was very quiet, every time he spoke he was incredibly aggressive and rebellious, something similar to Bakugo, although he was genuinely scary. But the one who looked the most at the young man with the cat on his shoulders was none other than Bakugo, who looked at him with undisguised hatred, while clenching his fists and teeth tightly. But the strange atmosphere stopped when All Might spoke again. "Well, let's get back to class. Today we'll be doing indoor simulated battles. Does anyone know why it's important?" "Because there are more indoor battles than outdoor ones." The one who answered was Shoto Todoroki, who had two-toned hair, the right half white and the left red, to which All Might responded in an enthusiastic voice. "Exactly, Todoroki Shonen. Therefore, for this test, you'll be split into teams of 2, of villains and heroes." "What about formation training?" At All Might's words, a question was heard from one of the students, a girl with green hair, white skin, and an appearance that slightly resembled a frog, with larger than normal hands and mouth. Although curiously, she was strangely attractive, wearing a tight green hero costume with black boots that had webbed flippers resembling frog toes, which greatly accentuated her voluptuous figure. "How is the winner determined?" Momo quickly added in a serious tone while raising one of her hands, her other hand occupied by holding one of Kai's arms. "Can I blast them away?" Bakugo, the unkempt blonde, asked with his head down, wearing a sleeveless black hero costume that had a rather rebellious style, while around his arms he wore huge grenade-like bracelets. "Will there be expulsion threats like in the exercises with Aizawa-sensei?" Uraraka joined the round of questions with a nervous voice, wearing a tight suit that revealed her surprisingly good figure, which was black with pink details on her chest and shoulders, accompanied by pink knee-high boots quite large for her size, a pair of oval bracelets on her wrists, and an equally pink belt, plus a kind of helmet with a pink-tinted visor. I'll answer you all." With a clenched fist in front of him, All Might commented in a strange voice, and immediately after, he took out a small notebook and began to read its contents, which greatly amused Kai, as he looked rather silly. For this training, we will have some villains guarding a nuclear weapon they're trying to detonate. The heroes must stop them in their nefarious plan before it's too late. If the heroes capture the villains or reach the nuclear weapon before time runs out, they win. If the villains manage to maintain the nuclear weapon the whole time or capture the heroes, they win. The teams will be decided by lottery. Once he finished reading the content of the notebook, All Might took out a box where each student drew a ball with a letter. Kai ended up in a team with Momo, although he cheated a little to achieve it. After the teams were formed, All Might proceeded to take out 2 boxes, one in each hand, which had the words, heroes, and villains, written on them. After finalizing the groups and their roles, the battles were carried out while the other students watched the combats from a control room full of screens alongside All Might, making occasional comments about what they saw. Meanwhile, Kai watched in complete silence through the screens the scene of Midoriya fighting against the annoying blonde, ending with the green-haired boy breaking his arm to create a huge hole in the building and winning by a hair. This caused him slight dizziness, since it had happened almost exactly as he remembered. Although that dizziness didn't prevent him from sending Sage to collect data, while Momo, with a serious expression, gave a complete explanation about why the robotic 4 eyes was the best in the match, earning the admiration of the other students and leaving All Might speechless. On my Pat NRK *F, lordanl, you can find the image of Momo's costume publicly, along with images of the other characters. 139 Chapter 84. I'll face them. Later, in the control room, all the students were present except for 5 people, Midoriya, who was in the infirmary, and the 4 people who would have a match. Among them was Eijiro Kirishima, a young man of average height with spiky red hair and a muscular build, who wore a hero suit consisting of 2 dark red gear-shaped shoulder pads, dark pants, and boots. This left the upper part of his body bare. Next to Kirishima was Hanta Siro, who was tall and slim, with black hair down to his chin that spiked downward and an irregular fringe that reached halfway down his forehead. His hero suit consisted of a tight-fitting black jumpsuit adorned with shoulder pads shaped like tape dispensers, very similar to the natural shape of his elbows due to his quirk. The 2 had been assigned the role of villains, so they would be protecting the nuclear bomb. As preparation, they secured the bomb with several lengths of tape produced by Siro's quirk, which allowed him to produce tape that came out of his elbows. Meanwhile, Kirishima stood at the entrance of the hallway leading to the room to prevent anyone from entering, ready for battle. Meanwhile, outside the building were Momo and Kai, who patiently waited until the preparation time was over, calmly talking about what they wanted for dinner and things like that. With poor Salem in the arms of an excited Momo, serving as a sacrifice to calm her, until All Might informed them that it was time to start. Kai, I want to face them. In the last few years, my only opponents have been you, Salem, and the girls, so I want to measure myself against them and see what level I'm at. With a serious yet excited expression, Momo commented as she returned poor Salem to Kai, who received him amused while nodding with a small chuckle. He, go ahead, better for me. In the control room, everyone was surprised by Momo's words and watched the holographic screen attentively to see what she would do. Although some students, especially some girls and a robust young man whose head looked like a rock, couldn't help but occasionally glance at the adorable black cat with blue eyes who was starting to play with their handsome and terrifying classmate. As Momo entered the building, various support equipment began to emerge from her exposed skin, which adhered to her body on their own, soon leaving her fully equipped with a technological and elegant red armor that highlighted her feminine figure. Wow, that's awesome, she looks super heroic with that armor. Her quirk is really impressive. The armor was one of the prototypes inspired by the armor of a certain genius, billionaire, playboy, philanthropist, which Kai had been working on for a while as support equipment for the girls. Recently, Keiko had joined the project, and its development had accelerated greatly, although they still had some problems with the power source. But thanks to the ability of Momo's accomplice, which allowed her to overcome the biggest limitation of her quirk, the inability to create anything without knowing the molecular composition of the object, including every small element that composes it. She was able to be the first to use the armor effectively, as she could replace all the parts she needed without much trouble, including the batteries. To overcome the limitation of Momo's quirk, the accomplice developed an ability that allowed her to have a sort of database, capable of registering anything she touched for at least a minute, time that increased depending on the complexity. Then she could produce it through her quirk with nanometric precision. However, it only had 20 slots, and if she wanted to add something new, she had to delete a previous one. Moreover, she could only register things that she could create with her quirk. If it was beyond her physical limits, it wouldn't work. As a man, I can't let you get past here. When Momo reached the hallway leading to the room, she found Kirishima blocking the way. He exclaimed loudly, full of confidence, while his skin became rough and cracked, as if it were some kind of stone or mineral. He then struck his fists together, creating an almost metallic sound. Without saying a word, Momo attacked, propelled by her armor, managing to land a powerful blow on Kirishima's face, who could only survive thanks to his quirk. This initiated a brutal flurry of high-speed blows from Momo, which cornered the young man, who could only cover himself until his quirk reached its limit, at which point he fell unconscious to the ground. The armor's energy has dropped to 67%. Upon hearing the message from her personalized virtual assistant, Momo nodded in satisfaction. She then left the building and found Kai, at which point the armor detached from her body, simultaneously activating the self-destruct system, disintegrating into simple dust particles. One of the things that had taken Keiko and Kai the most work to develop. That was a great fight, but I'll give you the final honors. Upon reaching Kai, Momo commented with a beautiful smile on her face, to which the blue-eyed boy asked with an amused smile while Salem climbed back onto his shoulder. What happened to "I'll face them, you still had plenty of battery left." He, I know, but this fight gave me several things to think about. Besides, if you don't do anything, they'll probably deduct points. Momo replied with a small smile on her face, to which Kai could only comment somewhat amused. If you say so. As he spoke, Kai activated his Conqueror's Haki, causing Zero, who looked nervous in the room, to fall unconscious to the ground, which automatically gave them the victory, something that was announced by All Might through the communication equipment, while the students excitedly commented among themselves about the impressive battle. Those two are really incredible. Yeah, their quirks are insane. Exactly, what's up with Saito-kun's quirk? Not only does it give him super strength and super speed, but he even has that strange ability to make others faint, not to mention he's really scary when he's angry. Yes, and Yaoyorozu-chan is not far behind. That armor that came out of her body is impressive and very powerful. While several students were talking excitedly, one person in the control room was not enjoying what he saw, and that was Katsuki Bakugo, who watched with clenched teeth and bloodshot eyes the young man who walked casually holding hands with who seemed to be his girlfriend. At the end of the class, Kai was in an empty classroom where All Might had asked him to wait. Bored, he sat behind a desk and began playing with Salem, balancing a tower of pens, which the bow-tied cat would amusingly knock down every so often. Sometime later, All Might arrived after visiting Midoriya in the infirmary. Seeing Kai casually playing without paying attention to him, even though he knew Kai could sense him from afar, he could only shake his head with an ironic smile on his face. He then dragged a chair, sat in front of Kai, and spoke in a serious tone. "Kai Shonen, do you know why I asked you to come? To ask me to heal your successor?" Kai asked casually, trying to play dumb to change the subject. "Recovery girl has already taken care of that. What I want is for you to explain why you have that attitude with your classmates." All Might replied with a serious expression, to which Kai could only comment casually. "Very simple. Because that guy is annoying. Nobody asked for his opinion, and he came to bother me with his stupid robotic movements, as if it were his job or something. Iida Shonen was just talking about the rules. Besides, he wasn't the only one. Yesterday you made Bakugo Shonen and Midoriya Shonen faint." All Might retorted in a serious tone, which brought a small smile to Kai's face. He commented in a slightly mocking tone. "So it's about your successor, but don't worry about that. Although he has an annoying face, I won't do anything else to him. Everything happened because that annoying blonde was screaming like a bitch, so I shut him up, and your little one got involved to defend him, so I just gave him a small lesson." Kai's words made All Might grimace, not only because of how he described the situation but also because of the evident disdain with which he referred to Midoriya, even when he knew he was his successor, something he had to discover in the same way he discovered the secrets of One for All. But he quickly regained his composure and commented in a serious tone. "It's not really about Midoriya Shonen, it's about your attitude. Why does being a hero bother you so much, Kai Shonen?" "Yeah, whatever you say, and honestly, I don't know, it just bothers me. But don't worry about that. That's not the problem, since I won't be a hero. The license that Nezu promised me is like yours. It only serves to keep me out of trouble if I use my powers in public. Besides, over time I can get used to this place, and it will be easier to cope with." Kai replied with a smile that made it clear he didn't believe All Might's words, then added while activating his Conqueror's Haki. "Although if you're not satisfied with that, we can always fight a bit so you can let out your anger. Stop trying to change the subject, Kai Shonen. There's a reason for your annoyance, and you know it better than anyone." All Might completely ignored Kai's pressure and looked him directly in the eyes while speaking, to which the young man could only remain silent. "So you're afraid to admit it, Kai Shonen?" Feeling that the pressure had disappeared, All Might commented with a challenging smile on his face, which seemed to make the blue-eyed young man reflect deeply. Kai knew that All Might was right, not knowing was just an excuse. He knew perfectly well why he despised the idea of being a hero, and although he wasn't attracted at all to anything in the hero world, apart from the fights, obviously, his annoyance really came from his father, Iron Palm. If it weren't for him, Kai could still have his mother in this life. That whole event would never have happened. And even if he could never have recovered his memories, it was an acceptable price to pay as long as his mother could have a good life. But even with that, Kai really couldn't hate Jiro, his father, mainly because he was the personification of the ideal father he had dreamed of in his past life. Despite being silly, naive, and a real nuisance in many cases, he was responsible, serious, kept his word, loved and respected his mother, and most importantly, his mother really loved him and was happy with him. Moreover, most likely due to the deep shame and self-loathing he suffered all his life as Daniel for having as a father a complete scumbag he would have liked to kill with his own hands. Knowing about the heroic acts of Jiro, his real father, made him very proud. As if in some way all his actions were irrefutable proof that this time he was the son of someone valuable and, therefore, he was also a valuable person and not the trash of his past life. Due to all that tangle of contradictions, the solution his mind came up with to at least cope was to transfer that hate to his job. If Jiro were not a hero but a doctor, firefighter, or anything else, things would have been very different. At this moment, he would still be in his workshop happily creating things, with his mother helping him and giving him her incredible advice, in addition to her unconditional love and care. Although Kai knew perfectly well that hating being a hero was stupid, he couldn't do anything about it. After all, the greatest remorse of his 2 lives was losing his mother, so he played dumb with the subject, stalled it, and tried to ignore it as best he could. Besides, his mind wasn't exactly an example of mental health, so it was just another problem on the list to work on over time. It's not fear, I just understand how illogical it is. I really despise being a hero and everything it entails. That's why this place bothers me so much. But I have my reasons for entering UA, so it will only be a matter of getting used to it. Kai commented with an emotionless face as he leaned back in his chair, at which point All Might commented in a grave tone. Kai Shonen, you have incredible abilities. You could do a lot of good in the world if you become a hero. That's what differentiates us, All Might. I don't give a damn what happens to the world. I don't plan to do anything for it, neither good nor bad. It doesn't deserve my attention. I never believed that crap that it's the duty of the strong to protect the weak. They should already be grateful enough that I'm not a crazy megalomaniac who kills them for pleasure. But help them, please, they don't even help themselves. Besides, the first thing they'll do is attack me when I can't help them, as if it were my damn obligation to do so. And you'll witness that firsthand, All Might. Remember my words. Passing on your quirk was a mistake, and soon you'll regret it. Society will turn against you, despise you, and hate you if things go to hell. Everything you built and fought for will be destroyed in an instant. 139 Chapter 85. A difficult person. Kai's words greatly impacted All Might. Although he had seen people with similar thoughts, it was rare for someone so powerful not to want to use his strength for good or evil. Furthermore, Kai's prophecy certainly made him feel somewhat uncomfortable because if his suspicions were correct, this was the second time someone with the ability to see the future had told him something like that. But he truly felt that Midoriya would be the best successor for him and that it was the best time to pass it on. I don't think I'll regret it, Kai Shonen. Society isn't as dark as you think. Although it's undeniable that there are people like the ones you mention, it's also undeniable that there are more good people. There will always be more who will fight for justice, and even if you were right, I didn't do what I did seeking recognition or gratitude. I did it because it was necessary, and I wanted to do it, so no matter what happens, I will never regret being the symbol of peace. With a solemn tone filled with a strong sense of duty, All Might commented while staring intently at Kai. He, how naive, All Might. Although I suppose such a mentality is important for someone to become the symbol of peace and sacrifice himself for a bunch of ungrateful useless people. But let time pass, and life will show you how wrong you are. Kai put on a mocking smile while looking at All Might, who couldn't help but reply in an angry tone. Ungrateful useless people. Is that how you perceive people, Kai? That's terribly wrong. Thanks to other people, you eat, have a house, and different things reach your hands because there are people who work tirelessly to make that possible. Besides, they're not ungrateful. Someone who has never helped anyone has no right to say that. Without getting up from his chair, Kai put his feet on the table and crossed his arms while giving All Might a mocking expression and commented with a tone full of disdain. Meanwhile, Salem stared intently at the symbol of peace, ready to attack him at the slightest movement against his master. And here I thought I had helped you. But well, that comment can only come from a naive person like you who has spent decades drowning in false gratitude and glory. You've never seen the real reality, or, failing that, you've forgotten what it's really like. You're intoxicated by your power and success. You don't know what the real world is like, nor what people are truly like. Those who love you and support you today are the same ones who will kick you tomorrow when you're down. But you're incapable of seeing it because you've never tasted failure. But don't worry, that will change soon, and when it happens, you'll realize that saying, I did it because it was necessary, and it was what I wanted to do, is pure garbage. You're just a human, a very powerful one, or well, you were, but a human, after all. Like everyone else, you expect recognition or, at least, a drop of gratitude, and when you don't receive it, you'll know true despair. Besides, humans don't work out of the goodness of their hearts. They do it because they have to. But just as I live off the result of that work, they also benefit from my work. It's called social cooperation, and it's what underpins humanity's success as a species. That's a dangerous way of thinking, Kai. All Might's anger was palpable as he spoke and looked at Kai, exuding an incredible pressure worthy of the #1 hero. But the blue-eyed boy only responded casually while rocking in his chair, as if he were addressing a random person and not the very symbol of peace. Oh, is that so? And what will you do about it? Don't deceive yourself. In the state you're in, you won't be able to defeat me. Along with his words, a crushing pressure emanated from Kai, which even managed to exert pressure on the invincible symbol of peace, making him step back and surprising him greatly. At the same time, the things around them began to crack and break, as the pressure was now physical. With a serious expression, All Might deeply analyzed the young man who was playing with his curious cat, having a casual smile on his face, deeply considering his options. But at that instant, the brutal pressure disappeared as if it were a lie. At the same time, he heard a much more cheerful and calm voice from Kai, as if he hadn't been threatening him a second ago. He, just kidding. Although we won't reach an agreement in our ideologies, since you think I'm wrong, and I think the same of you, that doesn't mean we have to be enemies. After all, I don't want to be a villain or anything like that. Rather, tell me, why did you choose Midoriya? I don't see any positive aspects in the boy. Witnessing the radical change in attitude of the dangerous boy, All Might could only look at him deeply for a while, who simply placed his cat on his lap and began to stroke its belly without even looking at him, entirely ignoring him. This led the symbol of peace to let out a sigh loaded with meanings, then sit down again and comment in a bitter tone. You're quite a difficult person to deal with, Kai Shonen. Well, I won't deny it, but seriously, tell me, why did you pass on the quirk to him? Is it because he doesn't have a quirk, and they're a bit rare now? Kai turned to look at All Might again and asked with a small chuckle. So you even know that, but no, it wasn't because he doesn't have a quirk. It was because I truly believe he will be my worthy successor. All Might replied with a somewhat bitter smile on his face, to which Kai couldn't help but comment with a surprised expression. Really, him? The boy doesn't even have self-esteem? He really despises him. Kai's comments about Midoriya put a grimace on All Might's face, who shortly after explained with a firm tone, convinced that he had made the best decision. It's true that Midoriya Shonen has serious self-esteem problems, but that will change in the future. The important thing is that he cares about people and wants to help from the bottom of his heart. Not like you. All Might added to himself, not wanting to say it out loud, as that could again unleash a conflict, and just that pressure had been more than enough to realize that the boy had not only become stronger, but that he himself had also weakened greatly. Well, I'll spare the comments about the legitimacy of someone without self-esteem not caring about sacrificing themselves for others, since I don't want to keep fighting with you. But why do you need a successor? You could continue being a hero for at least a few more decades. I remember informing you that your quirk delayed your aging. As he spoke, Kai lowered his feet from the table and put Salem on his shoulder, then leaned over the table and stared intently at the symbol of peace, full of curiosity. All Might shortly after commented with a somewhat bitter smile due to the boy's sarcastic comments about his successor. It was actually thanks to you that I came to a decision. Initially, I had the thought of continuing to be the symbol of peace for a couple more decades, but in that duel I realized how important creativity was, and a different perspective could really improve one for all. Besides, this is the best moment. Japan is as peaceful as it can be now, and that will give me the necessary time to raise my successor. Not to mention that I really felt pressured in our duel, so in a few more years, will I still be able to stop you if you get out of control? If I can't, at that time it would be too late to try to train a successor, if I can even try in the first place, since you know that one for all can be inherited. So this is the best time. It's necessary to have a counterbalance for you, Kai. You're too powerful, and your mentality is definitely not the best. All Might added to himself while looking deeply at the blue-eyed boy, who shortly after asked with a tone between curious and amused. But why the green-haired kid? Is he your secret son or something? You have quite an imagination, Kai Shonen, but that's not the case. The truth is that I met Midoriya Shonen shortly after the interventions ended when I stopped a robbery at a store. The boy was in front of a child about 5 years old, using his body as a shield to protect him from the attacking villain. Luckily, I arrived in time and prevented a tragedy, but that made me take some interest in him, so we had a little chat, and when he asked me if he could be a hero without a quirk, I told him no, and I could see in his expression how all his dreams and illusions died. But, for some reason, I couldn't stop paying attention to him, and do you know what he did? He gave up. Kai asked without looking too interested, to which All Might nodded, then explained with a small smile. Yes, he gave up on being a hero, but not on helping people. He started training to enter the police academy. I didn't expect that, Kai commented, feeling genuinely surprised, which excited All Might a bit, who quickly continued. Neither did I honestly. I expected several things, even that he would end up hating me and become a delinquent, but he didn't. His goal never changed, and that passion for helping people really moved me, so I decided he would be my successor, since he will already have the power with the one for all. What's more important is what's in his heart. Wow, super moving story with the boy. You should adopt him and say he's your secret son. It will generate fewer questions when you reveal the quirk to the public. Kai commented amusedly, to which All Might replied in a serious tone. That's not funny, Kai Shonen. Midoriya Shonen has his parents with him. Really, his attitude practically screams, absent father. With a mocking smile, Kai commented while looking at All Might's uncomfortable expression, who replied while slightly averting his gaze. Well, it could be that his father hasn't been very present in his life. I knew it, and you should take advantage. It's the perfect excuse. You just need to spend some time with his mother, and the media will do the rest. Kai commented with a malicious smile on his face, which caused a shiver to run through All Might, who quickly replied in a serious tone. Kai Shonen, I don't like those jokes. I would be incapable of destroying a family for something like that. What family? Didn't you just say that the father wasn't with him? The guy probably has another family somewhere else where he does spend time. Just give me a few days, and I'll have all the information ready for you. Besides, I volunteered to make sure those proofs casually reach the green-haired boy's mother, and you can be the hero who consoles her. After all, our great symbol of peace can't end his days alone." Genuinely amused, Kai commented, smiling wickedly while taking out his phone, which caused a powerful shiver to run through All Might's body, who had never been attacked in that way, not even by his teacher and mentor. So he quickly replied, although a hint of panic could be heard in his voice. "Kai Shonen, that's very wrong. You can't meddle like that in other people's family affairs. Besides, I don't want to have any kind of relationship. The only thing I need is my commitment to the people as the symbol of peace." "But aren't you retiring? That won't be your job anymore. It will be your successor's. Besides, be honest, wouldn't you like to raise your successor with your own hands as his father? I think the boy would love the idea, and the poor mother, who has faced a life full of difficulties alone and abandoned, trying to raise a little one without a quirk in a world full of them. Just imagine how hard it must have been. And a woman like that needs the love and protection of a great hero like you." Like a demon trying to tempt a poor and innocent soul, Kai spoke with a wicked smile while staring intently at All Might, who was now evidently in panic, since apart from Gran Torino, no one dared to talk to him like that. After all, he was the invincible symbol of peace who instilled admiration and respect, not to mention that the idea sounded a bit tempting, since a woman capable of raising a young man like Midoriya had to be someone wonderful. "Kai Shonen, I hope we leave this topic here. I'm not interested, and I hope you can fix your attitude with your classmates." All Might quickly replied before leaving the room hurriedly, as if fleeing from something, which caused a hearty laugh from Kai. "Ha ha ha, if you're interested in the idea, you know where to find me. I'll have all the information ready at that time." Hearing Kai, All Might greatly accelerated his pace, quickly disappearing down the hallway, at which point Kai couldn't help but comment amusedly while jotting down a couple of things on his phone. He, All Might, I've got you. Let's see if you dare to play Mr. Righteous with me from now on, he. After finishing, Kai stretched a bit, then left with Salem on his shoulder and went back to his classroom to collect his things. Only to sense Momo energetically speaking with a group of students who surrounded her seat and showered her with praise for her performance. Curious, Kai peeked stealthily into the classroom, where he saw Momo with a beautiful smile on her face, looking genuinely happy with her classmates. Knowing that his presence would only ruin her fun, Kai decided not to enter and instead began to stroll around the facilities. 139 Chapter 86. New workshop. While wandering aimlessly, Kai soon sensed Nezu's voice nearby. Having nothing better to do, he decided to approach and soon found him alongside a strange, short man with disproportionately large hands, wearing an odd yellow helmet on his head that resembled an excavator shovel. "Oh, Kai-kun, what a pleasant coincidence. We were just finishing up the final touches on her private workshop." Upon noticing Kai, the principal commented while raising one of his paws, causing the curious man beside him to turn and look at the incredible young man who was worthy of the principal's putting so much effort and resources just to get him to join the most important academy in the country, and one of the most prestigious in the world. "That's great news. The morning classes are too boring and Momo won't let me skip them." As he walked toward Principal Nezu, Kai commented with a slight smile, which brought a somewhat bitter smile to the hero beside them. Well, your educational level is quite superior to that of many teachers, so it's only natural. But come in and take a look. The official handover will be next week." For his part, the principal commented with his typical adorable demeanor, then guided Kai inside the workshop. Meanwhile, Salem stared fixedly at the curious mouse, like a predator watching prey, something that stopped the moment he felt the warning pressure from his master clashing against him. After reprimanding Salem a bit, Kai looked around, finding a spacious place with a minimalist and elegant design divided into several sections. One area had a predominantly white color and featured a cozy living room in a corner, with comfortable sofas, a coffee maker, a teapot, and even a vending machine for snacks. Near the living room was another room that shared a similar design, which seemed more like an office, with elegant desks, state-of-the-art computers, and stylish ergonomic chairs. One of its walls had a panoramic window, offering a view from above of the most prestigious academy in the country. To the left of the office was what appeared to be a small meeting room, with an elegant table in the center surrounded by various chairs and several holographic screens displaying all kinds of information. This room also had huge intelligent panoramic windows. The whole place, which looked more like a high-level office than anything else, was connected by a reinforced door with various security measures to what did look like a workshop. It was a spacious area with a predominantly gray tone, filled with different workstations, as well as all the tools and machinery that Kai could imagine, even better equipped than his own personal workshop, as it even had things he doubted he could ever use. "This place is truly impressive." As he toured his new personal workshop, Kai couldn't help but comment with a bit of surprise in his tone. After all, this was far from what he initially thought it would be and was truly a place where he would be interested in working in the mornings. To the point that he would borrow several ideas to improve his own workshop at home, which already needed an expansion now that Keiko was working with him. It's good that you like it. It's also equipped with its own state-of-the-art server that uses the latest chips you designed. Additionally, Yayorozu-san served as a consultant for the entire project, so you could work with her here remotely or even in person, since I suppose she is now working with you. With a smile on his face, Principal Nezu commented with his arms behind his back as he walked beside Kai, who nodded in understanding. He knew that Keiko had helped a bit with the workshop, but since it was a surprise, she never told him anything about the place. As for her coming personally to the workshop, it was unlikely, though not impossible. Well, only time will tell, but I'm really satisfied with this. My mornings will be very productive from now on. Kai commented with a smile. Now feeling strangely much better about being at UA. Perhaps it was true that the environment plays a big role in one's mood. Hee, I look forward to the results of your work, Kai-kun. Nezu commented cheerfully, to which Kai nodded while studying the machinery more closely. Don't worry, I'll keep my part of the deal. Once a month, I'll complete an order for UA. Hee, glad to hear that. Principal Nezu laughed cheerfully, while the hero accompanying him couldn't help but doubt whether the young man before him deserved such an investment, as this workshop was even better than his own. After checking out the tools and machinery a bit, Kai bid farewell to Principal Nezu. But as he was about to leave, a human-shaped volcano of energy came running into the workshop, almost crashing into him. Since he had sensed her beforehand, he easily dodged her while simultaneously observing her curious appearance. The person was a short girl with an athletic build and curious pink hair curled up to shoulder length, with yellow eyes that had cross-shaped pupils. She wore a plain black sleeveless shirt with a work overall whose upper part was tied around her waist and strange goggles around her head. Sensei, the secure network has been properly connected to the general network. Upon entering the workshop, the curious girl exclaimed loudly while pointing at a tablet she was carrying. The hero with the excavator helmet nodded, then casually congratulated her. Well done, Hatsume. Sensei, who are they giving this luxurious workshop to? With a look full of desire, Hatsume Mei asked while looking directly at her sensei, who pointed towards Kai while commenting casually. To that boy over there. At her sensei's words, Mei turned to look in the direction he was pointing, only to find a handsome young man, quite a bit taller than her. He had an adorable black cat with matching eye color on one of his shoulders, looking at her curiously. Oh, so you're the big shot they built this workshop for. Nice to meet you. I'm Hatsume Mei from the support course. If it's too much space for you, I'm more than willing to help you with that. Upon noticing the young man, Mei briefly introduced herself with a huge smile, which made Kai smile somewhat amusedly. He introduced himself after a chuckle. Hee, I'm Saito Kai, a student here, and I'll keep your proposal in mind. A student? You're from the general course, not the support course? Upon hearing Kai's unusual introduction, Mei couldn't help but ask while tilting her head, confused. Nezu responded while raising one of his paws. Kai-kun is from the hero course, although he doesn't like to admit it, hee. Hero course? Then why are they giving him this luxurious workshop? Mei quickly asked, full of confusion, to which Nezu responded casually. Oh, because he's the designer of the photon edge chips. Oh, you designed those babies? I'm a big fan. Upon hearing Principal Nezu, Mei exclaimed excitedly while approaching Kai with shining eyes. He simply smiled meaningfully while looking at Nezu, who only laughed amusedly, which earned him a burst of Conqueror's Haki that made his fur stand on end. Well, thanks for your support, I suppose. Kai responded casually to the excited pink-haired girl, who quickly and boldly asked. Hey, don't you have a couple of latest generation chips to spare? No, I don't have any to spare. Kai could only reply while rolling his eyes. At that moment, Mei quickly grabbed his blazer to ask with predatory eyes. And how about a discount? I don't handle that. Kai quickly replied, somewhat amused. Mei then approached him dangerously, pressing her ample bust against him, and asked with a somewhat intimidating look. And how about sponsoring a young and talented inventor? Well, at the moment I'm not looking for that type of investment opportunity, but when they officially hand over the workshop to me, I could take a look at the work of that young and talented inventor. Genuinely amused by the pink-haired girl's behavior, Kai commented while looking at her curious pupils. Mei quickly exclaimed excitedly. Alright, Saito-kun, I'll show you my best babies then. For his part, Nezu watched the entire interaction with a small smile. Although the fact that she was a beautiful girl interested in technology might have contributed. Seeing someone naturally aggressive and with practically zero social life outside his family engage in such a casual conversation with another young person his age was a very good sign. Well, I have to go. They're waiting for me. After a moment of answering several of Mei's questions about his chips, Kai said goodbye and left the workshop. He headed to the classroom to collect his things, then walked to the main gate of UA, where he could sense Nijire, Momo, and Nomori gathered, most likely waiting for him. Kai, with a smile on her face, Nijire happily hugged one of Kai's arms. He smiled amused while commenting. Hee, you're being overdramatic. Anyone would think we haven't seen each other in years, and we just had lunch together a few hours ago. Hee, I still missed you. With an innocent smile, Nijire commented cheerfully, feeling much more relaxed now. Although she knew something was going on with her mother, she now looked much better and knew that everyone was supporting her. Moreover, living all together was something she had wanted for years, and the fact that it was finally coming true made her very happy. Where were you? We were waiting for you. Nomori, who was wearing her hero costume, commented with a small smile, to which Momo quickly added. Yes, Kai, I waited for you in the classroom, but you never came. Well, I saw you enjoying yourself with the other students, so I decided to go for a walk and ended up meeting Principal Nezu, who showed me my future workshop. Kai replied with a small smile, which prompted a guilty smile from Momo, who commented in an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, I didn't realize. Oh, you don't have to apologize. I was quite happy to see you having fun and didn't want to ruin your moment. After all, I haven't been the most pleasant person with them. Kai commented casually while walking with the girls to a secluded place without cameras. Momo added with a small smile. You know, you could have joined, everyone is very interested in you. Maybe another time. Kai replied with a diplomatic smile on his face. At that moment, Nomori hooked one of his arms and asked with a small smile and a casual tone that, for some reason, sounded eerie. I heard you were causing trouble today, and All Might had to call you after classes. He. For his part, Kai could only smile innocently as they reached a suitable place. He quickly conjured the accompany card and activated it, not allowing Nomori to say another word. This only made the beautiful heroine smile amusedly since it was not as if she could not continue with the topic if he activated it. Accompany, home, upon arriving home. They all walked together to the main house, where they were greeted by Keiko and Yumiko, the latter looking much calmer and happier. Not only had it been very comforting to receive the full support of her entire family, but she had also talked at length with Keiko, which had helped her a lot. Welcome back. Keiko greeted with a small smile, then proceeded to hug everyone, something Yumiko imitated while commenting in a cheerful tone. Welcome back. It really feels good to be able to welcome you home. I see that retirement life is seducing you. Nomori commented amused while hugging Yumiko, who responded with a small grin. The truth is, yes, it's a very attractive life, fufufu. I think you should retire like Aunt Keiko, Mom, Nijire exclaimed excitedly, then hugged her mother tightly. Yumiko began to stroke her daughter's soft and silky hair while responding in a warm tone. Yes, that could be a very good idea. 139 Chapter 87, Class Representative. On a comfortable king-size bed, Kai gently stroked Nemori's hair as she slept completely naked beside him, hugging him. At the same time, he stared off into the ceiling of his safe house, his mind wandering over the events that might start occurring very soon. Well, we've more or less gathered enough information about the rat's lover, so soon we can put the forced acquisition plan into practice, so everything is fine on that front. Also, Aunt Yumiko seems much calmer now and is taking things quite easily, which is one less concern. So I should focus on the attack on UA now that the green-haired boy has All Might's quirk. It's quite likely to happen, so I must prepare adequately. Although I don't know when it will occur, I do remember it happened shortly after classes started, so it shouldn't be long. The thing is, that attack is very strange, to the point of almost not making sense. Why would someone with the power to bypass UA's security do something so pointless? They achieved nothing but putting everyone on alert about their existence, which would hinder any future movements. Unless that was what they were aiming for. Following that line of thought, it's quite probable that the mastermind is a narcissistic megalomaniac craving attention and sees the attack on UA as some kind of greeting or introduction, which would make the whole event more sensible. Also, based on that, I could conclude several things. First of all, the pathetic, traumatized idiot with the hands is a disposable pawn because no one, not even the most foolish, would risk sacrificing a truly important piece in a presentation. So the mastermind doesn't care about his fate. Maybe he even sees it as a test and wants to kill two birds with one stone by sending him as the leader of the attack. Although it could also be that he's so arrogant as to think he could save him at any moment, which would align with a narcissistic megalomaniac, but that would be too stupid. If he's capable enough to infiltrate UA, he must have some intelligence, so it's unlikely. Therefore, the guy with the portals is either capable enough to escape if things go south, or the mastermind has a replacement for him. Maybe even both. After all, he's supposed to be able to steal quirks and has lived a long time, so he must have something similar to portals or even something better under his control. In any case, capturing the idiot with the hands won't be very beneficial, since it's unlikely he has important information. So it would be best to let him escape, and he might end up leading me to the real big fish. That son of a bitch makes me very nervous, and it's better to get rid of him permanently as soon as possible, or who knows what trick he might pull later. Besides, it would be fatal for my plans if I or the girls lost our quirks. While Kai fine-tuned the details of his plan in his mind, Sage suddenly informed him that it was time. He quickly moved Nomori a bit, waking her up. At that moment, the beautiful woman stretched pleasantly, revealing her sensual and voluptuous body. Your massages are really the best thing you could have created, Kai. It feels better than sleeping 8 hours. With a smile on her face, Nomori commented while looking at the love of her life, immediately giving him a loving kiss on the lips. It's good that you like them, but we need to bathe and get going. When the kiss ended, Kai commented with a smile as he sat on the bed and then tried to get off, revealing his sculpted body. This caused Nomori to lick her lips seductively, then hug her beloved's back tightly, pressing her voluptuous breasts against him while whispering in a seductive voice. Don't we have time for a quickie? Well, it's not that we don't have time, but do you want to risk being seen arriving at the house? Kai asked with a small, evil smile, which put a complicated expression on Nemori's face. Shortly after, she released him and got up from the bed, then dragged him to the bathroom with a smile. We can have a quickie while we bathe, hee. After a quick and refreshing bath, Nemori and Kai got dressed, with Kai wearing a simple black sports outfit, while Nemori put on a modest pajama set with pants and a dark blue blouse. They then left the villa holding hands. Accompanied on Holmes' hideout. In the darkness of the early morning, the blue-eyed couple landed in the middle of the forest near their house. At that moment, Kai carried Nemori princess style, then ran at high speed through the forest, quickly reaching the garden. Well, I'll be in the gym. As he set Nemori down on the ground, Kai commented with a smile, then gave a quick kiss to the beautiful woman, who nodded happily. Foo, that's fine, I'll be in the library then. Upon arriving at UA, Kai walked calmly to the gate with Momo and Nijire hooked onto his arms, and Salem on his shoulder. However, unlike other times, the entrance was now crowded with people, journalists, to be more specific, who aggressively approached any student passing by with questions regarding All Might. When he got close to the group of reporters, Kai activated his Conqueror's Haki at low power, terrifying the pair of people who were coming to approach them, which allowed his group to pass through the sea of journalists easily, making the pair of beautiful aspiring heroes smile amusedly. Foo, sometimes your intimidating aura is very useful, Kai. After crossing UA's reinforced gates, Nijire commented with a small laugh, to which Momo nodded happily, although she didn't forget to warn in a serious tone. It certainly is, but remember that it's illegal to use your quirk without a license, Kai, so don't do it so often. It's only illegal if they notice, besides, I can afford the fine, hee. Kai responded casually with an amused smile, earning an accusatory look from Momo. That guy is pretty scary. A young reporter commented with a drop of cold sweat on his forehead, to which a nearby young woman added, her eyes dreamy and a strong blush on her cheeks. I'd say he's rather fascinating, super handsome and elegant, with a dangerous aura around him. He's almost the perfect representation of a cold CEO, but that little kitten on his shoulder gives him a touch of tenderness that only reveals that he's a romantic with a tough facade, and only his true love can enjoy that tenderness. He's really a dream man, I'd like to know his name. Another reporter commented in a dreamy voice as she looked at the place where the fascinating blue-eyed boy had disappeared, to which more enamored reporters joined to form a small discussion group about the true character and hidden tenderness of the cold CEO. Meanwhile, a young cameraman commented in an irritated tone. I just have to say that all Ryuko should explode. How dare he bring two beauties hanging on his arms? Leave something for the rest of us, damn son of a bitch. That's right. I propose we investigate this case to the last consequences and expose this immorality. Another young reporter quickly joined the just clamor of injustice, which was quickly seconded by several men present. I support the motion with all violence. Soon, two groups formed, one of men and the other of women, who started a heated discussion about the blue-eyed boy. But noticing that more students were approaching, they quickly declared a temporary truce and returned to their job of harassing the poor students to obtain all the information they had about All Might and his new role as a teacher. While Kai casually played with Salem on his seat, earning all kinds of looks from the other students, especially the girls, Aizawa entered the classroom carrying a stack of papers. He then sat behind his desk and spoke in his typical tired voice. I hope you've rested from yesterday's battle trial. I took the liberty of looking at your notes and evaluations. Aizawa unloaded the stack of papers he was carrying onto the desk, then looked at Bakugo and continued speaking. Bakugo, stop acting like a 7-year-old child, you're wasting your talent. I know. Bakugo replied with an irritated expression on his face, at which point Aizawa turned to look at Midoriya and commented in an accusatory tone. And you? Do you plan to always wreck your arm, Midoriya? If you keep saying, I can't modulate my ability, so I have no chances, you'll never get very far. I said it before, don't make me say it a third time. Once you get over that obstacle, you'll be much more flexible, so I need to see you make an effort. Yes, sir, Midoriya replied loudly with a determined tone, to which Aizawa nodded, then looked at the whole class and commented. Now we're going to announce something to the whole class. I'm sorry to tell you this, but we have to choose a class representative. Finally, something school-related. Upon hearing Aizawa's words, much of the class jumped excitedly, then began to raise their hands full of excitement while exclaiming loudly. Oh, I'll be the class rep. Choose me, Kirishima, the red-haired young man who was brutally beaten by Momo, exclaimed full of excitement while raising both hands. At the same time, a girl next to him, who had short black hair with the tips of her ears elongated as if they were a pair of cables, added in a calmer tone, also raising a hand. I want to as well. Oh, you mean that position exists for me? A young man with golden hair and strange mannerisms, almost a parody of aristocratic behavior, added in a voice that tried to sound elegant. At the same time, a curious girl with pink skin and hair, with the sclera of her eyes black and her irises bright yellow, added full of excitement. That would be being the leader. I'll do it, me. Silence. This is a task carried out with responsibility, where it must be used with everyone. Just because you want to do it doesn't mean you can. It's a great job that requires great esteem and trust from everyone around you. A true leader who will be elected by democratic vote reflecting the will of the people. That's why it must be chosen by vote. Suddenly, Iida, the young man with robotic movements, exclaimed loudly and in a serious tone, attracting the attention of the students, although the fact that he was raising his hand with all his might greatly undermined his speech. After a couple more discussions, it was decided that the new representative and class leader would be elected by popular vote, ending with a small list on the board with the names and respective votes in favor of each student. I got 3 votes. Noticing his number of votes, Midoriya exclaimed loudly, full of disbelief, while other students lamented, and Momo commented with an expression full of surprise. I got 5 votes. Congratulations, now you're a full-fledged class rep, hee. Kai commented amusedly while looking at the happy Momo, who quickly hugged him full of excitement, while exclaiming in a sing-song voice. I feel so happy. Momo's intimate hug and Kai's expression attracted the attention of almost all the students present. After all, it was the first time they had seen that expression on the usually intimidating blue-eyed young man, since generally, he was only seen bored, annoyed, or with a distant gaze, which inevitably led them to speculate about the relationship between the pair of teenagers. Well then, Yaoyorozu will be the representative and Midoriya the sub-representative. After a while, Aizawa commented as he emerged from his yellow sleeping bag, while Momo and Midoriya stood in front of the class, with Momo having a huge smile on her face, while Midoriya seemed to be on the verge of a panic attack. 139 Chapter 88. A bit arrogant, isn't he? At lunchtime, Kai and Momo were eating in the cafeteria as usual, although this time Nijire wasn't with them since she had gone to the agency where she was doing her internships. In her place, however, there was a curious addition at their table today. Next to Momo was the intriguing pink-skinned girl, who was chatting animatedly with her. Momo couldn't help but wear a beautiful smile at having a friend for the first time. Meanwhile, Kai was silently eating his enormous portion of food, which was almost double that of Momo's, a rather terrifying amount in itself. You really eat a lot, Yao Momo. How can you maintain that figure? The pink-skinned girl asked in a sing-song voice, to which Momo responded with a small smile and an elegant demeanor. It's because of my quirk, which converts lipids into various atoms to create things. So the more I eat, the more I can create. Wow, that's impressive. I'm so jealous. You can eat all the sweets you want and never gain weight. The girl commented with an envious look, then curiously eyed Kai's food as he ate alongside Salem. At that moment, Momo spoke with a smile. Kai, allow me to introduce you to Ishido Mina, our classmate. Nice to meet you. Saito Kai. Kai greeted with a slight nod before calmly returning to his meal, causing Ishido to force a smile as she replied awkwardly. Likewise, I hope we get along well from now on. Same here. Kai responded casually without paying much attention to the girl, prompting Momo to look at Ishido with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Ishido-san. Kai isn't very sociable. I hope you can forgive him. It's okay, no worries. I met people like that BEF. With an awkward smile, Ishido began waving her hands in front of her as she spoke. But at that moment, a loud alarm echoed throughout the cafeteria, greatly alarming the students present. What's happening? What's that alarm? Ishido asked with a bit of panic. Just then, a synthetic voice announced over the cafeteria loudspeakers. Level 3 security has been breached. Students, please evacuate properly. Hearing the synthetic voice, the students completely panicked and hurriedly stood up from their seats while screaming hysterically, so Ishido quickly stood up and extended her hand towards Momo while exclaiming loudly. Yao Momo, let's go. We have to evacuate. Along with Ishido's voice, a monstrous pressure filled the entire place, so terrifying that it stopped all the students in their tracks. Kai's irritated voice then resonated throughout the area, instilling terror in everyone who heard it. Silence. Feeling unprecedented terror, Ishido looked at Momo almost begging for help, only to find her calmly rising from her seat with a megaphone in her hand, which she put in front of her mouth. She began to speak in a serious and authoritative tone, drawing the attention of the terrified students. Fellow students, please calm down. It's just reporters who have snuck into the facilities. Please remain calm and evacuate in an orderly manner to avoid accidents. With Momo's words, the pressure that threatened to crush those present disappeared, at which point a small airport glow stick appeared in Momo's hand, with which she began to guide the evacuation. She was accompanied by Ishido, who couldn't help but take a couple more glances at the blue-eyed boy who was eating peacefully with his cat, as if nothing had happened. After all the students had left, with Momo leading Class 1A as their representative, Kai walked toward the entrance with Salem on his shoulder, only to find it completely destroyed. Director Nezu was observing the scene with his hands behind his back, accompanied by several teachers, including Nomori, who was looking at the scene with a serious expression. Could ordinary reporters do something like this? Nomori asked gravely, to which Director Nezu replied in an unusually serious tone. Someone investigated it, and this attempt might be a declaration of war. Just sue the news channels that sent their reporters here and charge them a fortune. That'll teach them a lesson. As for the joker who did this, initiate a large-scale hunt to send a message. Count me in exchange for skipping the sports festival. Approaching calmly with his hands in his pockets, Kai commented in a casual tone, Catching the attention of everyone present, Nomori quickly approached him to speak in a strict tone befitting a teacher, although a small smile crept onto her face. Kai, what are you doing here? You should be in your classroom. Well, someone bypassed UA's supposedly impenetrable security. I couldn't miss such an event, hee. Kai responded with a small chuckle, at which point Director Nezu turned to look at him and commented in a more cheerful tone. Kai-kun, it's good to see you're okay. Long time no see. Recovery girl, who was also present, greeted him with a small smile. Kai nodded in return. It certainly has been a while. Well, young man, this isn't a place for students. Please return to your class. Nomori said as she gently pushed Kai, who simply let himself be led away while commenting loudly. If you're interested in the idea of the hunt, you know where to find me, Nezu. And by the way, I have some patents that might interest you for improving security. After Nomori escorted Kai back into the facilities, another hero present, who wore what looked like a bulky astronaut suit, commented in a synthetic, robotic voice while looking at the spot where the boy had disappeared. A bit arrogant, isn't he? Well, he actually has the ability to back it up, but now isn't the time for him to act. He might end up creating a big problem. Nezu replied seriously while looking in the same direction as the hero in the astronaut suit. Certainly, also, he hasn't been the friendliest with his classmates, from what I've heard. Recovery girl added in a serious tone, to which Nezu nodded with a small smile. That's true, but he hasn't caused any problems so far, apart from knocking out a couple of students. Besides, today's event showed that as long as it benefits his family, the boy is willing to help in his own way. Well, you might be stretching it a bit by calling it helping to basically terrify all the students, but it was certainly effective, especially since that Yayorozu girl knew how to capitalize on the moment and resolve the situation. Recovery girl commented with a forced smile on her face, which made Nezu smile mysteriously, who soon added. Hee, that's just a glimpse of Yayorozu-kun's capabilities and how well she adapts to Kai-kun's actions, something with much potential to exploit. If you say so. Recovery girl responded somewhat dryly, while the hero in the astronaut suit could only remain silent, not understanding what the director and the academy's nurse, the most prestigious in the country, were talking about. Days passed, and before Kai realized it, it was Monday again. Instead of heading to his classroom, he continued walking accompanied by Momo, Nijire, and Nomori until they reached what would be his new workshop. Waiting for them were Director Nezu, the same hero with the excavator helmet, and the curious pink-haired girl, Mei Hatsume. Kai-kun, it's a pleasure to see you again. Nezu greeted while raising one of his paws. Kai responded with a cordial smile. Likewise, Director. Well, although you've already seen it, let's go in to make the official handover of the workshop. Director Nezu commented in his typical adorable tone, causing everyone present to enter the workshop, at which point Nijire commented happily. This place is great, it's even bigger than your workshop at home. Certainly, it's quite impressive. Nomori added as she looked around, somewhat surprised by the blatant favoritism Kai was receiving. Although it's a shame you won't be attending class with me anymore, Momo said in a somewhat disappointed voice, to which Kai responded with a small smile. Don't worry about that, I still have to attend afternoon classes. But it's still a bit sad, Momo commented and then let out a light sigh, at which point Nijire added with a cheerful smile. But look on the bright side, we now have an exclusive meeting place at UA, hee. Well, you're right about that. A small smile crossed Momo's face as she spoke, but at that moment Hatsume Mei commented with a cheeky smile. Saito-kun, I could take care of your workshop in the afternoons. Thanks, but no, thanks. Kai replied, rolling his eyes at the pink-haired girl's comment, which only made her laugh. She soon added cheerfully. By the way, Saito-kun, thanks for the opportunity. I got a good deal. Congratulations. Kai said casually, causing Hatsume to smile. Just then, Powerloader, the hero with the excavator helmet, commented. Well, we need to finish the official handover. If you don't have any additional requests, I'd like to get back to my work. Oh, don't worry. If anything comes up, I'll handle it myself. Thank you very much for your effort. The workshop is very well equipped, and I like it a lot. Kia responded with a small smile and a cordial tone towards the hero, which made Nezu smile mysteriously, while Powerloader looked at the blue-eyed young man with a bit of surprise. After all, he had heard about the boy's not-so-glorious exploits. No worries, I was just doing my job, Powerloader replied in an equally cordial tone. Hatsume then exclaimed excitedly. I also worked a lot on it, Saito-kun, so you should let me play in it from time to time. Maybe someday. I saw some of your work. You have talent with hardware. Kai replied casually, but before Hatsume could say anything, Nomori commented in a serious tone. Well, we should get going, or we'll be late for class. Oh, you're right, it's already quite late, Momo said with concern as she looked at her phone, to which Kai added with a smile. Well then, I'll see you at lunchtime. Now that we can eat here, Oni-chan can join us, right? You're right. We'll all eat together this afternoon, Nijire exclaimed happily while looking at Nomori, who responded with a small smile. Then we'll all eat together. After a brief farewell, the girls left the workshop, followed by Powerloader, who was dragging a reluctant Hatsume. Director Nezu then guided Kai to the main office of the workshop, where several documents and a couple of access cards awaited. Well, Kai-kun, now you just need to sign the handover documents for the workshop, and here are your access cards. Take good care of them, Nezu said as he handed the cards to Kai, who quickly stored them and replied while reviewing the documents. It's a pleasure doing business with you, Director Nezu. A short time later, Nezu left the workshop with the duly signed documents, leaving Kai alone. He quickly activated his N to thoroughly examine the entire workshop. Not finding anything suspicious, he promptly called his reliable assistant. Sage. Yes, master. The beautiful fairy who appeared beside Kai responded with a small smile. Kai quickly gave his orders in a serious tone, a dangerous smile forming on his face. Scan every corner of this workshop for anything suspicious. Take control of the local network and use it to infiltrate UA's system. It's time to start the hunt. Immediately, master. With a smile mirroring her master's, Sage replied as her beautiful wings began to shine in various colors. 139 Chapter 89. The USJ days later, Kai was in his workshop, quietly working on a small and interesting device, wearing his simple black work overalls. Suddenly, Sage informed him that it was lunchtime. He quickly put away the prototype he was working on and left the workshop, while Sage put all the tools back in their place and tidied up with the help of a couple of Nen beasts, which were blue-eyed panthers. Once in the living room of what he had now decided to call his office, Kai entered the workshop's elegant bathroom, took a quick shower, and put on his uniform again. He then sat on one of the comfortable sofas, so cozy that they had become Salem's favorite place to sleep while he worked. After a while, Nomori entered the workshop while stretching, but the moment she saw Kai, she jumped towards him with a mischievous smile, staying in a cowgirl position on her lover's lap. At which point, she gave him a deep and passionate kiss. Phew, my dose of Kaisium has been properly recharged, Nomori remarked with a sly giggle after the kiss, still on top of Kai, who just laughed amused before commenting playfully. He, Momo and Nijire are less than 10 meters away. Hearing Kai, Nomori quickly got off his lap and hastily fixed her appearance. She then sat across from Kai with a calm and serene expression, as if nothing had happened. Just then, Nijire opened the door and exclaimed with a smile. We're back. Welcome back. For their part, Nomori and Kai greeted in unison, while looking at the pair of girls accompanying Momo. One was Ishido Mina, who was now quite good friends with Momo and, therefore, came to the workshop quite often, while the other was the curious and strangely attractive frog-like girl from the class. Thank you very much for having me today, Kiro. Upon arriving at the place, the frog girl greeted with a slight respectful bow, to which Nomori responded with a small smile. You're a very charming girl. Thank you very much, Midnight-sensei. The frog girl replied with a small smile and a slight respectful bow. Hi, Saito, Midnight. For her part, Mina entered greeting happily, then sat down on one of the sofas with familiarity. After all, she had realized that as long as they were not in the classroom, and she did not mention anything related to the heroes, Kai was not scary at all. He even joked, which surprised her quite a bit the first time. As cheerful as always, Ishido. Nomori commented with a small smile, which made Mina giggle happily. Hee. Kai, let me introduce you. This is Tsuyu Asui, our classmate. Momo, who was standing next to Tsuyu, introduced her with a smile. Nice to meet you, Saito Kai. Kai responded casually, while Salem stretched lazily before jumping onto his master's lap. I know, Saito-chan is quite prominent in our class, although not always in a good way. Tsuyu commented with a small smile as she sat on one of the sofas Momo had pointed out, causing tense expressions on the other girls. You're quite direct, Kai remarked with a small smile, studying the frog-like girl intently. She nodded casually and explained without much concern. Well, I always say what's on my mind. That must have caused you quite a few problems, Kai said as he began to stroke the lazy Salem's back. Tsuyu nodded in agreement. Certainly, I've lost many friendships because of it, Kiro. I can imagine. But tell me, if I'm so prominent, what are you doing in my workshop? Kai played along, asking as he looked directly at Tsuyu, who returned his gaze and replied. Well, even though you're quite intimidating, the truth is you're generally very calm and also very handsome. Not to mention you have a lot of privileges at the academy and seem to know All Might personally. So I'm very curious about you. That's why I came. Ha, I like you. Hearing Tsuyu, Kai couldn't help but laugh somewhat amused. Although her direct way of saying things could be a bit uncomfortable, he much preferred someone like that over a fawning bastard full of insidious plans who would end up stealing everything he'd worked for. That's a surprise. I thought you'd make me faint. Tsuyu commented, genuinely surprised by the unexpected reaction of the terrifying blue-eyed boy, who commented with a small giggle. And yet, you still came? You're quite interesting, hee. Well, Yaoyorozu-chan is here, and she can handle you quite well, so I didn't think anything bad would happen. Besides, Ishido-chan comes here quite often and nothing has happened to her so far. Tsuyu answered in a serious tone, causing an embarrassed smile on Momo's face. Kai responded amused. You're really something, but we'd better eat, the food is about to arrive. For their part, Nijire, Momo and Nomori looked at each other with curious expressions on their faces. feeling somewhat surprised by the conversation. But soon after, 3 people entered the workshop carrying carts full of food, which started a pleasant lunch where everyone chatted quietly among themselves. Although, Tsuyu was quite surprised to find out that Nomori was the person who had raised Kai. After lunch, Nomori and Nijire said goodbye with small smiles, at which point the group of Momo, Tsuyu, Mina and Kai left for the classroom. When they all entered together, they inevitably attracted the attention of those present, to the point where several surrounded Tsuyu and began to ask her questions in low voices. But Aizawa soon entered the classroom, so everyone returned to their seats. For the fundamental heroic skill we'll study today, it has been decided that you will be supervised by a team of 3, myself, All Might, and someone else. Aizawa explained in his typical tired voice once he reached his desk, greatly exciting the students. Sensei, what are we going to do? Shiro, the guy with tape on his elbows, asked while raising his hand, to which Aizawa responded while showing a card with the word, rescue, on it. Be the hero everyone needs. It could be a flood or any other disaster, it's the rescue training. Rescue training, sounds a bit tough this time. Kaminari commented while looking at Mina, who replied excitedly. Totally. Come on, dude, this is what being a hero is all about. I'm pumped. Kirishima added energetically. Tsuyu chimed in with a small smile. If it's a flood, then that environment is my specialty, Karokuro. Don't get ahead of yourselves. As I was saying, this time it's entirely up to each of you whether or not to use your costumes. After all, some of your suits might not be suited for the task at hand. Aizawa explained as he raised his hand and pressed the button on a remote control, causing shelves with the students' hero costumes to pop out from the walls, at which point he added. The training area is quite far, so we'll go by bus. That's all, go get ready, I'll be waiting outside. After speaking, Aizawa left the classroom, at which point the students ran out to grab their costumes, then headed to the locker room. Meanwhile, Momo approached Kai carrying the suitcase with her costume. See you outside, Kai. Alright, see you outside. Kai bid farewell with a smile to Momo, who smiled happily before leaving the room. At that moment, he began a conversation with Sage through their mental connection. Sage, is everything ready? Yes, master. I'm actively monitoring the entire UA security system. The moment someone tampers with it, I'll know immediately. The beautiful fairy, who had been in mode from the beginning, quickly responded while displaying a hologram with the relevant information, also in state. Perfect. Stay alert. Today's main objective is to discover the rats and mark the guy with the hands. The optional objective is to obtain all possible data on how the portals work. Kai commented satisfactorily as he changed into his PE uniform. He then picked up Salem and spoke to her in a serious tone. Well, Salem, you'll be my arsenal, so don't forget the training. After Salem meowed in response, Kai took off the tie that the girls always put on him, then put it over his shoulder and left the room with a serious look, soon meeting Momo, who was wearing her hero costume. Kai, you're here. Let's go. With a cheerful smile, Momo hugged one of Kai's arms and boarded the bus, where she sat beside him. The bus set off while the other students engaged in noisy chatter among themselves. However, a subtle reminder of Conqueror's Haki when they started shouting too loudly was more than enough to keep the volume at a moderate level. Incredible. Is this the USJ or something? Kirishima exclaimed loudly upon entering the place, full of excitement. He then glanced nervously at Kai, but strangely, the intimidating boy only had a serious expression as he looked around. At that moment, a hero in an astronaut suit explained in his synthetic voice. Accidents involving floods, landslides, fires, etc. This is the practical training area I've created to simulate all kinds of accidents and disasters, and its name is the Ultimate Space for Jams. It's the Space Hero, number 13. He's the chivalrous hero who does a phenomenal job helping with humanitarian aid. Midoriya exclaimed loudly, filled with excitement, to which Uraraka added with a happy smile on her face. Wow, I've always liked number 13, I am here. Suddenly, All Might landed nearby, wearing his red Silver Age suit, greatly exciting the students. Shortly after, he confidently entered the facilities and spoke in a firm and confident tone. Sorry for the delay, young ones, but I had to resolve some issues on the way. It's good you've arrived. We were about to start. Aizawa commented in his tired tone while looking at the bothersome hero, who seemed to have a strange fascination with being late. All Might just smiled brightly before turning to the students. Today I'll be your support during the rescue training. I hope you give it your all, young heroes. Yes, the students responded enthusiastically, their eyes shining. Wow, this just keeps getting better, Mina exclaimed excitedly, raising her hands in the air, a sentiment shared by almost everyone present. At that moment, Aizawa spoke in his tired voice. It's good that All Might has arrived, but it's time to begin the training. Certainly, but before we start, just one more thing. Or 2, or 3, or 4. Number 13 nodded and began to speak, but suddenly started counting on his fingers as the numbers increased, leaving everyone present with blank stares. Quickly setting that aside, he continued explaining. I'm sure all of you are already aware, but my quirk is called black hole. No matter what kind of material gets sucked into the vortex, I'm afraid it ends up turning to dust. That's a quirk that's perfect for removing debris and saving people trapped by disasters, Midoriya commented cheerfully. Number 13 nodded and then explained, his tone sounding more serious despite being robotic. Indeed, however, it's also a power that could very easily be used to kill, and in that sense, it's no different from the quirks of everyone here. Naturally, in this superhuman society, quirks are strictly regulated, and therefore, the requirements for their legal use are enforced. That said, please don't forget that each of you possesses a quirk that can be twisted. One misstep is all it takes to accidentally kill someone. During Aizawa's physical strength test, you learned the true potential of the power each of you possesses. And during All Might's battle test, I believe you experienced the real sense of danger that comes with using those powers against each other. This lesson will serve as a refreshing start. Let's begin studying how to wield these quirks for the sake of human life. The existence of your quirks isn't emphasized to hurt others. Please leave this exercise having fully understood that your quirks exist to help people. That's all. You all have my gratitude for listening attentively and patiently. Number 13 finished his monologue with an elegant bow, as if he were some kind of performer. Several students began to applaud excitedly, especially the trio of Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida, who lately seemed very close. That was amazing, Uraraka exclaimed, full of excitement, while Iida loudly congratulated and applauded vigorously. Bravo, bravo, but just as the excitement for the interesting training filled the students, a dark blot suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the training field. It immediately caught the attention of Aizawa, All Might, and Kai. The blot soon expanded, becoming a kind of black portal from which emerged an ugly face wearing a hand-shaped mask. 139 Chapter 90. It's 3 against 3, Aizawa, number 13, protect the students. Alarmed, All Might quickly shouted out loud, then dashed toward the portal and launched a punch at the guy with the hand-shaped mask. But just before he could land it, a hand that looked more like a jet-black claw emerged from the portal and stopped his punch cold, greatly surprising him. Gather together and don't move, we have villains. At the same time, Aizawa adjusted the protective goggles hanging around his neck, then turned to look at the students with a grave expression and exclaimed loudly. Aizawa's words greatly shocked the students, who watched with panicked expressions as the portal widened and dozens of villains began to emerge from it. Meanwhile, All Might became embroiled in a high-speed fight with what appeared to be two jet-black monsters with exposed brains. Panic quickly began to spread among the students, but just at that moment a monstrous pressure filled the place. The voice that normally inspired fear in Class 1A resounded in the area with a serious, power-laden tone, while the villains who were approaching them began to fall to the ground like a bunch of puppets whose strings had been cut. Salem, upon hearing Kai, everyone present turned to look at him, only to see the small cat that the boy always carried jumping from his shoulder and growing in size until it measured an impressive 5 meters in height. At the same time, powerful electric arcs surrounded it, and from its fur formed an impressive jet-black GN sword with a curious relief on its blade that seemed like a combination of an electronic circuit and tribal runes. At that instant, an enormous black shadow with elongated, intimidating red eyes suddenly appeared in front of the group, greatly surprising everyone. But just as number 13 and Aizawa were preparing to activate their quirks, a powerful jet-black flying slash shot toward the shadow, at the same time that Kai's voice was heard. Salem, go and help All Might. With Kai's words, the enormous 5-meter panther shot off at blinding speed toward All Might, leaving an electric trail in its wake, while Kai's slash appeared as if by magic at the other end of the USJ dome. Similarly, Kai shot toward the gigantic shadow, which tried to engulf him with its black mist, only for the blue-eyed boy to kick the air and abruptly change direction, dodging it. He then accelerated in the air, kicking it a couple more times, quickly ending up behind the shadow. Without wasting a single second, Kai swiftly cut with his sword what seemed to be a large metallic collar glimpsed within the mist, causing the shadow to be hurled at high speed toward the ground in the distance. Meanwhile, the students watched Kai's impressive performance in shock, almost unable to believe what they were witnessing, especially 3 people. Bakugo, the blonde with explosions. Todoroki, the guy with red and white hair. And Midoriya, All Might's successor. I'll take care of this one. We'll leave the ones below to you. They're probably drugged, so don't underestimate them. Kai briefly commented as he looked at the surprised Aizawa. Immediately afterward, he kicked the air and shot off to pursue the shadow, disappearing from the spot. The reason Kai assumed that the villains still standing after a direct hit from his conqueror's haki were drugged was very simple. Over time, he had determined the 3 reasons someone could be immune to his conqueror's haki, 2 of which he already knew from the original series: having great willpower or a certain level of power. But the last one was a discovery he made thanks to his lab rats. There were certain types of narcotics that granted resistance to his haki, especially stimulants, opioids, amphetamines, and hallucinogens, the latter being the most effective in avoiding intimidation. While fighting at high speeds with the 2 monsters with exposed brains, All Might had a serious expression on his face. After all, the monsters had extremely annoying quirks, almost specially selected to deal with him, especially one of them, who was capable of nullifying his punches. Ha 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 ha. It seems that the great symbol of peace can't match my NOMUS. shock absorption and energy explosion were all that was needed to finish off the number 1 hero, ha 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 ha. The guy with the hand-shaped mask exclaimed loudly in a crazed tone, as if he were in ecstasy, while All Might was forced to dodge a punch from the large, robust-bodied Nomu that could absorb his impacts. The second Nomu took advantage of this moment to extend its hands and send a powerful energy beam in his direction. But just then, an imposing 5-meter-tall blue-eyed panther appeared right next to the Nomu that could shoot laser beams. This Nomu had no eyes and was much thinner and more streamlined, with an almost feminine body. The panther sank its enormous claws into the Nomu's back while its fangs dug into the monster's neck, its electricity wreaking havoc inside the creature. At the same time, in the distance, a monstrous jet-black flying slash cut one of the dome's walls in half. Moments later, a figure covered in darkness with a strange large metallic collar fell forcefully to the ground, creating a small crater. It quickly recovered and wanted to approach the madman with the hands, but had to stop upon seeing the terrifying young man who had struck him arrive in front of him. It seems that, although you can't deflect my slashes, that stupid collar is your weakness. Interesting to know. Kai commented as he landed softly on the ground not far from the impact site of the dark figure, holding the beautiful jet-black Jien sword in his hand. Kai Shonen. Seeing the boy, All Might exclaimed with some relief and evident surprise in his tone, then quickly approached Kai. At that moment, Salem arrived at his master's side, somehow bearing a confused expression on his feline face. After all, the piece of flesh he had managed to tear from the neck of the strange prey was now regrowing as if by magic. Which quickly led him to a realization that made his blue feline eyes shine with excitement. It's 3 against 3. I'll take the one with the portals. Which one do you want? While the 3 Nomus grouped in front of them, Kai asked as electric blue lightning began to crackle around his body, lifting his hair. All Might quickly responded without considering it even for a moment. The one that shoots lasers, the other will be easier for your pet with his electricity. Understood. Salem, your prey is the big monster with eyes. The one without eyes is All Might's. Upon hearing the response, Kai quickly nodded and commanded Salem, who roared powerfully in return. At that point, the 3 disappeared at speeds that could not be followed by the human eye, and the monsters responded with their own attacks, initiating the second round of the battle. What the hell is going on? Who the hell are you, bastard? Trace, on. The guy with the hand-shaped mask, absolutely indignant, roared loudly with such force that his vocal cords strained, making him sound like a wounded animal, while he looked full of anger at the brutal repercussions of the clash between 6 colossal forces. A moment that Kai took advantage of to activate a very special card, using the madman's screams as cover. With a fluid movement, Kai kicked the air and dodged a jet of dark mist sent by his opponent, simultaneously sending his own slash at the shadow's neck, forcing it to dodge. He then pointed with his left hand at the madman with the hands, holding the trace card between his index and middle fingers. Apart from the typical golden aura script pattern, the card had in the center the image of a kind of magic circle launching a beam of light in the middle of the night's tundra. Having been activated, the card quickly transformed into light, but this time, unlike normal cards, it was in state. It rapidly formed a kind of arrow of light, which shot off in a straight line, soon hitting the skinny body of the madman with the hands and disappearing into nothingness, something that no one else could see. He's the proud son of my master. Suddenly, the guy with the hand-shaped mask heard next to him a tired voice that seemed to be responding to his question. Alarmed, he turned to look, only to be met with a punch that hit him square in the face and sent him flying, but he was quickly captured mid-flight by Eraserhead's bandages. You son of a bitch, my quirk, with a strange voice due to the blow. The madman with the hands exclaimed loudly upon noticing that he couldn't activate his quirk, which led him to see that Aizawa's hair was rising unnaturally in the air. Students, let's retreat. For his part, number 13 commented in a serious tone while dealing with a few villains who hadn't passed out when the pressure from the terrifying blue-eyed young man exploded, using his black hole. He felt that he finally understood part of what Principal Nezu and Recovery Girl had said that day. But suddenly, several spears emerged from the ground, impaling number 13. A villain who had been playing dead stood up victoriously, which caused the other villains, who were still clinging with all their might to whatever they could to avoid falling into the black hole, to be freed and laugh wickedly. Ha ha ha, if we take these kids as hostages, those monsters will have to surrender, let's go. The villain who had been playing dead exclaimed loudly with a voice full of delight, as if he could already see the moment of his victory. But just then, a red metallic fist reached his face, sending him flying unconscious, at the same time that a melodious female voice commented with elegance. Drugs are harmful to your health, you know? After making that comment, Momo, who now wore her full armor, shot off to confront the remaining villains. At that moment, a wave of ice trapped a bunch more villains, and an iconic shout filled the air. Die! With Bakugo's shout, a powerful explosion went off in a villain's face, while Kirishima, Shiro, Tsuyu, and Mina jumped to face other villains, initiating a free-for-all battle that quickly finished them off. Meanwhile, Midoriya, Uraraka, and Iida ran to the side of the impaled number 13. Number 13. Midoriya exclaimed in panic as he reached the hero in the spacesuit. Iida used his engine kick to tear off the suit's helmet, revealing a beautiful woman with short hair, who had a slight trace of blood at her mouth. Number 13, are you okay? Uraraka quickly got in front of the woman, who was taller than her, with the help of her quirk. The hero responded with a voice full of pain. No, but they didn't pierce any vital spots, so I'll recover. Though, don't try to remove them, or I might bleed out. That's a relief. Iida commented with genuine relief, a feeling shared by everyone present. But as they were about to check the hero's condition further, a strong impact resounded on the roof, which attracted everyone's attention, revealing a scene that left them speechless. Looking toward the source of the sound, the group of students saw a huge hole, and on the ground stood the victorious All Might with his fist extended. A few meters away was Kai's terrifying panther, which had greatly changed the perception most had of him as an adorable cat. The blue-eyed panther held by the neck, with its enormous jaws, the monster it had been fighting, which now looked like a piece of coal missing an arm and a leg. It trembled slightly due to the enormous amounts of electricity coursing through it, preventing its healing. Meanwhile, Kai was not far away, with his foot on the neck of the portal guy lying on the ground, missing one of his arms and also trembling slightly. His mind was filled with thoughts about what had happened, especially the part about the three monsters.